Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Clifford Johnston, and today we're going to be watching plenty of videos on me playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's get going.
I was joined earlier by Iranian freedom activist Dr. Somaya Khani. Somaya, thank you so much indeed for your time again. Donald Trump has signed a peace deal with Iran. We don't yet know what's in it. We'll probably know closer to Friday with the official signing, but he has said, as far as regime change, I never cared about regime change, and he says this is the third group he's dealt with and the most rational yet. Do you feel betrayed?
Well, Andrew, if we look at everything going on the surface, yes, it's a betrayal, total betrayal to the people of Iran. People of Iran were not considered in those talks and negotiations. 40,000 people didn't die for a better deal or a different deal to the deal that Obama had. But I think most people in Iran don't see this as a done deal. This is not the end of the game. So that's why we don't want to be pessimistic about it. We're more positive on the fact that this is a part of the game. And well, Trump wrote a book on the art of the deal 30 years ago, and we're hoping that that art includes these tactics to get them on the table, get the enemy on the table or the person who's supposed to sell something. And then once it's done, whether they're after the uranium to get it out, whether it's to get some peace throughout the region. And it's only an MOU, 60 days, and apparently it's to monitor the behavior of the regime to see how they can get to a better nuclear deal.
Well, there are two aspects to this. I mean, yes, this is a deal to make a deal, really. I mean, a lot of the blanks are to be filled in over a couple of months of negotiations. They may even be the most important, and then we'll see whether Iran will really cave in. There's another factor, though, too. I mean, maybe you're also counting on Iran simply not being able to live up to the deal. I mean, they've broken their words so many times. If they break it again, who knows what might happen? There might yet be more of this war. And of course, we don't know how pleased Israel is with it. Do you expect more trouble down the track?
Oh, for sure. There are going to be lots of troubles on the way. As you said, Israel was not a part of the negotiations, and as the world has seen, for the regime in Iran, Hezbollah is more important than Iranian infrastructure, Iranian youth, the future of the country, and the country itself. So they've been fighting over Hezbollah more than anything else for the past month. And even today, there was a chance that they will walk away from the table. So for us, what we are seeing is that this might be a good cop, bad cop theatrical show from Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, one of them being the good guy, just signing peace deals, and the other one preparing for more. And then that way, again, United States is not involved in the situation. For us, what we think is that this is the beginning of the end.
Well, Trump says that he's been left with the most rational group of Iranian leaders he's dealt with. I'm not sure how true that is. Was this war worth it if that's what you end up with, this bunch?
Oh no, there's no ration in those people. It's funny. That's just a funny statement. You need to look at what Trump does, not what he says. We believe because. We are dealing with a regime that has the most horrendous and most extreme way of looking at jihadism. And the Shia Islam model that they're following is only after killing until the end of Israel. So being rational is not a part of this game. And I don't think this is covered in the Western media at all. In the past 2 nights, so from the beginning of the war, the regime has playing some performances again as usual, like as the part of the propaganda. They've been putting on some performances from their supporters on the streets every night. In the last 2 nights, what we are seeing is the regime supporters are also calling for the death of Ghalibaf and Arakchi, those two who are involved in the negotiations, because they believe that these two are betraying their leader's blood, and the death of the leader is in vain, because for 47 years they've been saying death to the enemy, and now they're signing a deal with the enemy. Why? How did we reach this point? So now their supporters are also angry.
Absolutely. The game is a long way from finished. Sumaya Khani, thank you so much indeed for your time.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for having me again.
Okay, so here's a question. Can you guess what ancient humans used for communication even as far back as 1300 BC? I'm talking about before these things, obviously, before smartphones. And well, based on the title of this video, you can probably guess what? The homing pigeons, also known as messenger pigeons, animals on whom humans relied for thousands of years. As a matter of fact, these birds were even depicted in various types of ancient Egyptian art, because even Egyptians used them for the same purpose. As a matter of fact, they saved a lot of human lives because of their unique ability to find their way home no matter what. Here's actually a really cool picture of a Royal Air Force crewman who's carrying homing pigeons as a type of an emergency communication in case of a crash, or in case a radio stops working. And so for centuries they've been used for anything from war reports, business deals, and even to send love letters from one location to another. Yet despite this relatively long relationship we've had with these birds, we never actually knew exactly how they're able to do this, or how they're able to use their internal compass to navigate to a very specific location. Although obviously for many years biologists had a few assumptions. But we definitely know that whatever it is, it seems to work just like in so many other animals, like for example whales and dolphins, by using the Earth's magnetic field to navigate. But exactly how? That's actually the question we're going to be tackling in this video. And so, hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing this recent study you can find in the description, where scientists potentially solved this mystery once and for all. Or to be more exact, they potentially found a specific sensor that seems to work in these birds and allows them to navigate using the magnetic field. And so here this fascinating new study from the University of Bonn and the Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior might have finally found this quantum compass, and it seems to be in a place nobody has ever expected. It seems to be inside the liver. But before we dive into this new discovery, let's discuss some of the previous assumptions based on some of the previous studies, mostly because back then it actually made quite a lot of sense. And generally there have been 3 main theories on how many different birds tend to sense the magnetic field. The first one is referred to as chemical magnetoreception, which in this case might use a very specific protein referred to as a cryptochrome. This is something that might be inside the eye. And here the idea was that the light generally triggers a reaction that then lets the birds see the magnetic field, which they can then use to navigate and to create internal maps. In other words, here the assumption was that they're able to perceive the magnetic lines and are thus able to navigate because their vision allows them to do so. But this didn't really explain how birds can also navigate in complete darkness, and on top of this, this particular idea was extremely difficult to prove. In other words, there was not a lot of evidence, just a lot of assumptions. So far, none of the experiments showed anything. The second proposition, or the second hypothesis, involved iron particles, and specifically particles inside the bird's beak that would basically act like very tiny needles, sort of resembling a compass needle, signaling the brain the overall direction of the field through what's known as trigeminal nerve. In other words, by having these very tiny needles inside the beak, and by then flying through the magnetic field, they might be able to sense it and thus once again map it inside the brain. And lastly, the third and a more theoretical model suggested that the magnetic fields might directly affect ion channels inside the ear or the brain. In other words, the magnetic fields might directly affect certain cells and thus create certain effects that could then be perceived by birds without any additional mechanism. But all three of these propositions were mostly hypothetical and lacked any specific evidence. Or basically, until now, we did not really know what physical mechanism might allow them to sense the fields, and of course how they're able to then navigate. And this is essentially where this new research comes in. Here, scientists found that pigeon livers and spleens have surprisingly strong magnetic properties compared to other body parts and compared to other animals. And so here, by analyzing various body parts using electron microscopy, they actually identified a specific type of a white blood cell called a macrophage that seems to play some kind of a role. Now, if you've taken high school biology, you probably remember that macrophages are part of the immune system. Their main job is to actually eat various pathogens and all sorts of debris inside the body through a process referred to as phagocytosis. And when you get a lot of them eating something inside, they then eventually result in the production of pus. So basically, pus is a collection of these macrophages all together, although technically it does contain some other stuff too. And while in pigeons, these macrophages are responsible for breaking down old red blood cells, which are normally full of iron-rich hemoglobin, with this iron then stored inside the cells as a protein referred to as ferritin, a protein that resembles this. And here researchers discovered that these iron-filled macrophages seem to possess a property referred to as superparamagnetism, a fancy word for a property that happens when very tiny magnetic particles, usually nanoparticles, tend to produce a very specific magnetic flip depending on the temperature, or essentially it's a flip in the magnetic field direction when the temperature changes. And while in a large magnetic field, these particles align and create a very strong magnetic response, much stronger than regular magnetic materials. And while it looks like in pigeons, these nanomagnets are thought to then align with the Earth's magnetic field. In other words, by having these cells filled with ferritin, they then start to act like very, very tiny magnets, constantly aligning with the magnetic field of planet Earth, basically becoming a kind of a supermagnetic cell. But the thing is, in this case, a sensor is still kind of useless if it cannot talk to the brain, which is actually why this particular study is so exciting. Here, researchers found that these magnetic macrophages seem to be located within 2 micrometers of nerve fibers in the liver, which basically suggests a kind of a direct connection from the liver to the pigeon's brain through these nerve fibers in the liver, with the explanation and the main theory here now suggesting that as the magnetic field changes, these cells provide a signal, perhaps through mechanical pressure or chemical release, that these nerves then carry to the brain, allowing the pigeons to imagine what all of this looks like. But this was not just a theoretical proposition, because here researchers tested this. And they did this with a very elegant experiment. They essentially took 34 pigeons and divided them into 2 groups. One group was given a drug referred to as clodronate, whose main purpose is to basically wipe out macrophages in the liver temporarily. In other words, they suddenly had almost nothing inside the liver, including, of course, the cells filled with ferritin. The other group was the control. Nothing was done to them. And well, then, these 34 pigeons got to fly around on a clear sunny day. In this case, both groups had no trouble finding home, and that's because, as we know, pigeons very likely use their eyes during daytime and mostly use sun for navigation. But on the overcast day or at night, something inside of them switches and they actually start to rely on the magnetic field a lot more. And so when they tested them on a completely overcast day, when the sun was invisible, the results were definitive. Normal pigeons were home in about 70 minutes, but the pigeons without their liver compasses were completely lost, as you see in this image. Without these macrophages in their liver and without these ferritin nanoparticles, all of them displayed what's known as the random spatial orientation. In other words, they were flying in different directions in circles and failed to return until the clouds cleared the next day. Here, this was a definitive proof that they do seem to use the liver for navigation, and specifically these macrophages filled with iron, while also confirming that normally they still prefer to navigate using the sun, and the magnetic field seems to be secondary. But it seems to be absolutely necessary for navigation in overcast or night conditions, without which they basically get lost. And honestly, this was a brilliant study and a brilliant experiment. Obviously, these birds returned back to normal once the medicine wore off, and so no one here got hurt. But this is obviously also very important for biology because it fundamentally changes our understanding of how animals interact with the planet and how some of this potentially evolved millions and millions of years ago. Because here this suggests that it's actually the immune cells, which we actually thought only fight infections, that seem to also function as sensory organs, and specifically in magnetoreception. And interestingly, not so long ago, there was actually another study on evolution of blood cells that even suggested that many different blood cells actually took approximately 700 million years to evolve and very likely came from the same ancestor, which sort of resembled this macrophage that was described in this particular study. In other words, these individual macrophages and individual blood cells seem to have a much more diverse role in our bodies and a much richer history involving functions we never imagined. But obviously in this case, the discovery also possibly goes beyond pigeons, because we know that many animals navigate very long distances without maps and very often use magnetic fields as well. For example, sharks in the deep ocean, migratory bats, or even blind mole rats seem to also be able to navigate through the use of magnetic fields. And so because of this, scientists now suspect that these other animals might also be using very similar quantum immune cells to find their way. And so when it comes to animal migration and animal navigation, that gut feeling we often talk about when it comes to going somewhere might actually be a physical magnetic signal coming from the liver. Although in this case the question is of course, how much of this applies to humans too? Now there was a much older study we discussed a few years back where humans potentially also were able to navigate using something in complete darkness, but surprisingly only when we're very hungry. I think that video should be somewhere in the description. But still, in this case, it would be interesting to find out if this is something that humans also still possess, and if we can also maybe walk around and map environments using these tiny magnetoreceptors inside our livers. And so here this is a pretty good reminder that even things we thought we understood or took for granted, and animals we've coexisted with for thousands of years, still seem to hide these profound mysteries that are only now being discovered in regards to their biology. And so even now we're still learning how life uses various types of machinery and various types of quantum and physical effects in order to achieve things like navigation that for many centuries basically seemed like magic. Anyway, on that note, at least for now, that's all we have. Once there are some additional discoveries, we'll come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
So Iran has agreed to the peace plan, but will it stand?
We start with a Fox News alert. Right now, President Trump on his way to Europe for the G7 summit, fresh off of agreeing to an historic deal to end the war with Iran that he says will bring peace to the region.
And the commander-in-chief is telling ships that have been stuck in the Strait of Hormuz to start their engines, calling for oil to start flowing again, sending stocks soaring. So we have team coverage.
Okay.
After 100 days in a state of war, the region has now reached a deal. The United States and Iran agreeing to this larger deal that ultimately is going to open the Strait of Hormuz and address Iran's nuclear ambitions.
Great.
The president posting on True Social overnight saying, quote, "This great deal will bring peace and security to the whole region. Many presidents have tried to make peace with Iran and all have failed before me. The leaders of the region have, for the first time, found a president who can help them achieve real peace with the opening of the strait upon the signing of the deal on Friday. For purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends of the region and the world. A signing ceremony is set to take place on Friday in Geneva, Switzerland. Before the deal was signed, it was nearly derailed. The Israelis targeted Hezbollah with strikes in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Iranian officials immediately vowed to respond with missile fire toward Israel. A diplomat with knowledge of the situation told Fox News that Qatari mediators stayed in Tehran conducting intensive negotiations coordinated with the United States. Vice President Vance described to Fox News what those final moments were like before the agreement was reached.
After the Israelis struck Beirut, we were very worried, and we saw a lot of evidence that the Iranians were going to launch a large number of missiles at the Israelis.
It was about to
with
spiral.
our communication with them over the course of getting to this signed peace deal, they assured us that they were not going to respond to the Israelis, and they were going to sign this agreement and get to peace.
Well,
now,
you know, it must be a pretty good deal if they're willing to not launch missiles. But Trump's out there saying this is the greatest deal ever and that the U.S. got everything it wanted. But then why are some people in Iran saying Iran got the better end of this?
Walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing all the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits.
That sounds like fake
we
news.
absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran,
which you want,
but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So
think about that for a second. These countries, these neighbors, are going to invest in the reconstruction of Iran, which would be good for the region. But why would they do that if the people receiving the money are being secretive and are hiding it and are building all kinds of missiles and won't cooperate? Like, that, this is going to end immediately. There's total accountability here, and it doesn't look like Iran got anything they wanted out of this.
I spoke with President Trump before the agreement was reached, and he was optimistic about what this means for the region.
I think it's going to be
The president
good.
also told me he was
peace.
going to get on the phone and ensure that Iran didn't fire missiles at Israel at the last minute.
Okay,
guys?
Sounds like that
so
happened.
Trey, if this does stick, this means it's huge. It means that Israel and the United States and the rest of the world will not have to worry about Iran developing a nuclear weapon.
That's great.
Yes, absolutely. Signing a deal and implementing a deal are certainly two different things. This is just the beginning, but it certainly is a step in the right direction because it means not only will the Strait of Hormuz be opened, it also means that Iran's nuclear ambitions will be curbed. And the details of that will take some time to work out. There is going to be a 60-day window. I spoke with a diplomat familiar with the situation who indicated this week in Doha, Qatar, both sides are going to have representatives and work out some of the technical details toward the signing and then ultimately these other negotiations to hammer out the final agreement on the nuclear issue.
But that's the one thing Iran said this entire time that was off the table. Throughout this entire conflict, they've been saying, you know what? We'll talk about the Strait of Hormuz. We'll talk about ballistic missiles, but we're not going to talk about nuclear enrichment. We're not going to talk about our nuclear program. We don't have any agreement on that. That's not coming up at all. And now they've agreed to sign a deal that says they will never have a nuclear weapon. They won't enrich uranium, and they're not going to go out and buy nuclear weapons. They did not get the things that they wanted, and if they didn't get the things they wanted, this regime doesn't have the tools it needs to be a regime and is on a pathway towards collapse.
Well, we already signed the deal digitally yesterday, and there's been no money released, and that won't change, George. Again, this is a performance-based thing. If we see the Iranians making, for example, taking action to eliminate their stockpile of enriched material, then yes, sanctions relief will follow.
Great.
If we see the Iranians taking action to allow the kind of verification regime that we need to see to know that they're not going to build a nuclear weapon, yes, sanctions relief will follow. So this is really about walking down a pathway here where the Iranians will be welcomed into the world economy if they do the right thing.
Yeah.
And George, we have to remember, their economy is fundamentally destroyed.
Yeah.
Their nuclear program is fundamentally destroyed.
That's the thing. As they're signing this deal, as the Ayatollah and his advisors are looking this thing over and deciding what they're going to do, the country around them has been totally destroyed by their leadership. And the people, the only chance the people are going to have to recover is if they sign this and come back into the world economy somehow. But the more they do that, the more power their own people will have, and the less power they will have because they're going to do it without the ballistic missiles, without the massive military, without the nuclear program. And as the people get stronger and can feed themselves and can rely on themselves for their own prosperity, that's the end of this regime at some point.
If they don't do the right things, if they don't allow the verification regime, they're never going to have the money to rebuild their nuclear program to begin with. So this is fundamentally a win-win for the American people.
They lose either way.
What the president has said is he wants it to be a win for the Iranian people as well, but that requires some real trust building and some real positive conduct from the Iranian political system. We're going to see if that happens. If it does, they're absolutely going to find the President of the United States and the entire team a willing partner to make their country more prosperous.
Which is bad news for the regime. But what do the leaders of this country get out of this deal? That's what a lot of people want to know.
When I spoke with the president yesterday, he talked about the highly enriched uranium that was buried deep underground in the aftermath of Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. And he said, look, there's only two countries in the world, the United States and China, that even have the ability and the equipment to get that nuclear dust, as the president refers to it, out from underground. And so it's going to take some time. There are a lot of technical details to be discussed, but the Trump administration has indicated that the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, is going to be involved as an overwatch agency to ensure that the Iranians are actually upholding their end of the bargain. And remember, they are not going to receive any sort of sanctions relief until they do so.
So, Trey, since this is just an MOU, and there are different metrics that the Iranians have to hit, does that mean that the military is going to stay in place?
They have to.
Until all of those points and objectives have been honored?
They have to.
We're likely looking at a tiered system. Initially, the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports will be lifted, and that is expected to take place on Friday after the signing ceremony in Geneva, Switzerland.
That's the one thing that the regime was really complaining about. They wanted the U.S. blockade gone so that the strait could be open. And what they probably are thinking right now is that, hey, if we can get the strait open and we can get the economy moving again and we can start to put people back to work, perhaps we'll be able to stay in power. That's why the generals and the hardliners and whoever's out there saying that, oh, Trump surrendered and, oh, we got the better end of this deal. That's why you've got people putting out that message inside the country, because what they're doing is right now they're circling the wagons around each other to try and hold on to as much political power as they have and make it look like they have not been totally and utterly defeated here. And as the vice president said, if they start playing games, things can close down as quickly as they reopened, and all of the things the U.S. is giving in exchange for cooperation are going to disappear.
There are still U.S. forces that will remain in the region. There could be somewhat of a drawdown, but you still have 2 U.S. aircraft carriers, destroyers, and a variety of assets across the Middle East in case things were to collapse in the future. A really important note that we talked about last night on Fox News: the Iranians didn't get what they wanted at the negotiating table, and this speaks to the successful negotiations on behalf of the United States, because ultimately they entered into these negotiations demanding that U.S. forces leave the region, that they leave all bases and go home. And that's not happening. You will still have thousands of U.S. forces in places like Bahrain, where the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet is located. Also in Qatar, just outside of Doha, at the Al Udeid base that normally houses around 10,000 U.S. soldiers. And so there will still be a U.S. military posture across the region. But the question will be, ultimately, what does it look like in terms of drawing down the additional forces that were sent here during Operation Epic Fury?
I mean, the other thing nobody's mentioning is that even if the U.S. draws down forces, we can quickly put them back because of our ability to put a carrier battle group somewhere in just a few days' time. And the idea that the United States is going to just pull out and Iran's going to come back and they're going to be even stronger because now they know they can shut down the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, they're asking for the United States to stop shutting them down. So if anything, they haven't learned how to be more powerful and how to take over the world economy. No, that is all hogwash from a fake news media that almost believes what this regime is telling its own people. The truth of the matter is they have learned that they can be totally cut off from the world economy, that they can be totally shut down while their neighbors prosper and find ways to get ships out of the Strait of Hormuz while these guys are sleeping at the wheel. And they've learned that the United States can do it in the face of an onslaught from conventional missile capability and drones, which haven't been the threat to the American armed forces the naysayers said they would be before this conflict even started.
It's all performance-based. They have to produce something. If they start acting in an unsavory way, they're not going to get what they want. The whole thing gets derailed. Hey, Trey, something you're intimately involved with, and that's everyone's talking about Israel. Why are they bombing Hezbollah? They're bombing Hezbollah because 6 hours before, Hezbollah was rocketing them. So they responded again. So for Israel, for Hezbollah to do that, they'd have to get a green light from Iran. So it's not that Hezbollah is acting independently and Israel's acting independently. Israel's responding to the attacks that Iran is sponsoring. So if Hezbollah decides to attack Israel, that's because Iran's telling them to.
That's where they get their money and their support.
Yes, it's a major problem, and the Iranians have tried to connect the situation in Lebanon to the broader agreement with the United States. And this may come back to haunt them if Hezbollah is acting up and firing into Israel, because ultimately, if they are violating the agreement in Lebanon, they are violating the agreement with the United States, because this includes a clause about Lebanon. Now, today, Israel's Defense Minister, Israel Katz, came out and said the Israelis will maintain their security zones and posture in places like Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon. And Israeli forces say they will maintain their ability to respond if they are threatened by Iranian proxies, whether it be in Lebanon or in other places, for example, like Yemen. And we talked about this before, but...
So this is another part where the regime has attempted to get a deal that still allows them some sort of offensive capability against who they say are their enemies and who they might want to wage war with. And what they're trying to say is, hey, we are independent from these proxy groups, but the United States is saying, no, this is all the same thing. These guys listen to you, and anything you agree to has to include them. But now people want to know what's really in this deal. Because the Iranians, they've been bad faith actors for a long time. They've signed stuff, they've lied, they've played games. They wouldn't sign anything if it wasn't going to give them what they wanted, right? So what's in here, and is this really a good deal for America? Because we still don't have all the details.
Yeah, well, certainly Friday's going to be a key day.
This Friday.
They haven't released what is in the memorandum of understanding, so we're left to speculate about it, and certainly the administration has given us some sense of it. Iran's given us some sense of it as well. Three major things there. Obviously, the first one is ceasefire, the extension of a ceasefire. You know, Bill asked Trey about one thing. How about starting there? Because we've had a ceasefire for 2 months, and Iran hasn't abided by that ceasefire, and nor has
But they weren't held accountable.
We have had 2 months of continuous and persistent violation of a ceasefire. So hopefully that holds during this extension period for another 60 days. Second, Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, the Iranians have committed to opening up the Straits of Hormuz, and we have to watch that and make certain that there is no organization or management control or nuanced intimidation or coercion that is still going on, where they're telling ships when to go, where to go, etc.
Now, the interesting thing about this is the regime has said, oh, we're not going to do a toll for the next 2 months. Toll free for 60 days, and apparently Iran differs in their idea of what's going to happen after the 60 days. But who's got the leverage here? The people with the aircraft carriers and the total blockade, or the country that is the recipient of that blockade and who has tried to get rid of these aircraft carriers and hasn't been able to do so. I think we know the answer to this, and the answer is going to be a good thing for the people of Iran and all of the countries around Iran who were brought into this conflict when that country indiscriminately fired on its neighbors.
But it is something that Iran clearly believes they achieved in shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. After all, it was shutting the Straits of Hormuz down that helped them to stop the war. And certainly maintaining some kind of control is likely an aspiration.
An
so
aspiration.
We're going to have to keep an eye on that. We'll certainly release the blockade, and hopefully we'll do that incrementally based on Iran's behavior here. But we got to remember, what actually brought us to this? I don't think it was anything to do with the Israelis or Hezbollah. I think what brought us to this was the president's bombing campaign last week for 2 days, threatening the third day if you didn't sit down and get serious about the deal. And the threatening the third day, they got serious.
Because they couldn't stop.
Major issue going forward, we've got 60 days of tough negotiations. Let's just assume the ceasefire and the Straits of Hormuz work as described. And obviously we'll comply with the naval blockade. But the tough things are ahead of us. All of the issues surrounding nuclear, ballistic missile restrictions in terms of range, lethality, and volume, to be sure, and support for proxies. Those are down the road. Every single one of those is going to be tough. And why is it going to be tough? Well, the reason is, Bill and Dana, is the regime, we may be dealing with different people, but they're still diabolically, ideologically committed to who they are and what their goals are.
And that's the part of this that a lot of people are uneasy about, because it's going to be a process. It's not like you rent an apartment in New York City, you sign a contract for 10 grand a month, and then you never see or hear from the landlord ever again, and nobody evicts you. It's not going to be that kind of arrangement, right? It's going to be the kind of thing where we're going to have to constantly watch and see what's going on. And that's going to require a U.S. military presence in the Middle East, which we already have anyways, to make sure that they're not playing games. You know, we've got those satellite images that showed them trying to dig into the reactors that were blown up a year ago during the Operation Midnight Hammer with the B-2s that took out their nuclear program a year in advance of this entire conflict even starting. There's going to have to be an active presence here. And these negotiators, this International Atomic Energy people, I don't know if I trust international observers, because you know what? These international observers, whose team are they playing for? Are they playing for the good guys, the bad guys? Are they being paid off? Do they have some sort of agenda? And what country are they from? There are countries that were supposed to be allies of the United States and were supposed to help us during this conflict, and then didn't, and then turned their backs on us.
They'll sign something, to be sure. They want to survive, recover, rebuild, and then they will try to reverse the deal. That is who they are. That's the reality of what we're dealing with. The administration is clear-eyed about this, and President Trump has said...
Trump knows.
That's why I pay attention to what he did last week for 2 days of bombing. If they renege on this or they have problems with signing it, I'm going back to that. So that is a lever that we have. The other one is a lever the Vice President mentioned, and that is financial relief. They desperately want financial relief. They're going to get some when the oil starts flowing again, obviously, but they want sanction relief and they want their frozen assets back. We can't do that unless they absolutely change behavior.
That's right.
A couple things here. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, he was on CBS on Sunday. Go ahead and roll this clip about the blockade.
So as far as our military posture, we'll maintain what we need to. The blockade has been a devastating success for us and impact on the Iranians. So our military posture will be whatever it needs to be to ensure they're compelled over this 60 days through the memorandum of understanding that they live up to what they said they would do.
So we're not pulling out. The United States is not giving up. This is not the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal that we saw under the last presidential administration. We're sticking around to make sure that they do what they're supposed to do, and we're going to have the troops, the tools, and the wherewithal to do it, and we're not going to handicap ourselves in this. It's not like the Iranians are going to weasel out of this in some way and get to say, oh, we agree, and then never actually do anything. No, there will be forced compulsion here. Forced compulsion. Those are the same thing, but you know what I'm saying? It's going to happen, and if they don't sign this deal, there are consequences that the president has mentioned to them. The invasion of Karg Island was mentioned briefly, and they said they didn't want that. They want the financial relief. They're never going to get that if Trump has to invade Karg Island and takes over their oil pipeline to the rest of the world on that little rock right off their shore.
Okay, so the 60 days are really going to be tough stuff here. We'll watch it. Now, the president just shot this out. From France, we believe, or maybe on board Air Force One. He said ships are starting to move. Many loaded up with oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. They're going along the southern highway, which is totally safe, secure, and pristine. There are other areas of travel also.
Okay.
So the southern highway is along the Omani coast, and not what the Iranians wanted in between the intersection of their islands along the Iranian
where they can
shores
threaten
there.
the shipping.
This 60-day period, sir, if we reach it, this is precarious. It's tough stuff because Iran's history is to get to that table and just drag this thing out.
So here's how they think they can do that. What if the people running the country in a couple of years change? Then Iran can sign this deal, and it only matters for the 2 years that Trump is in office to make sure that they're accountable to it. If Kamala Harris takes over, or if Gavin Newsom takes over, do you think they're going to have to be accountable to some deal that those individuals don't even think they should have signed in the first place? No, they're going to get a total reversal. They're going to get another Obama-Iran deal if that ends up happening. So perhaps they're going to enter into this thing and obey it and play the waiting game, but that's going to totally backfire on them if somebody who has views like President Trump is running the country after this, because then they're still going to have to go about and do this thing. And that right there tells you just how pivotal it is in the midterm elections and in the next presidential election to vote the right way. Because it's not just the safety of our country that's in danger here. It's like the entire world that is potentially in danger if we get more nuclear regimes out there loaded up with weapons threatening the world economy. The world does not need that. The world is not a better place if you have people who promise to use force aggressively and all of a sudden obtain the means to do it.
Month after month, and eventually year after year. I just went, like, what do you think about us getting suckered back into a long, stalemated negotiation?
It won't be a stalemate if they have to obey this.
Well, certainly what we've just gone through is an indicator of just that, and I'm sure that's why you're raising it. We went to a ceasefire because the discussion was that they would open the Straits of Hormuz in 2 weeks' time frame. And here we are now, 60-plus days, and finally that is going to happen. So they had two objectives when they shut the Straits down. One, stop the war. Two, drag out the negotiations. They did drag out the negotiations.
But we let them.
Our negotiators are certainly clear-eyed about what they're dealing with here. They know full well that what the Iranians say and even what they sign may be different than what they actually do.
Yep, everyone knows this.
Why? Because we've been watching them for 47 years, and they cheat and they lie. And we know that's what they're up to. That is why we cannot have just open-ended negotiations, in my view. Privately, we can tell them. We don't necessarily have to do it publicly. But this is what we want to see, and these are the timelines we want to see it in terms of these agreements going forward.
Here's the other thing that you have to remember. What happened during the long, drawn-out negotiations? The general's 100% right. These guys did, in their minds, achieve something by dragging out the negotiation process. But what did we hear from President Trump? We heard that while the Iranians shut the strait and thought they were dragging things out, that the U.S. comes in, puts in its own blockade, which cuts off their economy and at the same time takes away their shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz by removing ships that were full of oil from that part of the world secretly, while the regime thought everything was on lockdown because they had shut the strait down. What that did is that showed the entire world that, hey, these guys have no power. Their military is not there. If they're telling you their military is still there, well, this proves that it isn't. And that's what kept the price of oil from going through the roof this entire negotiating period, because the negotiations, 60 days of negotiations, zero oil coming out of the Middle East, it should have been $200-300 a barrel, but it wasn't. Why was that? Well, because this regime has nothing on the table to threaten the world economy and to threaten peace the world over. What do you think about all that? I will see you in the next video.
Well, the Albanese government's much criticised tax changes have a new prominent critic, with the founder and CEO of the phenomenally successful Kogan.com, Ruslan Kogan, unloading on the proposal.
If you're going to say, all right, the rewards for building something, for employing people, for contributing to society are going to be less, and there's going to be more handouts, more government intervention, more government jobs, more welfare and all of that. Who are you going to attract to come to the country? We don't want people looking at Australia and going, oh, you know what? There's some great opportunity for some really sick NDIS scams. There's a really great welfare system. That's the sort of country that I want to come to.
And Ruslan Kogan joins me now from Venice, where he is lucky enough to be holidaying with his family. Ruslan, you've obviously hit a nerve with this post. It's been viewed now close to 9 million times on X. What prompted you to say something about these tax changes?
Well, I was seeing a bit of discussion happening on the topic, and I was thinking, well, you know, a lot of people are discussing the technicalities of how the tax system should work and what should the, various values be and how should it be structured. And I was just thinking about it from the perspective that I do in business, in a company culture where when we're building a company, we're thinking what sort of people do we want to attract to want to come work for our business, and what sort of people do we want to never want to consider working at Kogan.com, and what sort of culture are we building, and applying that to on a more macro level to the country and saying, well, why don't we take it back a step and go, all right, we can debate lots of implementations about different tax systems, but what essentially are we trying to do? Who do we want to make Australia attractive for? What do we want the values of Australia to be? And I think that they're the first discussions that need to happen. And then you look at the various ways that you can implement that. And ultimately it comes down to tell me the incentive and I'll tell you the behaviour.
And I mean, we should make it clear, you're obviously not anti-immigration yourself. You came to Melbourne from Belarus as a child in 1989, and yet you talk in this video about how these changes will affect migration to Australia. And I think, as you say, that isn't a point that a lot of people or anyone really has touched on. Can you explain a bit more why you think it's going to attract the wrong kind of people to Australia?
Well, when you rewind back to 1989, when my parents took the massive risk to drop everything they've got, travel into the unknown, to build a better life for their kids with $90 in their pocket, it was all about coming to Australia to work really hard, to contribute to society, because they believed that Australia's a place where you can go, work really hard, build something and create a better life. They weren't attracted to Australia because somebody had told them that, oh, there's a great welfare system or there's amazing handouts that you could scam by filling out forms this way or that way. They were legitimately looking to build something. And I think that immigrants and migrants that bring that work ethic and the skills and the education in various fields to Australia can be a huge asset to our country. Migrants and immigrants are amazing people. They're predetermined people who are risk takers, hard workers, and that can be a wonderful thing. So I love the concept of immigrants and migration because my family did it, and thankfully they did it and built a better life for us in Australia and gave us the opportunities that we've had. I was just merely pointing out that Australia's changed a lot in the 35 or so years since then. If you change the incentives and you change the system to incentivize a different sort of behavior, you're going to have very different sort of immigrants that come to Australia than what you had through the 1980s.
you know, more business leaders like yourself are speaking up about these sorts of changes. And now one of the biggest superannuation funds, Host Plus, is warning, like you, that capital gains tax overhaul could hurt investment and innovation in this country. And that's despite super funds being exempt from these tax changes. But why do you think more people, business leaders especially, who may not have been political before, might not have stuck their necks out, are now putting themselves out there and criticising this government? Has it just reached boiling point now? Have people had enough?
I think business leaders in general are having lots of discussions with entrepreneurs, with people who start businesses. They've had a career talking to people who are deciding whether they stay in one form of a job or whether they have a crack at a business, and how hard they should work and what they should do and what they should build. So they're people who are essentially at the forefront of talking to the builders in the country. And I think they're scared. I think that they're seeing the writing on the wall. They're probably hearing the sentiment from a lot of entrepreneurs. Like, on one hand, it's fair enough to say, look, in reality, Australia's the best country in the world, which I really agree with. And, you know, we've got an amazing country and you just want to see it head in the right direction and be better today than it was yesterday. But on the other hand, you go, well, if we keep changing these policies, that may not be the case. And we may be having an exodus of talent, which we've seen all over the world. This isn't, you know, we're not the first country that may incentivize talent to leave. And when you also correlate that with the fact that when you look at any of the business lists, there's a lot of immigrants on them because they're a highly predetermined group of people who are willing to drop everything they've got and take massive risks to build a better life for their families. So you go, all right, the people who do this building, the people that create businesses, the people that create jobs and opportunities and move our economy forward are also the sort of people that are highly predisposition to taking risks. And if one place is telling them, you know what, we don't really value that sort of input, we don't really value your hard work or the people that you employ or the risks that you take or the sleepless nights that you endure thinking how to make your business better, that's not really what we value here. It's not outside the realm of possibilities that those people will pack up shop and leave.
Yeah, it isn't. Rosalind Kogan, thank you so much for taking time out of your family trip to join us. Let's hope the government is listening to some of what you had to say. It makes a lot of sense.
And to more breaking news, the feud between Governor Gavin Newsom and President Trump is escalating to new levels.
Governor Newsom says he and his wife are now the target of Justice Department probes, and the focus is still unclear, but the governor is calling it politically motivated. KTLA5's Capitol correspondent Eitan Wallace joins us live from Sacramento with more on this breaking story. Eitan, good to have you here.
Well, Sam and John, good to be with you. And yes, as you mentioned, the exact wrongdoing that Newsom is accused of is still murky at this point. But here's what we do know, according to the governor. He says that federal investigators have reached out to various people in his inner circle, his family, his friends, even former employees. He says, right, that this is politically motivated, and he says he and his wife are innocent.
Donald Trump picked the wrong target. We have nothing to hide.
California Governor Gavin Newsom with that message Monday as he claimed President Donald Trump has instructed the U.S. Department of Justice to investigate Newsom and Newsom's wife, California First partner Jennifer Siebel Newsom. The governor not specifying what he and his wife may be under investigation for, but he did say federal investigators have already started to question people in Newsom's orbit.
In recent days, federal agents have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, because they're simply trying to find one. They're demanding records. They're abusing the grand jury process, digging through years and years of random documents.
The U.S. Department of Justice declined to comment, but a source familiar with the investigation said the U.S. DOJ actually for the last year has had multiple investigations ongoing into the Newsoms, including one related to Newsom's wife and her taxes, and another related to Newsom's former chief of staff, Dana Williamson, and potentially current staff members. The source added the investigations originated through whistleblowers and local sources in California. Newsom claiming any investigation into him is politically motivated.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president.
But Newsom says he especially takes issue with any investigation into his wife.
I've learned that his campaign has reached my own home. To get me, he's coming after my wife, Jen, a public servant, a woman who's dedicated her life to supporting women and girls, someone who has done nothing wrong.
In a statement, Jennifer Siebel Newsom said, quote, there are clearly no boundaries to what Donald Trump will do to get his way or to challenge those who get in his way.
This Williamson
Comes after the federal government last year indicted Newsom's former chief of staff, Dana Williamson, on a slew of corruption charges. She ultimately pled guilty to 3 of the charges involving a scheme to illegally divert campaign funds from a dormant campaign account belonging to former U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary and California Attorney General Javier Becerra. As part of her guilty plea, Williamson admitted to making false statements to investigators. Becerra, who's now running for governor, has not been implicated in that case, and neither has Newsom. Williamson's attorney alleged investigators first tried to investigate Newsom and asked Williamson if she knew of any wrongdoing. She said she did not.
I think that's where it started.
That was the original inquiry. Was about.
As for any action we could see next into the apparent investigation into the Newsoms,
well, from what we understand, it's in the early stages, trying to perhaps dig up information or what people often refer to as a fishing expedition, posing questions to see if they might come across something.
And we reached out to the White House to see what, if any, role President Donald Trump played in all of this. The White House did get back to us, but said that they're going to refer us to the U.S. Department of Justice, and the U.S. DOJ, again, had no comment. Reporting live here at the state capitol, Eitan Wallace, KTLA 5 News.
Or if not Harris, a reasonable facsimile. President Trump arriving for the G7 summit in France with the wind at his back after landing a deal with Iran to end the war that has snarled a crucial waterway and spiked global energy prices. It comes after months of talks, public blow-ups, escalating tensions, and a last-minute Israeli strike on Beirut. I'm John Roberts, in for Harris Faulkner today, and you are in the Faulkner Focus. The president's trip to Europe followed news of the U.S. and Iran finalizing a memorandum of understanding. The deal is expected to halt the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and extend the U.S.-Iran ceasefire for 60 days for talks on Iran ending its nuclear program. Exact details of the deal not public yet, and likely won't be until closer to a signing ceremony Friday in Switzerland. Here's Vice President J.D. Vance.
What this deal does fundamentally is 2 things. It immediately reopens the Straits of Hormuz. We're already seeing in the past 24 hours more traffic flow. You see oil prices coming down. But you also have the long-term commitment that Iran will never develop or procure a nuclear weapon. Those are 2 very big wins for the American people. Fundamentally, we have the leverage. We have the diplomatic, economic, and military leverage. But we also are extending an open hand to the Iranians and saying, if you guys negotiate in good faith and you make that long-term commitment not to develop nuclear weapons, then we are going to make sure that your country is successful.
President Trump also praising the agreement in a post online, writing, quote, the leaders of the region have, for the first time, found a president who can help them achieve real peace with the opening of the strait upon the signing of the deal on Friday. For purposes of mine removal, oil will flow on both ends again for the region and the world. Victoria Coates is the former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump during his first administration. She will join me in just moments, but first to our senior White House correspondent, Peter Ducey, who's live on the shores of Lake Geneva and kicks off our coverage from Evian-les-Bains. Peter.
And John, good morning. A small group from the Iranian regime is coming here to Switzerland to shake hands, rather to meet with either Vice President Vance or President Trump, who is just across the river, just across the border in France. to shake hands and let the world know that this war is over.
Well, we already signed the deal digitally yesterday, and there's been no money released, and that won't change, George. Again, this is a performance-based thing. If we see the Iranians making, for example, taking action to eliminate their stockpile of enriched material, then yes, sanctions relief will follow. If we see the Iranians taking action to allow the kind of verification regime that we need to see to know that they're not going to build a nuclear weapon, yes, sanctions relief will follow.
President Trump says ships are starting to move, many loaded up with oil, out of the Strait of Hormuz. They are going along the southern highway, which is totally safe, secure, and pristine. There are other areas of travel also. Democrats, though, just want to make sure that this agreement is better than the one Barack Obama signed with Iran a decade ago.
The point the president just made, that they've agreed not to develop a nuclear weapon, they did that with President Obama's JCPOA. That was an agreement they held to of not developing nuclear weapons. So we have spent billions of dollars. We've lost 14 personnel killed in action, hundreds wounded, and we've disrupted the world economy, and we're getting basically less than what we had under the JCPOA, which President Trump walked away from.
Mm-hmm. Within the next couple days, we expect the Iranian regime to try to claim some kind of a victory in these negotiations, too. That could be sanctions relief. That could be accounts getting unfrozen. We just don't know exactly what they have been, what they have signed on to. And we don't know what the holdup is because they have already signed on to it. John.
All right, well, we'll see what the days ahead bring. Peter Ducey kicking us off live on the shores of Lake Geneva. Thank you so much, Peter. Let's bring in Victoria Coates, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, also Vice President of the National Security at the Heritage Foundation. And according to President Trump, you're absolutely fantastic, and you get it like few other people do. So we're glad to have you on today.
Well, thank you very much, John.
So the president is heading into the Hotel Royale in Evian to be before a group of leaders who basically told him to pound sand when he went into Iran. It's going to be a little uncomfortable, I would think, for those leaders now that the president has got this memorandum of understanding, it looks like, in the bag.
No, it is. And this is going to be the first of two, I think, quite fraught engagement with the European partners over the course of the next couple of weeks. We have the G7 this week, and then we will have the NATO summit, which will also have, I think, some fairly difficult conversations. These are conversations between friends, and we want the transatlantic relationship to be strong. But there's no getting around the fact that a lot of these economies that the president will be meeting with in Evian were not helpful during the Iran engagement.
They ran away.
They ran away, and they could have stayed quiet. They missed an opportunity to just say nothing, which is always an option. And they instead came out and condemned it in the case of Spain, even the United Kingdom, and proved themselves incapable of mounting any military assistance. The UK could not get a single destroyer into the Mediterranean to defend their own assets on Cyprus for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
This is the British Navy we're talking about, John. It's pitiful.
Yeah, I remember a time, and it was a long time ago, that the British Navy was the most powerful naval force in the world. No more. So President Trump said that the oil will start moving right away. It looks like that's not going to happen until Friday. But here's what Kepler Intelligence and Tracking Company says. It estimates that about 500 large commercial vessels are currently in the Gulf. In a statement, the company is saying, quote, "Our latest estimate is that a return to normal shipping patterns would likely take months rather than weeks. Even if the strait is considered reopened, this does not automatically mean traffic will normalize immediately. Vessels that have been delayed or held back would need time to exit, complete voyages, and potentially return for new loadings. That process could roughly take 2 to 3 months. So it's not just the oil that has been stuck in the Persian Gulf during this conflict for the last almost 3 months. But it's also the fact that these ships probably would have gone to their home ports, returned, filled up again, and gone back. So we're kind of behind the 8 ball here a little bit.
A little bit, but I think, you know, Kepler is by its nature, and this is its business, which I wouldn't presume to tell them how to do it, but they are an extremely conservative organization, and they don't want to set wrong expectations. One thing we will have, though, is we're going to continue to have the exploitation of the pipelines, especially Saudi Petroline, which was providentially installed by the Saudis in the 1980s, and that can continue to pump those 7 million barrels a day. And we have the increased U.S. capacity to export natural gas through Golden Pass in Texas, another huge thing that came online right in the middle of the war, and the reason we haven't seen any escalation in natural gas prices. So I think those things will continue to mitigate even as we move through the backlog that Kepler identifies.
Yeah, even China's increased its import of U.S. oil. Do you think that we actually make it to a signing on Friday, or do you think hardliners in Iran will try to derail this process?
Oh, of course they will, and it's Iran. So I think we're in for a sporty couple of days, but I have all confidence in President Trump. And, you know, with all due respect to Senator Jack Reed, I was serving in the Senate when the JCPOA was implemented, and nobody signed anything. The first thing that's different about this deal is that the president is setting up a signing ceremony, potentially to include himself as head of state.
Yeah, he's right across the lake.
Right. Barack Obama never did anything like that. Nobody signed anything. And it was implemented by the United Nations Security Council, and they never even tried to get it passed through the Senate as a treaty. So everything is completely different in this deal. We'll wait till we see the details, but that, to my mind, is the first indicator that this is a much more serious agreement.
I mean, he might wrap up the G7, you know, take the helicopter across the lake and sit down with the Iranians. That would be something, wouldn't it? Yeah. So the one thing that people here in America are looking forward to is some relief from high gas prices. I bought it in the northern part of Maryland for $3.69 at Arroyo Farms yesterday, which was pretty good. But oil crude prices are falling to below $80 a barrel this morning. Last time we saw crude oil prices around 80 was back in March. As all of this was just getting underway. International benchmark Brent crude also sinking below $84 a barrel. This development comes as gas prices continue to trickle lower, sitting around $4.07 nationally for a gallon of regular. That's down from $4.53 a month ago. If the Strait of Hormuz is open and these tankers begin to transit just like nothing ever happened, how long do you think it'll be before we get down below $3?
Well, again, I don't have a crystal ball. So predicting gas prices is probably not my strong suit. I will say, though, you know, I can feel it too. When I filled up over last weekend, it was lower than it had been. And, you know, we're going into one of the biggest weeks in our nation's history, our 250th anniversary at Heritage. We're so excited about this, doing a great deal of preparation for it. And I think it's going to be wonderful to have this successful military engagement brought to a conclusion that keeps the American people safer and then hopefully drops from the headlines. The United States should be focused on all the great and good things that are happening here in our country, starting with lower gas prices so everybody can drive more over that long 4th of July weekend. We'll have airline ticket prices coming down. This should be a time of just enormous celebration at the incredible things we've achieved as a country, and I think President Trump will lead in that.
Well, I think there's probably a little more space to do that as long as we get to Friday. Vic, always great to see you.
Good to see you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
All right, what's going on there, folks? Welcome back here to a Monday. Hope everyone's having a good start of the work week so far. 11:45 a.m. California time here, June 15th, 2026. Latest activity shows a 5.0 here across the Loyalty Islands, southeast of the Loyalty Islands there, south of Vanuatu. One of the latest quakes on the globe. Also some larger activity up here around the Philippines where things have been quite pressurized out here. A lot of earthquake activity recently here around the Philippines. Still watching this area up north around Taiwan. Well, the Manila Trench, Taiwan up to Japan. But there's that 6-pointer, 6.2 to be exact. 2 o'clock my time. I believe it was, I think it would be afternoon over there around, if it's 2 in the morning here, so I'm not for sure the time. Either way, decent size event. 69 miles into the subduction zone here of the Philippine Trench. See the southern end right here. So it's kind of up here from the Cotabato Trench where all the activity has been stirring up recently with that 7.8. That sits over here. This deeper, man, this is getting squeezed in this area right now. I wouldn't doubt it. We start seeing some larger aftershock activity around where that 7.8 struck here. Let me show you guys the last 30 days of activity. There's all the movement, and that's only a fraction of what the total amount is. USGS only covers 4.5 and above. So there's probably hundreds of 3s and 2s out here, maybe even close to 1,000 or so. It's a decent sized event, 7.8 so far. Largest aftershock is 6.5, and we've had a couple of 6s in there as well. But I would definitely keep an eye on this region here, just in general around the Philippines. We've been getting a lot of movement up and down the board. A lot of activity up here along the Manila Trench. There's a couple other different trenches and subduction zones out here that we do have to watch closely. If they're really not, whether if they're showing activity or not, we still just got to be on guard because of the further increasing activity out here. It's just is not letting up. We haven't seen any adjustment up north. There's some activity on the Manila Trench there today. It looks like towards the northern end. A couple 3s listed there by the EMSC. I'll double check that. Let me go over to the EMSC model. I'll verify that, make sure that's on the indeed on the Manila Trench. If that is the case, I would definitely watch that region closely. Looks like it's north here, northern Philippines. The Manila Trench sits over here. You can see it outlined here on the map, that subduction trench zone here. That activity today, a little bit further up north, but I would still watch that region. We've seen some activity stirring up on it here recently. Nothing big, but it does have potential. There's all the smaller aftershock activity today, just today, right? These are smaller quakes. Remember the USGS doesn't cover these smaller ones, but there's a lot of activity stirring up here where the 7.8 struck. Last week, you could see, just hundreds and hundreds of them. If we go back the last 2 weeks, I guess it does show it on there, huh? 2 weeks? A lot of activity out there. So, in general, just watch the Philippines. It's underneath definitely a pressure event out here right now. And watch those subduction zones. Awfully quiet here, Taiwan, northward into Japan. Had a couple earthquakes up here on the Japan Trench from yesterday, but I don't see anything new. Those are some older quakes there from yesterday. Just a big old blob of earthquake activity here. Man, keep an eye on that. Normally, when we get elevated events like that, it's leading towards something bigger in the region. New Zealand, a couple 3s, not so much going on down there today. Let's see what we got for California, where a 2.4 earthquake is coming in right now. Up above me here, I live outside of Chico in Northern California here. This is up around outside Mount Lassen up there. We've had a couple different earthquakes in the last week around Lake Almanor. There's a fault system that runs here underneath the lake. Let's see. Yeah, they don't have them all listed up here, but there is indeed that one that runs underneath the Lake Almanor area. So it's 2.4, 5 miles deep. Not a big event. And there's not a whole lot happening there across the Cascadia for now. Well, we got a 3.3 out here, just shy of the Mendocino, that triple point boundary here. Cascadia slow slip events there were, let me show you guys. I think most of those were all up north from yesterday. 71 epicenters, as you can see on the map here, just underneath the Vancouver Island Range there. That's northern end of the Cascadia subduction zone. So not a whole lot of tremor counts going on down here. We know when it's, when the tremor counts are happening, because we'll see elevated deep activity and stress quakes out here. There was one here yesterday, 14 miles deep into the Cascadia, a little 1.8, but nothing big going on here for now. A couple earthquakes around the volcanoes there of the Cascade Mountains, nothing big. Just looks like some very small microquake activity. Back down to California, the Bay Area. Let's go over here and see what we got. Couple 2s out there, nothing big, nothing above 2.5, no unusual swarms, just a handful of smaller quakes there across various faults. A couple of those are well primed for a big earthquake. Parkfield section, pretty quiet. Southern California down here, we had that 3-pointer stirring up late last night. 3.2. They added, it looks like they added another quake there. So there was a 3.2, 28 8:26 local time. And then literally just seconds later, a 3.6. You guys see that? And a couple other events there. No migration northward. Got a total tally there of about, we got 9 earthquakes, so really not a swarm. I wouldn't call that a swarm. It kind of started off with the 3s, and we got some smaller quake activity, but we'll continue to watch that. So moving out here away from the plate boundary as well, 2-pointer. Nothing big going on, but that's not going to be the case. In the future. I don't think it's going to be all that distant in the future here, as far as a big event goes. Outside of Rock Springs, Nevada, Rock Springs, Wyoming, near Little America, little 3.1 from yesterday, last night it looks like. On that note, we'll double check Yellowstone, see what's going on here. Man, it's going to be a hot one out here. Ooh, it's already hot. Oh, I got 90 degrees and it's just barely noon. It's supposed to be about 107 today here. A little bit of earthquake this morning. That's local there to the Yellowstone area. I don't see anything big going on though. A couple smaller events showing up on this one as well. Yeah, about 3 o'clock in the morning or so, maybe 10 earthquakes. USGS reporting anything? Nope. They must be busy today. Most of the time they'll cover those little events, but it looks like about 10 earthquakes or so. Very small ones, but earthquake activity nonetheless. Oil fields of Texas still rocking and rolling. Nothing new. Got a little, yikes. Got a little swarm out here on the New Madrid seismic zone. Looks like some activity from yesterday included. It's a little unusual to have that many earthquakes in a 24-hour period for this region. This area sits within a major intraplate boundary out here, where back in 1811, 1812, they had a series of very large earthquakes, upper 7s and potentially lower 8 magnitudes. I think they had 3 or 4 of them. That's crazy. That's a little unusual there, to see that many earthquakes in a one. That's normally like for a week or maybe a couple weeks, so it's a little bit elevated. Nothing big going on, but it is it's 2026. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on. So a New Madrid earthquake, who knows? We did a little study on this, and the reoccurrence interval of the big events, like upper 7s and lower 8s, happen supposedly every 300 to 1,000 years. So it hasn't even been 300 years, but that's, according to their studies and stuff like that, or, I studied their studies. But sometimes we can get these 6-pointers out here, a little bit lower magnitude, and even a 6-pointer would be, it would probably be fairly damaging here for the Memphis area and St. Louis up north and Nashville. Those 6-pointers, it would definitely be felt across a broad area out here. But for now, 2-point, a couple 2s out there. Also some activity in Maryland there. They have this in the red, 2.4. That's because a lot of people felt that. Quite a few reports coming in there. Outside of Baltimore. Not a big event, but as you can see here, it looks like this activity here is from yesterday and a little bit this morning, and then the motion here kind of working its way up north across the mountain ranges up to where we're at right now. That was 8 o'clock this morning there for a 2.4. So we are getting some adjustment going on out here. Might see some more. I'd keep an eye here across the southeast. These guys can get some big earthquakes as well. It's been a little quiet down here. But even so, around the Charleston area down here, they can get big earthquakes. Crazy. Who would have thought? Everyone thought California and the West Coast. No, that's not the case. Anywhere out here can actually get some decent activity or other natural hazards and disasters. And not a whole lot of earthquake activity into the Dakotas or Minneapolis area, but those areas in the red, yes, definitely get some big ones, or at least sizable events. Another earthquake here outside of Havana in Cuba. This is from this morning, or off the coast here of Cuba, 4.9. We had another earthquake out here within the last week of a 4.3. That's where that 6.1 struck here, back on the 8th, over a week ago. So maybe some aftershock activity there. Let's see what we got. Anything else going on? Atlantic Ocean, quiet for the most part. South America, just a typical smaller quake activity. Same for Central America and the Middle America Trench. Nothing big going on across these regions for now. You know, I'm watching specifically here around the Philippines, Japan, Taiwan. Watching that closely. Let's go see what's going on across Hawaii. I believe the eruption ended. Oh, it did end. I just want to look at the inflation model. It ended yesterday after, I think it was like 7.5 hours of eruption there at Kilauea volcano. It's not going to let me look at it. Not going to let me check it out again. See that? It's weird. All right, whatever. Space weather activity. It's not me. I'm still running good here, but even solar ham here looks a little odd. I don't know. I'm going to close that window. When I get suspicious activity like that, I just want to close the windows here because I don't know who's on the other side that may not like me. You never know. Or it might just be bored and having fun with ports and stuff like that on my computer. But solar ham looks like they're having some issues here too. It's not me. Let me double check other websites and make sure. That's working. That loaded, you know, within half a second here, all these windows. So it's not the internet, not the USGS earthquake map, but it's something to do with, and maybe it's not solar ham. It's the official embedded links that he has here to the Space Weather Prediction Center. See, Space Weather Prediction Center, NOAA.gov. It looks like them. So they're having issues. Plus Kilauea Volcano USGS site having issues as well. Let's go back here to Kilauea right here. So it looks like some government sites are having some issues. That's crazy. All right, well, not a whole lot to look at here because most of the information that he has on the site is embedded from Space Weather Prediction Center as a direct link to that site, but it's not working. So let's see if they've updated those asteroid lists. See if they have, or not. I wonder if they're even working. Man, what's going on with the government sites? Looks like, are all the government sites down? I got at least 3. NASA, USGS volcanoes, and the NOAA site. You guys see that? Is it working for anyone else? Let me see here. I don't have any comments in here, but what do you think? Could the San Andreas fault line go at any time? Oh, it can. It's pretty well loaded and locked. It's been that way for quite a while. But I cover that a lot with these numbers. It's just big numbers equal not good for a big, not good for extended time away from a big earthquake. I believe it's coming here soon. Same for the Cascadia. But yeah, I got 3 websites that are down. The USGS official site's working, but it's the volcanoes, NOAA, and NASA. So, well, that's we'll have to check back later, I guess. They're just sitting there loading, so I'm going to close those out. Let's check out weather, see if that's working. TropicalTidbits.com it is. I've already double-checked this. I meant this page. The Storm Prediction Center. Of course that's going to be down. It's a government site. Right? Yeah, it's just not working. What is going on here? What is going on? All right, well, hopefully there's no big asteroids. Severe weather, I think it was over here across the east. I mean, we can kind of look at this here and see what fires up. Maybe down south here. A lot of moisture coming into Texas and the south. A lot of moisture, lots of rain coming in. I wish we had a fraction of that. Looks like maybe some severe weather out here towards the end of the week. California, hot and dry. Man, just not a drop of rain coming in, unfortunately. Look at that. We're just cooking. It's supposed to be 107 degrees today here, folks. It is not cool. No, whatsoever. It's no good. All right, well, seismograph stations out there look pretty quiet. Not a whole lot happening on them for now, but just be on guard. Watch the Philippines, Taiwan. This area up here around Japan down to Taiwan has been super unusually quiet. All right, we'll be out here a little bit later on this evening, folks, for the Monday night update. Enjoy your Monday. Make the best of it. We'll see you guys out here soon, unless something major happens out here. Have a good one.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News report. President Trump is in France for the annual G7 summit. That's fresh off announcing an initial agreement to end the war with Iran and fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That deal is expected to be signed on Friday in Switzerland. While at the summit, Trump is also expected to talk about things like trade, NATO relations, and the war in Ukraine. Iran's soccer team is facing New Zealand today in Los Angeles. The Iranians are only allowed in the U.S. the day before a match, and they have to return to Mexico after the match. The players' reaction to the Iranian national anthem will be watched closely after the women's team received backlash for refusing to sing at a tournament earlier this year. 11 skydivers and a pilot are all dead after a plane crashed in Butler, Missouri on Sunday. It happened shortly after takeoff and is now considered to be one of the deadliest crashes in skydiving history. The NTSB now says they're investigating. And a military aircraft, the B-52 Stratofortress, crashing shortly after takeoff at the Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California. A massive plume of black smoke was seen rising from the desert near that base. Nara Organics is recalling its whole milk infant formula after multiple cases of botulism. The affected products were sold at Target and at Nara.com. That was between July 2025 and June 2026. In Washington, I'm Bill Malugin. Have a great night.
Turning now to this, the Pentagon releasing a third batch of declassified UAP files, adding to a growing archive of documents, videos, and witness accounts involving unexplained sightings. For more, we're going to bring in Ryan Graves, one of the best people to talk about this, former Navy F-18 pilot and UAP whistleblower. Ryan, I want to start with this. This is one of the newest videos that's released. We're showing our viewers by the War Department. It was shot with an iPhone 14 Pro Max last July, 9 o'clock at night, somewhere in the northeastern United States. Witnesses saw two identical red spheres. The center of both looked like white plasma suns the size of a basketball. The FBI says the people who called this in are credible. What do you think we're looking at here?
Yeah, hey, Peter, thanks for having me on. Good morning. Well, you know, this is a case that actually came to Americans for Safe Aerospace, my nonprofit, first. We assessed the information. In fact, I was local to this particular witness and actually visited them in person. And eventually, with the witness's permission, we did refer it to a working group within the FBI who was able to look in to see if there was any national security or aviation safety issues with this particular case. And there are facilities, such as a Space Force facility, that is in the vicinity. So, you know, just because this is a civilian in their backyard perhaps seeing something doesn't mean it doesn't have wider implications. And perhaps to directly answer your question, what is it? Well, we don't know still. These objects were at low altitudes. They were operating independently. There's no way to correlate it with known air traffic or any type of balloon operations. And we're left really with questions about what it is. But what's fascinating is seeing this report is we can see that the FBI and other groups have been taking the time to investigate these. It's not just Ryan or Safe Aerospace telling you this has been a problem now. It's the government telling you that we are identifying a problem here.
And Ryan, we've got this other description from the new drop. Nobody had a phone camera for this one, but the witnesses are a former U.S. Army intel officer and 4 members of his unit. They were out, this is an artist's rendering. They were out in Colorado in 2022. They saw a potato-shaped object that stayed perfectly still while panels on it shifted in slow waves. It was not casting a shadow, and then it just disappeared. Why does it seem like so many of these sightings, including the ones that you have testified to Congress about, are above military installations? Is it just because people in the military know what to look for, or are the UAPs just more interested in our fighting stuff?
Well, we often consider that military bases often have more sensor systems, or at least we assume that they do. But in this particular case, this very large object that was seen by several witnesses with their own eyeballs, that doesn't account for the perhaps sensors they have in that area. So there are many cases that we've received that appears to indicate that these are interested in military bases, not just perusing on the sky, but actually dipping in at lower altitudes to try to take a look. You don't have to necessarily believe in aliens to understand that that's a problem for our national security.
And do you think the public is ever going to be satisfied with just images and videos of UAP? Or do they need to see like a walking, talking alien from another planet to put the pieces together?
Well, I think that's really, an uncertainty. I think that with enough information, you can, come to a belief system or to an understanding based off of that large amount of data that's out there. Within our organization, we've collected over 1,000 reports, and we see the patterns. We recognize different signals that we see across whether they're a trained professional or whether they're someone in their backyard. And whether that data is going to be enough for every person, I don't know. But when you do have these encounters or these experiences, it does often very much change that individual's perspective on this situation. And in fact, that large object that was detected over a military base, that was another witness that came to Americans for Safe Aerospace that we referred in. And in fact, that witness went through multiple reporting processes, both with Aero, the FBI, and is now in fact leading our report intake process for our organization.
Well, you were the right guy to talk about this. And Ryan and I, for everybody watching interested in this, actually taped an episode of the Fox News Rundown podcast that you can find on YouTube or Spotify, where we go a little bit more in depth on this. So Ryan, great chatting again, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Peter.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Well, there are two aspects to this. I mean, yes, this is a deal to make a deal, really. I mean, a lot of the blanks are to be filled in over a couple of months of negotiations. They may even be the most important, and then we'll see whether Iran will really cave in. There's another factor, though, too. I mean, maybe you're also counting on Iran simply not being able to live up to the deal. I mean, they've broken their words so many times. If they break it again, who knows what might happen? There might yet be more of this war. And of course, we don't know how pleased Israel is with it. Do you expect more trouble down the track?
Oh, for sure. There are going to be lots of troubles on the way. As you said, Israel was not a part of the negotiations, and as the world has seen, for the regime in Iran, Hezbollah is more important than Iranian infrastructure, Iranian youth, the future of the country, and the country itself. So they've been fighting over Hezbollah more than anything else for the past month. And even today, there was a chance that they will walk away from the table. So for us, what we are seeing is that this might be a good cop, bad cop theatrical show from Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, one of them being the good guy, just signing peace deals, and the other one preparing for more. And then that way, again, United States is not involved in the situation. For us, what we think is that this is the beginning of the end.
Well, Trump says that he's been left with the most rational group of Iranian leaders he's dealt with. I'm not sure how true that is. Was this war worth it if that's what you end up with, this bunch?
Oh no, there's no ration in those people. It's funny. That's just a funny statement. You need to look at what Trump does, not what he says. We believe, because we are dealing with a regime that has the most horrendous and most extreme way of looking at jihadism. And the Shia Islam model that they're following is only after killing until the end of Israel. So being rational is not a part of this game. And I don't think this is covered in the Western media at all. In the past 2 nights, so from the beginning of the war, the regime has playing some performances, again, as usual, like as the part of the propaganda. They've been putting on some performances from their supporters on the streets every night. In the last 2 nights, what we are seeing is the regime supporters are also calling for the death of Ghalibaf and Arakchi, those two who are involved in the negotiations, because they believe that these two are betraying their leader's blood, and the death of the leader is in vain, because for 47 years they've been saying death to the enemy, and now they're signing a deal with the enemy. Why? How did we reach this point? So now their supporters are also angry.
Absolutely. The game is a long way from finished. Soumaya Kani, thank you so much indeed for your time.
Thank you so much, Andrew, for having me again.
Welcome back to the Takeout. Same conversation corner, just different chair. California Governor Gavin Newsom, he's a Democrat, said the Justice Department, the Trump Justice Department, is now investigating him. Newsom said there's no crime. Times being what they are, he did release a social media video. Here's an excerpt.
Donald Trump isn't just coming after me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president, because he hates that I've consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit. Donald Trump is simply the most corrupt president in American history.
CBS News investigative correspondent Julie Watts joins me now with more. What do we know, if anything, about this investigation, Julie?
Well, we don't know a whole lot yet, Major. We reached out, obviously, to the governor's office, who just referred us back to that video, which, interestingly, you called it a social media video, but it sure does look like a press conference, doesn't it? Looks very official. What we know is that sources telling CBS News that right now it looks like there are 2 investigations, one into Jennifer Sable Newsom's taxes. That, of course, is his wife. And there have long been sort of discussions, public discussions, and reporting on how some of Newsom's biggest donors, corporate entities like PG&E, are donors to her nonprofits. That's not uncommon in California politics. A lot of spouses of politicians have nonprofits that are funded by these types of sort of supporters, political supporters. And then the other investigation, we're told, it has to do with Dana Williamson, or some connection to Dana Williamson. That is the governor's former chief of staff, who just pled guilty to federal charges related to conspiring to steal money, or funnel funds, I shouldn't say steal money, but funnel funds from former HHS Secretary Javier Becerra's dormant campaign fund. And both she and his then chief of staff were charged federally. Both have pled guilty to different charges related to that. We are told, though, that initially, in talking both with folks who are familiar with that investigation early on, that initially the DOJ was reaching out to Williamson, sort of looking into Newsom, and he even said publicly, or several people have said publicly, that because they couldn't find anything on Newsom, they then turned on Dana Williamson, his chief of staff, and Javier Becerra's chief of staff. Javier Becerra was not indicted on any of those charges. He, of course, is the front runner right now for California governor to replace Governor Newsom.
And Julie, you mentioned the look of that video. It was 5 minutes long, and the governor said something he has been coy about previously, like he would think about or look into He basically said, I'm considering running for president. To my ear, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the most definitive he's been.
I think that is probably the most definitive he has been. I mean, it's really difficult, right? California media, we all know he's running. We've all known for a long time. So you sort of hear everything through a certain filter. I will say one of my favorite print reporters, Emily Hoven, she is at the Chronicle now, formerly at Cal Matters. She tweeted that and said, well, I guess it's official. He's running. So certainly a lot of folks in the California sort of journalism sphere feel like this was his official announcement.
And very quickly, Julie, he wants the Justice Department to come after him because he wants to continue to portray himself as a fighter against what Trump represents politically and judicially.
I can't speak for the governor, but were I advising him, I would certainly say it is good for him to have Trump attacking him. He wants his name coming out of Trump's mouth as much as possible. It's great for a presidential run.
Julie Watts, appreciate the time. Thank you.
We want to continue to update you on some other stories that we are following, especially out in Philadelphia, where 3 Philadelphia police officers are recovering after being shot. We want to go out to the very latest right now. Fox 29's Jenny Joyce joining us right outside of the hospital. Jenny, what can you tell us?
Good evening, Mike. So yes, we're standing outside of Penn Presbyterian Hospital, where one of 3 officers was released earlier today. We know that he's a Philadelphia police sergeant who served 2 tours of duty in Iraq, now heading home with his family to recover. A strong show of support for a 39-year-old Philadelphia police sergeant as he's released from Penn Presbyterian Hospital 2 days after he was shot in the line of duty.
He's in great spirits, right? He's luckily with his injury was a through and through wound through his thigh. So, you know, all things looking forward, the prognosis is good. Part of this is just making sure that he knows that he's valued, you know, that his work is important. And so when the men and women come out here and honor him as leaving, it's special for us.
A total of 3 Philadelphia police officers were shot Saturday night after investigators say they were confronted by 57-year-old Eric Franks. Police say officers responded to 54th and Arlington Streets for reports of a shooting. While they were at the scene, police say Franks approached them and became combative. Fox 29 News obtained this video that shows part of the interaction. As police went to arrest Franks, they say he drew his weapon and opened fire. Police returned fire, killing Franks.
It hurts, because I know him in the community to be such a decent person. So it's really surprising, sad.
Fagan Leslie works at Franks & Frank's grocery store next to Mingle Events, a company that Franks owned with his wife of nearly 30 years, according to the family's attorney, James Funt. Funt says Franks was a father of 2, served in the Marines, and as a Philadelphia firefighter for 19 years. He became a firearms instructor and a community activist.
Was involved in trying to make the community safer and to try to get rid of the scourge of the drugs that had infested that neighborhood. It worked, as I understand it, with both police and with his councilman on those issues.
Funt says Frank's son called him to the event space Saturday night after shots rang out on the block. He says a 16-year-old's birthday party was wrapping up at Mingle, and Franks wanted to make sure everyone was safe.
When he arrived, he talked to his son and then went down to the corner, presumably, I think, just to see what was going on, because, he was very involved in the community.
Then things escalated quickly, and the big question, why?
Rat family just really wants to know what led up to it and what happened. And if there was if their father is responsible, he's responsible. If there's something else that occurred, which we need to know that too.
And Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner saying at a press conference earlier today, vowing to get to the bottom of this, saying it's a very active investigation. They will be looking for answers and accountability. Back to you.
Jenny, thanks so much for those updates. We always appreciate it right here on Live Now from Fox.
General Keith Kellogg, former assistant to President Trump and American security co-chair at the America First Policy Institute. General, Good to spend time with you this afternoon. We don't know what the contents of the memorandum of understanding are. The president has said the details likely to be released after it's signed officially on Friday, or ceremonially on Friday. But Trey Ying's saying we may learn about it in the next 24 to 48 hours. But we do know that it broadly includes the following. Nuclear material will be destroyed and removed, as the vice president was just alluding to. The nuclear program will be dismantled. None of the money will be released until Iran performs. The Strait of Hormuz will be open, and no Iranian funding of terrorist groups. What are your thoughts of this from the 30,000-foot
Well,
level?
first of all, John, thanks for having me. Look, we don't know, and I know that's a little bit of speculation of for sure what they say. And I go back to what Reagan said with Gorbachev when he said, trust but verify. This is one of those, we've seen this before. You know, I've seen this play before. It didn't end really well. We saw it when we did work with the North Koreans as well. So I think we ought to just everybody chill out a bit till we see what's going to be said, when Congress gets involved, and what's going to happen at the end. You know, the frustration I have, John, is that a lot of comments being made now, they don't give you a full range of the discussion. You know, just yesterday, I heard a very senior politician talk about the difference between the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, better known as the Iran Nuclear Plan. We used to call it JCPOA, and that's a lot like Obama. No, it's not. I said the fact is, very simply put, under JCPOA, and one of the frustrations the president had was there were sunset clauses. After a certain period of time, then they could enrich uranium. They could get missiles and for long range as well. And when that happened, and the Security Council said you can do it, well, how do you get it back? So I think President Trump was very concerned about this thing being delayed. And when he got out of the JCPOA, he said, we're going to make sure they don't have that capacity to do so. And I think that's what we're going to see in the memorandum. I noticed just a minute ago you talked to the vice president. I don't know who's going to get it. I don't know if Moldova's going to get it or the IAEA. But we may need to make sure that that enriched uranium leaves Iran. The second thing I would say is make sure they don't have the advanced centrifuges that allow them to develop enriched uranium. So there's some things I'm going to be watching, how it's going to be developing. And look, I'm going to be really honest with you. I've said it repeatedly. Do I trust the Iranians to follow through? No, because that's just their nature. It's the same thing we did with the North Koreans years ago. And I think this whole thing about trust but verify is going to be true. The good news is we now have a president that without question is willing to take action against the Iranians if they violate the agreement, whatever it's going to be.
So you said there that some of the president's critics say this is the same as the JCPOA, as you call it. Well, here's one Democrat who says it falls short of that. Listen to Senator Jack Reed.
So we have spent billions of dollars. We've lost 14 personnel killed in action, hundreds wounded, and we've disrupted the world economy, and we're getting basically less than what we had under the JCPOA, which President Trump walked away from.
Again, let's point out, we don't know the exact text of the Memorandum of Understanding, yet all of these pronouncements are being made about it like they've read the whole thing.
Oh, I agree. In fact, Jack Reed, frankly, is full of crap. I cannot believe he made comments like that. What he didn't tell you on that show yesterday was the restrictions that we did not put on the Iranians, and that was the sunset clauses. That's what frustrated us during the first term. And so when he says things like that, he really just saying that for political purpose, not for purposes to explain it to the American people. I think that's one of our obligations, is we need to have the American electorate fully informed of what's happened. Go left limit to right limit. Tell them that. I used to tell my people when I ran the National Security Council, you have an obligation to tell the president everything from left to right, and then he makes the decision because he got the Electoral College votes. We didn't. But that happened yesterday, and when he said that, I just couldn't believe it. I said, I don't believe he's saying things like that, because he's lying to the American people about what the restrictions were. Tell the American people why we got out of the JCPOA and why it's not like Obama. And the biggest thing were the sunset clauses. They could enrich uranium starting this year if that plan was in effect, and you couldn't do anything about it. And those are the kind of things I think the American people should be aware of. Trump didn't do that for my generation or your generation. They did it for our kids and our grandkids. And we need to understand 15, 20, 30 years down the line, when this is written about, the courage that he took to develop the actions against Iran are going to be in the history books for people to study. And I think that's great because they need to know that. And people that are going to be advisors in the future need to understand the thought process behind it.
Yeah, well, there's no question that a non-nuclear Iran would make the world a much safer place. What remains to be seen is what happens to the authoritarian regime there, because I know that the Iranian people, you know, the majority of them at least, would like to throw them off the side of the cliff. General, good to be with you. Thanks for spending time today.
Thanks, John. Good to be with you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
The memorandum signed by the U.S. and Iran has little to do with the third combatant in this war, Israel. Top officials there expressed dismay and even derision for the deal. And as we reported, a key part of what is not in this initial agreement, the Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon. There, Israel continues to fight Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant group, despite a ceasefire that neither side is honoring. Now, Israelis say they are caught in the middle, between a bad deal and constant fighting. Here's Stephanie Tsai.
The distant shrieks in the sky from incoming rockets, the air raid sirens, the trudge to below-ground shelters becoming almost mundane in northern Israel. Israel says nearly 30 of its soldiers and 4 civilians have died in fighting with Hezbollah. Across the border in Lebanon, nearly 4,000 have been killed. The cycle of violence has become all too familiar, and it's unclear whether the framework agreement for peace struck over the weekend between the U.S. and Iran will end it.
I'm not very happy about it. I think it will last maybe 2 years until Trump is ending his term, and then we'll go back to the same thing.
The exact terms of President Trump's deal weren't public before many Israelis had already formed their opinions. The agreement doesn't resolve many Israeli concerns about Iran's nuclear and missile programs.
It's only American interest here, and it's for the matter of national security of Israel. This is the worst agreement that could ever be done.
I don't think the agreement is a good agreement, and I think that trying to sign these kind of agreements with the bully of the neighborhood is not going to bring us long-lasting peace.
Top Israeli officials also made their opinions known.
Regarding Lebanon, we have created a buffer zone, and we will remain there as long as necessary. Iran wanted us to withdraw from there, but that did not happen. Do you know why it didn't happen? Because I stood very, very firm.
Defense Minister Israel Katz posting on X, "We will have the ability to act independently to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons and will not withdraw from the security zones in Lebanon." This month, Iran launched a barrage of missiles toward Israel after the IDF attacked the suburbs of Beirut and Iran's proxy Hezbollah. The IDF has now made its deepest incursion into Lebanon in decades, destroying broad sections of the south and displacing more than 1 million people.
There is still fighting with Hezbollah, still fighting with Iran. Hamas still hasn't gone away.
Ilan Levy is a former spokesperson for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government.
The ballistic missile threat, the nuclear threat, are a shadow of what they were in the past. But it's like taking a round of antibiotics and finishing before the end. The Iranian regime is still on its feet, nursing its wounds, vowing revenge, and remains dangerous.
He says Netanyahu is trying to salvage his legacy.
The Prime Minister promised total victory, and we're nowhere near that at the moment.
As the military campaign drags on, Netanyahu's support has fallen.
We have been living for years under threats caused by the belligerence of our government. So I hope it is a lesson also for Israeli citizens that military force mainly creates problems.
In the seaside town of Nahariya, just 6 miles from the Lebanese border, tourism has taken a hit. It's a quiet summer, but residents are vocal and divided on how much Trump is influencing Netanyahu.
Trump can say whatever he wants, don't bomb here, bomb there. If we need to carry out strikes, we'll carry out strikes anywhere in the world.
I felt like it's the same game that's always being played. They start, they continue, then they stop. Daddy Trump says stop, so they stop. Daddy Trump says continue, so they continue. And we have a yes man, Netanyahu, who does what he's told, and we are learning to live with that.
But many Israelis support military action against Hezbollah and Iran, even while questioning Netanyahu's ability to secure Israel. In a poll earlier this month, 61% of Israelis said Netanyahu should not run in the next round of national elections slated for early fall. But the prime minister announced today that he would. While Netanyahu prepares for another election cycle, Israelis prepare for another cycle of insecurity that Eylon Levy says is unacceptable.
That's why it is critical not to accept a new normal in which the Iranian regime thinks it can call the shots.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Stephanie Tsai.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
So the Knicks won yesterday, which apparently is cause to burn down the entire country, I suppose, if you are young and a leftist and of a certain ethnic background. Hassan Piker, of course, we have to talk about his crash out, obviously, because daily Hassan Piker crash outs on this channel. It's what we do.
Cast last night, did you guys know?
We are the filler arc of the legendary series.
Well, was inebriated. He came over here, and he beat my ass. And
It happens a lot to Hassan Piker, actually. Now, just understand, this is millionaire Hassan Piker, Nepo baby. It's a family of Turkish billionaires who made their fortune off of the Armenian genocide. And charging rent as landlords, complaining about paying $6,500 for a luxury seat at a luxury sporting event. And he didn't even get a shout out by the NBA as a celebrity appearance.
and he demanded that we go to
So
Madison
sad.
Square Garden, which we did.
So sad.
We had dumped a decent amount of money for these
What
seats.
a
They
victim,
weren't
guys.
like technically nosebleed seats, but they weren't great either. It was like a
Oh,
weird
not even
angle.
great seats.
It was like a weird, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a weird angle. Okay. Did you say hi to Taylor? Yeah, no, I did not. I didn't. I was not mentioned in the celebrities that were invited.
Yeah.
I was not mentioned in the celebrities that were invited to watch the game list either.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
It was a strange vantage point. Here, I'll show you. I think I took a photo of it, didn't I? Oh wait, we didn't post it. But I guess you can kind of tell from this angle. It's like behind one of the baskets, but like not exactly behind.
It's fucking retard scarf. Let's go.
But just like not in the
Hey.
center. This was our vantage point.
Yeah. So again, poor guy, poor bastard, poor dude, poor guy. Anyway, just understand exactly what was going on before the game. Here we have Zoran Mamdani releasing a message in Arabic, because that's exactly what the mayor of New York should be doing. Totally not a sign that we're being conquered or anything. To the soccer fans, want to watch the matches, New York, blah, 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 please give yourselves enough time to get to the matches. And he releases this beautiful memory TV style meme template in Arabic, because that is what the mayor of New York City should be doing. You know, that's what I'm saying, all right? Sneeko, of course, of the third world is because essentially New York is just becoming the third worldification of New York is fucking heartbreaking. All right, again, just understand, this is coming from a guy who lived in New York for a couple of years and understand that since COVID, New York has been an absolute shithole. All right, now the third worldification continues. Sneeko holds up the Moroccan flag with a group of Moroccan Muslim fans at a Morocco's World Cup match against Brazil.
Morocco, man. Man. I always hated Brazil. I always hated Brazil.
You want the flag for a bit?
Yes, let's put it up, man.
Put it up.
Let's show the stream. We're live right now. Boom.
Oh, is that Sneeko?
You know
is he wearing a pentagram?
I was born in Fez.
Actually,
yeah,
oh,
Walla, bro.
Yo!
Yeah, Walla.
Oh, look, he's putting on a pentagram.
Let's go. I love Casablanca, man. You guys are crazy out there. Tu parles français? Parles français?
Sweet.
No.
What about Darija? Anything or no?
No.
Stop saying too much.
I thought you guys speak French.
No. We're not.
Yeah, understand what New York is becoming, by the way. All right, so this is our based right-wing streamer.
Boom, bismillah. Takbir. Allahu Akbar. Come on. New York, Islamic Republic. Peace, bro.
New York is Islamic Republic, man. He's probably saying that in the cool, hip way, right? So this is Sneeko saying he's a jihadist, literally on camera.
I don't care what anybody says about like, oh, he likes jihad. Jihad is the fight, is the struggle for what's good.
No, jihad is terrorism, actually. Jihad is terrorism. It's a holy war against the infidels, which is anyone that's not a Muslim.
When it's not a war, jihad is something when you fight inside of yourself.
Yes, the internal struggle. Jihad is smiling.
Jihad is smiling and also blowing up Jews. Let's go!
Is praying. I'm a jihadist.
All right, so he is a jihadist. Bro, we need to deport these people. Like, bro, what the fuck are we doing? This is crazy. So anyway, so yes, so Sneeko is a jihadist, self-proclaimed, very good, love that. And this is the Islamification of New York. All right, so here we got a couple of Jewish celebrities like Ben Stiller and Timothy Chalamet or whatever, and then we got the most miserable greaseballs just be like the Zionists. All right, so here we got Palestine flag, the fucking Zionists.
Look at these fucking Ziodorks.
Look at them out there, those Zion. This is just be like Jews in New York, and it's like I guess the line has moved to it's not okay for the Jews to be in Israel or New York. Man, I'm really glad people are starting to pick up on exactly what the Palestine movement actually is. They hate Jews, they hate Christians, they hate the Western civilization, they view Israel as an extension of the West, they hate America, and that is exactly what the Palestine movement always has been. It's not like Palestine has ever not been quote-unquote occupied ever in the history of Palestinians. But these retards, they need to keep starting wars and losing. But no, he was just criticizing the state of Israel, obviously. But this is the third worldification of New York. All right, understand exactly what's going on. Now, NBA star James Harden was arrested, charged with carrying unlawful weapons. The reason why I wanted to show this to you is because I don't think it was socioeconomic conditions, man. I was a little racist, but I had to do it. Now, of course, Zohran Mamdani's new trans clinic will not provide care for trans people under 19. So obviously, a lot of the woke retards are like really upset about this. They're like, what? But we wanted to trans the kids. We literally wanted to castrate as many children as we can, and Zohran Mamdani's not going to let us do that? I can't believe it. Now, of course, we got people defending Zohran Mamdani. The only reason why he can't is because of federal law. It's not his fault. It's Trump. Based? Based? Let's go, Trump. Trump W? Holy shit, it's unreal. It's actually crazy watching this. So, of course, because this is the natural thing to do after your goy ball concludes, you gotta destroy your city, I guess. People are destroying the NYPD vehicles in New York City, and Zohran Mamdani has nothing to say. Now, remember, Zohran Mamdani was criticizing the protests in England against migration because it's racist, all right? But he's not saying anything about the fact that they're literally destroying New York City? What the fuck is this? Look at these youths of nebulous ethnic backgrounds. Interesting. Yes. Socioeconomic factors playing a big role in this one. And you hear some random youth in the background of nebulous ethnic background screaming, "What y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do?" So brave. You know, and then they're gonna arrest this guy. They won't. I'm joking. But in a perfect world, they would arrest this guy, and then all the other people would chip the fuck out. He's just a baby. He's just baby. Many such cases. Yeah, many such cases. Breaking, rioters have began setting school buses on fire in Times Square during Knicks riots. All right, this is not in the media. Police aren't doing anything. Mamdani failed New York, obviously. But here's the real kicker. You ready for the real kicker? These riots are worse. Not even exaggerating and not hyperbolizing. These riots are worse and more violent and more destructive than the riots in England against migrants. Yet every news channel, every media channel has been covering the riots in the United Kingdom against migration because the guy was beheaded in public, by the way. They're all covering that. It's the only thing everyone's talking about. They're race riots. They're dangerous. It's far right. It's fascism. They lit something on fire. And here you have objectively bigger riots, more property damage taking place, and no one has anything to say about it at all because it's just youths doing what youths do. It's just a couple of hooligans from the hood having it's just what they do. It's just their culture, okay? It's their culture, and all cultures are equal, actually. So why should we have anything to say? Yeah, breaking, rioters are completely destroying more school buses in Times Square. Apparently, this is just a completely normal thing to do, I guess, and there's no reason to criticize it. That's right, this will not be in the news. This is not covered by any mainstream media. If not for Twitter, we wouldn't even know it exists. It's just people destroying shit, and then they want to tax the rich. Right, do you understand? And then they're like, we have to tax white people and Jews more because that's the rich. The rich, according to Zoran Mamdani's third worldification process, is Jews and whites. All right, so we need to tax Jews and whites more so that we could pay for school buses, because this is paid by the tax dollars, that we will not arrest people for destroying. Do you understand why I am actually happy that Elon Musk is a trillionaire and not that the government has more money? All right, because what is the government going to do with that money? Are they going to pay for more school buses that are going to get destroyed that they're not going to do anything about? I'm sorry, man. I'm tired of living like this. This is jungle shit. These people are chimping the fuck out, and for some reason we're doing nothing about it. World Cup tourists in New York City.
Jesus Christ! Why the fuck did you bring me down here?
And for some reason, this is just normal. Now, there is a silver lining here. Silver lining. Nina Lynn, most obnoxious streamer of all time. I've covered her like once or twice in the past because she's just insufferable. Got arrested in New York City for riding on top of an Amazon delivery vehicle.
What's up? Yo! It's a bomb! Yo, it's dummy late! Oh! We on top of a fucking Amazon car. Stop playing. We on an Amazon car.
Like, actually insufferable people.
Yo, hey,
she got arrested. Yeah, so anyway, there's silver linings, I suppose. Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games. Complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated. Now, here we have Ahmed Zaid from Egypt. That's how you know it's going to be good. All right. How can a country host the World Cup when both of its officials are linked to the biggest sex crime in history, Epstein? Right, yes. What about Epstein? What about Epstein? Sorry, apparently that guy's from Yemen, not from Egypt. Get a load of this one. Approximately 3.8 million girls and women in Yemen are married before the age of 18. Epstein civilization over there, man. Epstein civilization that y'all have. and you'll all just cry and bitch and whine because Rubio is preventing people from terrorist countries to enter our nation. Now, you might think it's racist for me to say that, but I don't care what your opinion is. It really means very little to me. Yes, I actually think we should not be allowing any people, even on visas, as tourists into our country if they're coming from the fucking shithole. Sorry, I don't want to take that chance, actually. Fuck you guys. You suck. You just suck, Ahmed. So anyway, this is a city council meeting in Hamtramck, Minnesota. All right? So I'm just showing this to you to explain to you exactly what the third worldification of our country is supposed to look like according to the Zoran Mamdanis of the world, according to the Ilhan Omars and the retards on the left that wants to turn our country into this. All right? Understand. This
I
is
can
what
do the
they
same
want.
thing every council meeting. I can, and I can make the decision. You can do it tomorrow. Yeah, I'm making it.
I don't know.
No. I don't know. This is the way the fact is.
The question here is, who brought this resolution? The original one.
Very good. Original Salman brought it. Salman brought.
No.
You can back them here.
This is a city council meeting.
Question is
He's not outside.
No. He's kidding.
Oh my God, are you racist and only saying this because of the color of your skin? No, I'm saying this because these are third worlders. I'm saying this because I don't like the third worldification of my country. Our country is its people, and they've replaced our people with these fucking creatures, okay? What do you want from me? Again, nothing personal about any of these guys. It's the government's fault that they're in our country. It's not their fault. They're like, oh my God, America's the best country in the world. We should totally move here and turn it into fucking Islamabad too. All right? Do you blame them? No, I don't even blame them. I blame the people that brought them here and gave them the ability to have positions of power that set up and designed entire infrastructure so that we can have enclaves of retard communities to elect our retard leaders.
He comes back. I'm speaking right now. I am speaking! Excuse me! I ain't done enough from your...
This looks like the fucking dictator from fucking Kazakhstan. We will have nuclear weapon for peaceful purposes only.
Behavior! Your behavior is very bad! Okay?
Your behavior bad!
Very in a bad! Because you are very disrespectful man.
Speak for 30
No, excuse me, you cannot, sir. I'm speaking.
City council meeting.
Nobody in the floor is speaking. This is. You are my father to censor like outside business. Are you my parent?
Mohammed Hossein, how dare you censor me? You're not my father. It's unreal that this is America. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. It's unreal that this is America. Because ultimately, a country is its people. People are their culture. Their culture is downstream from their religion. I'm not trying to, nitpick here or anything, but this is just facts. So if you import gigantic bodies of humans from shitholes that are shitholes because of the people there that made them shitholes, all right? Or, rather, never made them not shitholes, all right? Of course, we're gonna continue the third worldification of America. You think America just has magic soil? You're gonna introduce 4 bajillion Mohammed Hassans into America, and all of a sudden it's gonna become a paradise full of Mohammed Hassans? It won't. All right, 4 of the 6 members of City Council are under investigations for election fraud too. All right, as like an added bonus, aside, they're all straight white Christian males, obviously, as you can see from these images. All right, so aside from like the obvious fucking monkey business going on in the government, we also have to deal with this. It's unreal. Now, everyone's screaming about how Trump's UFC arena is defiling the White House. All right? Trump is doing fighting matches in the White House for the 250th anniversary of our nation. That's so mad. It's so bad and mean of him. It's so mean and bad. He's defiling the White House. Like these people give a flying fuck. All right? Never forget what happened in 2020. All right? Never forget the fact that this happened. And we didn't elect the most far-right president of all time to put these savages in cuffs is unreal to me. I think we have video footage of these people. Every single one of them needs to go to jail. All right? This is unreal. This is insane. It really is. It's borderline terrorism, actually. And then they bitch about us. Oh, you have a White House UFC event? Fuck you. Fuck you. You don't care about our country at all. Obviously, you've made that clear. Leftism is just anti-Westernism. It's low IQ anti-Westernism, and it has a bow on it where it makes believe it's about socialized healthcare, which it's not. It never has been. This is a public school in St. Paul, Minnesota. Every girl in a hijab in kindergarten. You know what that means, by the way. All right, these are the people that are breeding in America, while infinite antinatalist propaganda is getting shoveled down every single person's throat in every single show and movie and Hollywood production, and telling women that you have to get careers and you have to be girl bosses, and before you get married, you should be at least 35 before even thinking about getting married. You should abort your babies and you should castrate your children, and everyone's gay and everyone's trans and shit like that. And the only people breeding are these guys, the Somali community. They have 7 children each. All right, and then it's like, wow, the third worldification of America, huh? But this is the plan. It always has been the plan. You know, as Sneeko so aptly put it, New York Islamic Republic, because that's the goal. Obviously, that's the goal. Now, these are Islamic scholars in the U.S. revealing their plan, and they're not even afraid to do it because they'll just call you Islamophobic if you repeat their words.
America, okay, if we don't want them to implement secularism, so what do we want them to implement? They say that America now, okay, there is not enough Muslims for them and to implement Islam, but now it is our challenge as du'at, as intellectuals, as academic, to present solutions based on Islamic values, but in the second level degree, not to tell them replace secularism with Islam, it won't work. Yeah, presenting Islam as a civilizational
they have to make believe that they're not back savages.
Alternative. This needs from us a different way of addressing.
Interesting. So a strategy to lie to people.
In fact, the whole world.
Wow.
Trying to get into key positions where you are influencing the decisions, yani decision making. If we are, whatever we do, and we are not influentials, we cannot influence the how politics is running. We are not influence the decision-making processes.
We know that if we were to do this from...
Isn't it interesting that their goal is just to gain political power first and implement it little by little through America until eventually they get complete and utter compliance? But I'm called Islamophobic if I mention that this is exactly what's happening.
0 to 100, the people are going to say, we're not going to have this type. Look Afghanistan, look other places. And people understand they're not going to go from 0 to 100 overnight. Suppose a Muslim party, an Islamic party, comes in and they start changing. You know what? We want to make sure there's no alcohol being sold. So can we, for the time being, because here's the point, any type of stuff we do, it's not astaghfirullah to substitute the Sharia. No, it's a program to eventually apply.
Yeah. So I'm really glad that they say it out loud, even though I'm Islamophobic for repeating it. But ultimately, there is one man fighting against the Islamification and, well, mostly the third worldification of our country, especially LA, and that is Spencer Pratt. So Spencer Pratt was recently cheated out of his election. So essentially the way the LA elections works, the top 2 people that actually engage in the mayoral election proceed to have a runoff, 1v1. And Spencer Pratt won 2nd place, and then they cheated. And then they brought in so many ballots of late votes from retards, and all of them voted for, get a load of this one, the 3rd place candidate, knocking him out of the top 2. Now, I'm curious to see if the Trump administration does something. I'm disappointed that they didn't yet, because it's absolutely insane. But Spencer Pratt dropped the nuke. And this might be one of the greatest political ads I've ever seen in my lifetime. This has 10 million views already, by the way.
Now that the campaign portion of my mission to save Los Angeles is coming to a close, and I'm moving on to the next, more interesting phase, listen, I've spent a lot of time slaying everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take the chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. You think you can get rid of me that easily? I know a lot of dim-witted jerks thought I was in this for a grift, that I was gonna roll up and leave town if I didn't get into City Hall. It's just not fair. Hey, morons, I didn't get in this for political power. I got in this to expose this corrupt machine, and nothing has changed. You enjoy your worthless meetings in City Hall.
Matthew, you have all this information. You're running for mayor. Show what you're really about, or get the fuck out of the race.
I'm gonna be lighting you up every single day, and now I don't have to worry about offending CNN viewers. I don't have a campaign laws hamstringing me now. It's war. It's 0 hour for Los Angeles. Angelinos are now stuck with 2 morons responsible for all their problems, and they have to choose between dumb and dumber. Hey! That's not a choice. That's the machine protecting the machine, and now every problem...
That's right. He's so right. They literally have a leftist and a far leftist going at each other after robbing the one conservative right-wing candidate from his election. I'm surprised. I thought he would make such a bigger stink out of this. But he's just like, no, you know what? You know what? Fine. Fine. You want to rig it? Oh!
The problem that plagues Los Angeles because of these two corrupt communists is going to accelerate, and the city will tumble headlong into the abyss. You have no idea how many major developers, hoteliers, business owners, entrepreneurs have been texting me saying they're packing up and leaving town. More of your favorite restaurants will be shuttering. That means less tax revenue. That means the city has to cut services, more potholes, less firefighters, less police patrols, more criminals, more drug addicts terrorizing your communities. And we haven't ended it. You have no idea how bad things are about to get for this city. Look at this place already. Weeds growing from every crack and crevice, graffiti over every square inch of public space, garbage, drugs, feces, burned up dogs, burned down towns.
Yeah, they were lighting dogs on fire, by the way. That was not a joke. Actually, that was actually real, actually, believe it or not. Oh boy.
This city is a mess, and you're about to reward the arsonist who torched the place with 4 more years of destruction?
I know he's very bitter.
My goal hasn't changed. I've been laser focused on stopping these commie animals, and I will stop them. If you think we uncovered a lot of fraud and evil in the campaign, just wait. We have some recordings of one of your exalted candidates doing and saying something that would make her resign in shame. I was saving it for the general election. Go ahead and pick your demon, certify your choice, and then you get to see it. So Karen Nithya, ask yourself, is it possible that one of your employees may have a recording of you doing or saying something that would force you to resign in disgrace?
Oh my God, bro's holding on to the nuclear option. He's like, you know what, we're just going to get there.
Hope you sleep well at night over the next 5 months, because you know who hasn't slept well at all for the last 17 months? My mom. All my neighbors in the Palisades. All the moms who worry about their kids walking past drug addicts in front of their schools. All the business owners getting crushed in the LA economy, worried that they can't stay in business and feed their kids. Angelinos have been struggling for years now, all while corrupt politicians and fraudulent NGOs profit off the misery and fleece us for the tax dollars.
Right.
Well, now we're flipping the script. I want all of you awake at night sweating and worried about 5 a.m. when the FBI blazers bust in the door, breaking open your office, because I assure you, they're coming. You think your election...
The FBI is coming. You think losing an election matters to me? It's all part of the plan.
...was gonna stop me? If you want to stop me...
You're gonna have to fucking kill me!
Political I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't even live in LA, but I'm ready for war. I am rooting for this guy. Oh my God, we have to stop the third worldification of our country, because, like, if we don't, we'd end up like England. God help us.
And we got the Obama Center. We got the Obamas.
Excitement.
Obama, thank you.
Is in the air.
I can't wait
for the Obama Presidential Center to open. Not just the museum, but the outdoor space and activities that comes along with it. The center offers a nature-inspired playground, a place Jamie McLaughlin plans to spend a lot of time with his 2 sons, who are 3 and 5 years old.
At least once or twice a week, just to get them out and see what's out here, you know, inspire them as well.
The center also offers picnic areas with several outdoor grills.
I can't wait to see what's going on and just see the development of everything. So it's going to be a good thing for us and for the community.
And open park space in the Great Lawn, a massive hill that can be used for winter sledding or just a day to spend with friends and family over a sprawling 58,000-foot lawn. There will be plenty of space to jog, stroll, or bike along the walking trail. You can also reflect with family and friends at the Ann Dunham Water Terrace, honoring the life and legacy of President Obama's mother. Valerie Jarrett, former senior advisor to President Barack Obama, says they had thousands of community meetings, asking residents what do they want to see in addition to the Presidential Museum.
And out of those conversations came Chicago Public Library, an athletic center, picnic tables, barbecue pits, walking trails, fruit and vegetable garden, all of the kinds of things that anybody would want in an amenity at a park in their community surfaced from this neighborhood.
It's something Peter Samuel and his family were hoping to see before the opening. They traveled from Delaware to tour downtown Chicago and see the Obama Center.
We actually had saw it's opening soon, so we thought it's all complete. At least we can be able to sit from the outside even if we don't get to see inside. But our plan is to come back sometime and see it again.
Samuel says that trip back to Chicago will have to be in a couple of months.
It's all sold out. I actually did look up the tickets when we were coming up, thinking there's going to be an early visit, and I saw even July was all booked up anyway. So our trip has to be past September to come back over here.
Residents tell us they're excited for these gates to come down so they have access to outdoor activities for visitors of all ages.
Well, the Obamas are back here in Chicago ahead of the opening of the Obama Presidential Center later this week. And over the weekend, the former president was really in his element in one of his favorite places. Video shared by the center shows President Obama shooting some hoops on the new facilities court, chatting with guests and reflecting on his days on the campaign trail. And if you are heading to Jackson Park this week, plan for some extra time. Several streets around the Obama Presidential Center are closed ahead of Thursday's opening ceremony. You can see them right there on your screen. Midway Plaisance from Dorchester to Stony Island, portions of Blackstone Avenue, Cornell Drive, and on Stony Island and 59th Street. Drivers encouraged to find alternate routes as preparations continue for that big opening celebration. And those street closures are unfortunately also causing some issues for people who live nearby.
Yeah, not too many alternate routes when you got to go through there. Christian Farr is live in Woodlawn with just some of those frustrations. Christian, I'm sure an exciting time for those neighbors, but we see all that orange behind you.
Well, good afternoon, Kate and Alex. We're at 63rd and Stony Island, where there's a barricade put up at 63rd, which means people have to find an alternative way to get home or actually get to work. And one resident we spoke with was trying to get his father to the hospital, but those barricades caused some delays.
It took me 35, 40 minutes to try to figure out how to get in my own complex. No one was there to navigate me at all.
Science DeAndre lives near 60th and Stony Island, not far from the Presidential Center. But DeAndre says this morning's street closures made it difficult for him and others to either get to work or, in his case, get his father to the hospital so he could receive hospice care.
It was frustrating, and other people were frustrated because I'm sure they were late for work. You know, I don't want to have to deal with stresses when I have to bury my father in about another 3-4 weeks. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of elderly people living in this complex over here that has to be picked up in the morning times.
Some of this morning's barricades were put up by a private company called Meridian. We reached out to Chicago's Department of Transportation, the mayor's office, and OEMC about DeAndre's concerns, and were directed to the press office of the Obama Presidential Center for comment. Meridian told us that their barricades are easier to adjust than those used in the past.
What makes them unique is they're deployable by one person, so you don't have to use any heavy machinery, no forklifts, and if you got to move them to a different location or allow for emergency access vehicles, you can get them right out of the way with just one person.
As a result of these recent closures, DeAndre is now using a scooter instead of his car to move about. And he just hopes that the city or center officials can put up signage to help him and his neighbors get around.
If they don't care about us, then we're going to end up taking a stand, and it's going to be harder for them. And they can't get mad at us because we live here. So why don't they figure out a solution before that happens?
Now, minutes ago, we just heard back from the Obama Presidential Center officials, and they say they distributed street closure info throughout the neighborhood on flyers, door hangers, and electronic message boards. They also held 2 public meetings about those closures. Now, tomorrow, a rally will be held by a Southside coalition that fought for an ordinance to protect those who live near the center here in Woodlawn. They will be focused on displacement, but traffic could also be part of that subject. The Obama Center says they will continue to work with the neighborhood to help them navigate this opening. Reporting live here in Woodlawn, Christian Farr, NBC 5 News. Kate and Alex, back to you in the studio.
The college entrance exams in China have just ended. Students have started what people are calling revenge spending. Apple stores across the country are packed with customers. Meanwhile, nearby Huawei phone stores are completely empty, creating an awkward and striking contrast. Some media outlets are even asking whether students are becoming less patriotic. After price cuts, Apple phone sales have surged. Recently, a vlogger released data covering May 25th to May 31st. It shows that the iPhone 17 series in China has reached a cumulative activation sales volume of 32.33 million units, setting a new record for any iPhone generation in the Chinese market. Looking at the breakdown, by week 20th of this year, sales were over 30 million units. By week 21, they jumped to 31.5 million units. By week 22, they reached about 32.3 million units. This means Apple sold around 2 million phones in just 2 weeks, and by week 21, it had already overtaken Huawei to become the sales leader in the Chinese market. For a premium brand like Apple, this is highly unusual. Market research shows that in the price segment above 5,000 yuan, Apple already had a strong advantage. After further price cuts, the advantage became even more obvious. Many consumers who originally planned to buy high-end domestic phones switched to Apple once they saw the discounted prices. Many online users have been comparing Apple and Huawei phones. One iPhone user said,
"Look at this. This is an iPhone 4. I've used it for 15 years, and it's still smooth. What does leading the world even mean? It still plays music, still runs video clips. Can anyone teach me how to use this thing properly? Let me walk around with it. Pretty cool. Don't say I'm not patriotic. I actually bought that foldable phone before, even paid extra for it. Then I accidentally dropped it into the toilet, and the screen just leaked. Replacing the screen cost 4,000 yuan. After that, I only used Apple phones. My whole family uses them now. My mom, my sister, even my nephew. If it's leading the world, you can keep it."
A second-hand phone seller posted a video saying he had just received a Huawei Mate 60 Pro. On his desk was an iPhone 15 Pro Max, and it reminded him that both phones were released in 2023. Although only a few years have passed, the resale market tells a very different story. When the Mate 60 Pro first launched, it was extremely hard to buy, and many people paid nearly 2,000 yuan above retail price just to get one. Now, a well-maintained 512GB Huawei Mate 60 Pro sells for less than 2,000 yuan on the second-hand market. By contrast, the iPhone 15 Pro Max, released in the same year, can still sell for around 5,000 yuan. So, if both phones were originally bought for around 8,000 to 9,000 yuan, after a few years, one can still resell for 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, while the other drops to just 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. The gap is striking. The vlogger added that whenever he praises Apple, he often gets attacked in the comments, but after several years of real-world use, the resale value speaks for itself. He also mentioned the newly released Huawei Mate 80 Pro Max. It launched at over 9,000 yuan, but within a few days, new units had already dropped to around 7,000 yuan. At the same time, new Apple devices have remained relatively stable in price. Looking at both the retail and resale markets, the difference in value retention is more than double. In terms of operating system, features, or brand preference, everyone has their own view. But if you look purely at resale value and long-term durability, the blogger still believes it is still very difficult for any brand on the market to match Apple. A few days ago, I posted a video saying my Huawei phone overheats while recording, causing lag and frame drops. I made it clear this was just a factual observation, not an attack. But then I was flooded with hostile messages from extreme fans. Some insisted Huawei phones have temperature control and protection chips, and therefore my issue must be impossible or caused by user error. Others demanded I delete the video, claiming it could be exploited by foreign actors to attack Huawei or even China. Some even threatened my family, which I found completely unacceptable. My point is simple. Overheating and stuttering are exactly what I reported, and arguing emotionally doesn't change that. What frustrates me the most is this kind of blind defense. If users can't report real problems without being attacked, then real feedback disappears. And without feedback, no product improves. If a brand wants to grow, it needs honest criticism, not idol-like protection. You shouldn't have to tolerate performance issues just because a product is domestic. Real confidence comes from competing on quality with brands like Apple and Samsung, not from silencing criticism. Electronics are tools for users, not objects of worship. If users experience overheating or lag but are afraid to speak up or get attacked for reporting them, then the company will wrongly assume the product is perfect. When that happens, competitors with smoother products will take market share, and blind fan behavior will not be able to stop sales decline. Recent sales data suggests that Huawei phone sales have been declining sharply. After price cuts on Apple phones, Huawei has been struggling to compete, with many stores showing very little foot traffic. Industry observers say Huawei is facing an unprecedented crisis. The 2025 Huawei financial report shows both revenue and net profit increased. However, a deeper analysis suggests the quality of those earnings is questionable. Revenue growth is slowing sharply, profitability is weakening, and the balance between investment and return is becoming strained. Some core business lines are reportedly under pressure. The domestic market is nearing stagnation, talent outflow is increasing, and some analysts even say the company is entering a period of serious structural challenge. A Huawei insider recently told reporters that the internal atmosphere at Huawei has become very tense. Many employees have chosen to resign. This includes not only regular staff, but also technical experts. Some left due to dissatisfaction with compensation, while others reportedly disagreed with Huawei's intense wolf culture management style. The source also claimed that Huawei has used confidentiality agreements signed by former employees to restrict them from seeking new jobs at similar companies in Shenzhen. Online records suggests that at least 2 top Huawei experts have left the company so far this year. On March 31, 2026, Huawei released its 2025 annual financial report. Revenue reached 880 billion yuan, up 2.2% compared with 22.4% growth in 2024. Net profit was 68 billion yuan, up 8.7%, but significantly lower than previous peaks of 113.7 billion yuan in 2021 and 87 billion yuan in 2023. According to the report, the other net income and expenses item reached 22.7 billion yuan, up sharply from 8.3 billion yuan in 2024, an increase of 173%. A closer look shows that most of this increase came from fair value changes of financial instruments arising from disposal of subsidiaries and business segments. In 2024, this category was 0. Fair value changes refer to gains or losses from assets and liabilities measured at market value, such as stocks, bonds, or real estate. Huawei's 2025 net profit increased by 5.46 billion yuan compared to 2024, but gains from asset sales, business restructuring, and valuation changes totaled 16.9 billion yuan. This portion is considered non-recurring income rather than stable operational earnings. If this is excluded, Huawei's 2025 net profit would be negative 11.4 billion yuan. In fact, Huawei's profitability already began declining sharply in the first half of 2025. Semi-annual results showed net profit of 37.2 billion yuan, a year-on-year drop of 32%. These figures suggest that Huawei's core profitability is weakening, and its main business is under pressure. Looking at business segments, both of Huawei's core divisions are slowing: ICT infrastructure and consumer devices. Consumer device revenue reached 344.5 billion yuan, growing only 1.6% compared with 2024. Revenue from ICT infrastructure reached 375 billion yuan, up just 2.6% compared to 2024. Together, these two businesses account for 82% of Huawei's total revenue. Venture capital partner Zhao Qixing analyzed that the strong growth in 2024 was driven by the return of high-end smartphones like the Mate 60 and Pura 70, which helped Huawei regain the top position in the Chinese market. However, the 1.6% growth in 2025 suggests that the high-end rebound effect has faded, and the overall Chinese smartphone market remains weak, pushing the device business into a more normal growth phase. Huawei cloud revenue in 2025 fell to 32.16 billion yuan, a decline of 3.5% year-on-year. Revenue from the China region reached 616.2 billion yuan, up only 0.2%, essentially flat. The contraction in cloud business is attributed to severe limitations in computing hardware supply and increasing competition from rivals offering more cost-effective solutions in the government and enterprise sectors. According to Southern Daily, Huawei Cloud is already showing signs of gradually falling behind in development. In some respects, it has not built the core capabilities needed to compete effectively in the public cloud market. In addition, Huawei's 2025 financial report shows research and development investment reached 192.3 billion yuan, up 7% year-on-year, with an R&D expense ratio of 21.8%. Sales and administrative expenses reached 141.8 billion yuan, also up 7.5%, accounting for 16% of revenue. These two categories total more than 330 billion yuan, yet they only drove revenue growth of 2.2%. Industry observers say this reflects very low efficiency in commercial conversion, meaning heavy investment is not translating into strong growth. Supercomputing nodes, the Harmony OS ecosystem, and AI infrastructure development are all part of an attempt to bypass Western restrictions by rebuilding core systems from the ground up, but building these systems requires massive capital investment. At the same time, global competitors are operating on highly standardized and low-cost architectures. As a result, Huawei's large-scale R&D spending is not only failing to generate proportionally higher profits, but may also be squeezing the company's already limited financial flexibility. In addition, Huawei's consolidated balance sheet shows that accounts payable and notes payable increased from 105.1 billion yuan in 2024 to 113.9 billion yuan. Contract liabilities rose from 97.4 billion yuan to 116.8 billion yuan over the same period. This is interpreted by some analysts as not simply reflecting strong product sales and cash inflow, but also potentially indicating pressure being passed along the supply chain. Industry instructor at Zhejiang Financial College, Lu Bin, expressed a similar view in an interview with Taiwan News. He said the data suggests that in 2025, Huawei may have extended payment cycles to suppliers, while also receiving a large amount of customer prepayments, effectively locking in future cash inflows in advance. Among all business segments, the fastest growing area was smart vehicles, with revenue reaching 45 billion yuan, up 72%. However, this is a sharp slowdown compared to 2024, when growth was 474%. Several experts note that differentiation in intelligent driving technology is narrowing, and competition is becoming increasingly intense. Because Huawei's consumer business has come under pressure, its traditional profit engine in telecom infrastructure is growing only around 2%, while smart vehicles still account for less than 5% of total revenue and are not large enough to become a core pillar. As a result, experts say the smart vehicle segment alone cannot save Huawei. Across the entire 2025 automotive market, competition has become extremely intense. A brutal price war is underway. The idea of a pure technology supplier is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. Huawei has tied itself to 4 automotive partners and other traditional automakers. Its key joint brands are Ito, Luxeed, Stellato, and Maestro. If any of them run into problems, the profitability of Huawei's smart vehicle business could collapse rapidly. Of course, the most unfavorable factor for Huawei still comes from the United States. According to sources familiar with the matter speaking to Bloomberg, the U.S. government has urged NATO allies to use defense spending to replace critical infrastructure components made by Huawei. The United States has long treated Huawei and other Chinese suppliers as national security risks and has already excluded them from U.S. networks. Now, officials in the Trump administration are strongly pushing NATO allies to follow the same approach. The European Commission is also reportedly planning to revise their Cybersecurity Act, aiming to introduce stricter oversight measures. This includes the possibility of a collective EU-level ban on Chinese vendors in telecom networks. Previously, the European Commission had already designated Huawei and ZTE as high-risk suppliers for telecom infrastructure. Analysts say that although financial reports still show Huawei as profitable, once government support and proceeds from asset sales are removed, the company's true financial position in 2025 would actually show significant losses. They also argue that this is not only due to product quality issues, but also because its core consumer base has become less patriotic, or as they put it, have come to understand patriotism in a different way. This shift has reportedly led to a large decline in Huawei supporters. In June, a post on X cited a speech by Zhang Han, spokesperson for China's Taiwan Affairs Office. She stated that after peaceful reunification, the money of people in Taiwan would no longer be wasted on purchasing weapons, residential homes and temples would no longer store ammunition, and foreign interference in cross-strait affairs would be eliminated. State media heavily promoted the statement. However, according to the Post, what followed was an unexpected wave of online backlash. On June 11th, the video was uploaded to Douyin and triggered thousands of comments from mainland users. Screenshots show that out of about 11,000 comments, a large majority appeared to express support for Taiwan or criticism of official messaging. Some seemingly neutral but supportive comments included, "Taiwan compatriots, stay strong. I wish people in Taiwan happiness and good health. I hope Taiwan friends have long and healthy lives." Other comments went further, with messages such as, "I respect Taiwan's choice, support Taiwan in resisting pressure. Everyone should protect their own home, right? Military strength is necessary so no one dares to act recklessly." One of the most liked comments reportedly said, "Never let Taiwan fall into the hands of thugs." This comment received over 7,000 likes. More and more people in China are waking up, and Huawei, once regarded as the most valued technology company and a key tool in China's broader state and industrial strategy, is now becoming increasingly sidelined. Empty Huawei stores are not only seen as a sign of a sharp decline in the company's performance, but are also being interpreted by some as a reflection of a broader shift in sentiment toward state-linked national champions.
Read the index card. Her universal decision became the epitome of the perseverance and
Did he get any of them right?
Index card. Her universal decision became the epitome of the perseverance and
like 5.5. Okay, got like half right.
Integrin. Read the index card.
Their regulations require extraordinary vulnerability and emotional accountability.
Read the index card.
That was pretty good. I'd say that's pretty good.
Randall deterioration of the infraction required substantial rehabilitation efforts.
Read the index card.
The remarkability coincidentally encounter prompted considerable speculations afterwards.
He's adding words in, huh? Adding letters.
The remarkability.
Where you getting Billy?
The remarkably.
That was not so bad. Like, that really wasn't. I mean, some of these are just awful, bro. You guys ready? You're not ready. You think you're ready, you're not.
I'll give you $1 if you can name any continent.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what continent. If I did, I would say it.
What century are we in? 20? Yes. If you're driving 60 miles an hour,
He probably, honestly, I would let that one go. Because, like, he doesn't know 21st century. Like, it's like, that's not logical, right? It's not logical. Like, I'm not going to even hold that against him.
you drive for 1 hour, how far do you end up traveling?
If you're driving 60 miles an hour and you drive for 1 hour?
I don't know. I'm not good at math. 2 hours?
Justin here, and today we're in the beautiful Times Square in New York City, doing a collab with Fleckus Talks. We're just gonna go around and ask people, see if they know anything at all. Can you name the continents?
What the f? No? Bitch, like, isn't it like Alaska? I got it right. You see Alaska?
You see, this would not be a problem, except for the fact that these people can vote. Like, this would be funny. It's like, you know what it's like funny, like, you play with like your cat with a laser pointer, and it's like, haha, look how stupid the cat is. It's running around. Look how dumb. But this is real. These are people voting. These are voters. We gotta stop these voters. We do. We need a literacy test. We need a poll tax.
New Jersey? Alaska?
Yeah.
Ah, you see it?
So you got Alaska, New Jersey.
Hawaii?
Yes. What's Obama's last name? Wait. The president, Obama. What's his last name? Quick. Just say it.
I don't.
Say it. Say it.
Obama. What is his last name?
I'm asking you. Just say it. First name.
His last name?
Say it.
What his first name? I don't know. What is his last name?
What's 6 times 7?
Math. Uh-oh. Here we go.
6 times 7?
Yeah.
48.
What does YES
48
spell?
YES?
Yeah.
YES.
ES. I don't know. What the what? You'd say.
What does YES spell?
West, right? West?
7 times 6?
6 times 7.
48. You try to ahead of.
Yes. I'll give you $1 if you can name a single continent.
Yes.
Who did we gain our independence from?
I don't know. Didn't they go to war?
Independence from?
I don't know. Didn't they go to war?
Why is it that they aren't in school? We have a big problem where we graduate people out of high school that shouldn't have graduated middle school. That's the issue. They should have never left the school. Should have never happened.
Yeah, who did we fight against?
Everybody.
Everybody, yeah. Well, I mean, in time, yeah.
I don't even know.
Take a guess. What country?
Korea.
Yeah, we had a Korea War.
Yes, the 69th president of the United States of America.
69th president?
69th. Richard Nixon?
Yes. How many make up 1 dozen?
How many make up 1 dozen? Let me see. 100?
Yes. What is Obama's last name?
Obama. Care. Like, see.
Obamacare? She thinks Obamacare is his full name. Obamacare is his...
C-A-R-E.
Uh-huh. Obama's last name, the president.
Care.
If you're driving 60 miles an hour and you drive for 1 hour, how far do you travel?
Come on, man.
A mile.
Guess. I'll give you this $1 if you can name 1 continent.
USA.
Man.
Continent. I don't know.
Congratulations! 60 miles an hour and you drive for 1 hour, how far do you travel?
1 mile.
Who fought in this
Jesus Christ, this is insane.
Civil War?
Soldiers.
Who against who?
America and France.
Who fought in this?
I really, this is how bad it is.
Civil War.
I don't know that one. I don't know.
Take a guess. Who against who?
Civil War.
You know this.
I don't.
Dig deep. No, I really think you don't know this. I feel like I'm so certain that he doesn't know this. I believe him. Gen Z is literally retarded. Well, the problem is that they only aborted 30% of Gen Z. So that means you have 70% out there that are just dumb. And the other problem, too, is that it's not just Gen Z. I bet if you asked old people questions, they wouldn't know that either.
Civil War.
Hey, y'all, who fought in the Civil War? Cam, who fought in the Civil War? Who fought in the Civil War? Yeah.
Phone a friend?
I forgot, honestly. Take a guess. Who against who?
This is crazy. That's insane. Wow.
It was the U.S. and the Japanese. No way you got that right. You just guessed? Is it? Yeah. Yeah. Do you know who the 69th?
Yeah.
President of the United States is?
The what?
The 69th president.
Come on, bro. Like,
I don't.
If you had to guess, it's the 69th, who was he?
Obama.
I told y'all guys, like, this is really... What's the close one? We're not that high yet. I love how y'all think you're smart in chat. No. We only have 40. Like, we know, guys. We know. You don't have to. If you're so dumb that you need to go into chat and be like, well, actually, no, you're wrong. Like, we know they're stupid. You don't need to prove them that you're smarter than them. You don't need to make everybody know that you know more than they know. We hope that's the case. Right back. By the way, boys, I gotta let y'all know it's raining like a motherfucker in my house. Well, not in my house. I hope not in my house, but outside. So if I go offline, that's the reason why. That's why it's raining like crazy. I just when I look outside, it says, "God damn." God damn, where's all that water coming from? Where's it at? You have any leaks? Fuck no, I don't have any leaks. I got the house fixed. Yeah, I fixed that shit up. I just went, I paid them, and then they fix it. That's the way it works. America doesn't have its 48th president yet? Yeah, that's true. The sky's falling, you're right. Move to a better area? No, I'm not gonna do anything. Like, basically, they told me that they're gonna cut the... They explained the problem to me.
Yes. Spell Mississippi.
I mean, this is just a bullshit ad. Nobody knows what the fuck this is.
Mississippi?
Mississippi.
You know, just Giuseppe, so I'm gonna base it off that. Giuseppe, G-U-I-S-S.
G-U-I-S-S? G-U-I-S. Okay. He got one right?
E-I. So Mississippi will be spelled M-I-S-S.
Bro, Mississippi, bro.
Mississippi. Oh, Mississippi. M-I.
What's the biggest number that you can think of?
They just cut it, bro. This all right.
100.
The biggest number.
How many people are in this mall?
100. A lot.
100 is really the biggest number you can think of. What number comes after 100?
101.
Yes.
It's really, some of these people, man, like, y'all have no idea the situation that we're dealing with, man. You have no idea. I'm going to link y'all this video. This is from 4 years ago. So this is really, and also, like, let me see if there's another, can I find another video of this? People, let me see, like, I don't know, like, how I can find the videos of people reading off the cards, right? Like, Americans try to read. Is this probably could be a good example, right? No, this is not it. I don't know really how I can find a video of this one way or another. Find a more modern one? Well, they're just going to get dumber and dumber. That's it. They get so stupid. They're going to get even more stupid. And I don't know really, like, it's just, reading is what's crazy to me. Is people don't know how to do math type reading index cards.
Read the index card.
The animal's president affections reflected in deeply ingrained behavioral realisms.
Read the index card.
The days, unwarning loyalty, exemplified in unreciprocated emotional dependency. Does that say dog? The dogs? Oh my God, I said doors.
Read the index card.
The deity? How the you say that, bro? Hey, Shanti, help me. Deity? Deity? The deity? I'ma just say the deity, I ain't gonna lie. The deity had a pre-motion?
Yeah.
What the Cause that don't say promotion. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, that card.
Read the index card.
The animals, oh my gosh. Persistent affection reflected a deeply integrated behavioral reliance. Yeah.
Read the index card.
She wore a stiletto of clothes that were extraordinary, but somewhat
you got this.
Grouch.
Grouch.
Yeah.
Hey man, you probably as much as what we have today.
Oh my God.
She wore symphonic.
Oh my God.
That were extraordinary out somewhat gotch.
Read the index card.
She wore stiletto of clothes that were extraordinary but somewhat gotch.
This is bad.
Read the index card.
Why can I read better than them? Because English ain't my first language. As I said, bro, like, it's bad. It's getting really bad out there.
To assemble the governor's schedule.
The governor's
Read the index
schedule.
card.
She wore, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna say that still a whole day or some
Read the index card.
I don't even know how to read for real.
The dog.
I don't even know how to read for real.
The index card.
I don't even know how to read for real.
What do you mean you don't even know how to read?
The dogs.
What do you mean?
I don't know what that say.
Really?
Exemplify in unreciprocated emotional dependency. I don't know.
Read the index card.
The dogs. Unwavering loyalty exemplified in a.
That's crazy.
What's wrong? That's a hard ass word, boy.
That's a hard ass word.
Reciprocated emotional
and it just, by the way, guys, it just goes on and on and on, bro. Like it is. There are so many of these. I guess actually there's not really that many on Twitter, but I've seen way more. And so anyway, it's just really can't even speak properly, let alone read. No, they can't. And these are the people that vote. Like, this is the problem. Is like, so you have people like this voting and shit, and you're gonna have a huge problem. Like, you're gonna have a massive problem.
So here's a new one. 20 past the hour now. The president announcing the U.S. launched a lethal kinetic strike against Tren de Aragua in Venezuela, eliminating one of that gang's top leader. The president describing the operation this way. This action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela, with whom we are working very well. As a result, Tren de Aragua terrorists no longer have safe haven in Venezuela or anywhere else. And under my leadership, we will find these vicious murderers and drug lords anytime, any place, and send them to the depths of hell where they belong. James Gagliano, former FBI supervisory agent, Fox News contributor. James, good day to you, and hello. Here is the Secretary of War yet again, CBS, just yesterday. Watch.
Should Americans understand that the U.S. will remain militarily involved in Venezuela? Should they expect similar operations in places like Ecuador and Guatemala, where the U.S. is working with their governments?
Yes, they should. It's called the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, ACCC, and we're forming it with partner governments all around Central and South America to go after, defeat, and destroy foreign terrorist organizations, drug cartels. And all those countries you named are stepping up to work on partnerships with the United States.
Okay, James, to me it sounds like a new front. How do you see it, and where does it go?
Will build major geopolitical implications here. And look, you know, as Yogi Berra said, it's deja vu all over again. We've been doing this for a while in South America, Central America, and certainly in Mexico. However, not with this kind of level of unprecedented assistance from the government itself. So we know that Delcy Rodriguez replaced Nicolas Maduro after we took him off the map back in early part of this year. This is huge, a kinetic strike on a gang leader in his own country, Bill.
Okay. Would you expect more to be targeted, James?
Yeah. So look at this. Tren de Aragua is a nascent gang. It only began in the 2010s and I think established itself in 2014 in a notorious prison, the Torcarón prison in Venezuela. They haven't been around that long, but they've got tentacles into Chile, into Peru, into Colombia. And when we got that mass exodus, that migration in 2017, 2018 and after from Venezuela, many of these guys snuck themselves into the United States. And Bill, here's the clincher and the closer. The president is using the Alien Enemies Act to basically remove these folks and send them back to their country or to places like El Salvador. It's a brilliant two-pronged attack here. One is to take them off the battlefield via a kinetic strike. The second is removing and deporting the ones that are here.
Before I go to this next topic, are you firmly convinced that the current Venezuelan government is fully on board all this? Because there could be repercussions for them. Go ahead.
Certainly, Bill. I think that's a consideration there, too. And remember, we don't use law enforcement in Venezuela. We use their military. We cooperate with them. But I think they're in. I think they're more in than they're not.
Okay. Delaney Hall, New Jersey, is a place that ICE has been using for some time. You're well aware of it. We have found a lot of people who go there, frankly, take the train up from Philadelphia or other parts. Here's what the New York Post found. Influx of out-of-state agitators with links to dark money group among those arrested. All right, here we go. Out of at least 12 rioters arrested last weekend, 4 came from as far away as Washington State, Colorado, Arizona, Illinois to wreak havoc on the Garden State. James, I know you're not surprised by that, but I think a lot of viewers watching this would wonder what is going on there, because this is clearly organized at a much higher level.
Yeah, absolutely, Bill. And I think first of all here, the Justice Department is handling this the right way. Go after the organizers. These are not spontaneous, populist-driven, opportunistic citizens showing up to protest. They're funded and they're organized. Treat them like we do kingpins in the drug world, or treat them as we do the mob with racketeering, influence, corrupt organizations laws. Go after the financiers, and that is exactly what the Justice Department is doing now, Bill.
Okay, I want to squeeze in this Secretary Mullen with Shannon on Fox News Sunday. Roll it and we'll listen.
I'm all for peaceful protesters. We're talking about rioters that are threatening. If you threaten our agents, if you harm our vehicles, if you harm our building, we're going to arrest you. We'll find you. If we don't get you right then, we will eventually get you. So zero tolerance on that.
All right, so that's the baseline. James, you have a great Monday, okay? Thanks for coming on. James Gagliano, thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Welcome back. Anti-ICE protesters raging out of control, tensions boiling over outside the New Jersey Detention Center as Democratic Governor Mikey Sherrill backs their cause and refuses to point blame.
So now that the weather is warm and college is finished, rioters are once again attacking ICE facilities. And while the footage out of the New York City area this year looks exactly like it did last year, the party of political violence is attempting to spin this as momentum for a midterm election in which they plan to take back America. But the only problem for them is it's not working.
New Jersey law enforcement established a peaceful, protected protest zone in the area outside Delaney Hall. You know, I don't recall seeing any violence from protesters. I'd have to look back.
Look at this, the left side of your screen. A Fox investigation shows some 100 far-left groups have bankrolled and deeply coordinated the chaos. You know what? This looks just like it did on the campuses, those Ivy League campuses, when they were raging.
A large team of state police carrying riot shields moved in
rain on protesters. Eventually, pepper spray was deployed. Now, protesters are calling for more help from Governor Mikey Sherrill.
Their specific demands are for Governor Mikey Sherrill to get her down here instead of sending state troops.
They all kind of go with the same model, which is that you have these far left groups who are bankrolling all of this activity, these protests and this uproar against Republicans, and the goal is to try to divide America.
So some people are saying that the governor of New Jersey is trapped between these mobs and a hard place, or she's covering for them. And what nobody's talking about is the voter base of this political party is in absolute shambles, and they need some sort of mass movement to generate momentum, and this is it. Because they desperately need something to help them win a midterm election cycle they thought was in the bag and now might actually lose. And just like we saw before with the fake No Kings protests and the paid rioters last summer in LA and Portland, Oregon, there's something very strange going on here in New Jersey and in New York. And it's the opposite of organic. One look at this whole operation reveals that this is not some grassroots movement of people who woke up one morning and thought Trump was a risk to our entire country and way of life. Instead, this is a psychological propaganda operation bought and paid for by people who wish they were running America and aren't. These are people who think the only criminal in our country isn't somebody who's committed a heinous act and finds themselves in a deportation jail, but rather finds themselves in the White House. But the thing is, these mobs are desperate. There are candidates rising up across the country like Spencer Pratt in Los Angeles, shaking the status quo. Which brings us to the real reason these mobs are descending upon this Newark ICE facility for the second year in a row. It has to look like everyday Americans are out there on the streets trying to take back our country and are so concerned about what's happening, they just had to walk away from their jobs and stay up all night in a parking lot and engage in combat with the federal government. But the reason this is falling flat is because everyone looking at this can tell these are not normal individuals staying up all night, going after their own police, going after federal agents. No one who works a normal full-time job or has any responsibilities or anyone who depends on them could act this way. And you certainly can't wake up the next morning after a night of battling Border Patrol agents to then lease Toyota minivans and Camrys to families with a smile. Oh no, these are people who literally sleep all day and stay up all night getting paid to do it. And as you're about to see, are so dangerous that if it wasn't for law enforcement, the rest of us would be doomed.
Back up! What'd you say? You're gonna come on! I ain't seen nothing. I seen nothing.
Yeah, that's crazy. These people are literally out there on the streets threatening people, but I guess that's par for the course with how they operate. Watch this.
Tell your bodyguard to step down. Come up there. You. Why? I'll find you. How? What have you done different? How do you help society? Oh, I help society? Okay. I want you to go into any leftist organization, show them my photo, they'll know who I am.
Here's a photo of him yelling and shouting at one of the protests in New York City.
This is just the way these individuals think. It's very frightening. And now the question is, why won't the governor get involved? She says she's involved, but why won't she?
We got name tags on. Anybody got pictures of the name tags? Get the photos. Get the photos going.
So I guess when it's your mobs that are on the street, when it's your voters that are on the street, when it's your political party that's trying to drum up momentum, oh, these are peaceful protests, I guess. Perhaps that's the reason no law enforcement crackdown happened until these guys had already been out there and why this stuff is still going on. But there's a problem. The footage coming out of this place is even worse than last year. These people are militant. These people are aggressive. These people hate everyone who stands in their way. They hate law and order. And I don't think we're ever gonna see a politician on that side of the aisle condemn any of this. Instead, they're gonna do this. Watch.
You know, I don't recall seeing any violence from protesters. I'd have to look back.
Oh, she doesn't recall. She doesn't recall seeing anything. Maybe she's heard about it. Maybe other people recall seeing it, but oh, I personally haven't seen anything. I check again if you really want me to, but I don't recall. I mean, How clueless can you be? That's on purpose. That's not somebody playing dumb. That's somebody who knows what's happening and is covering for it. These are provocateurs. These are individuals on a mission to create chaos. And what's crazy is the elected officials behind this that are allowing it to happen, they don't have any skin in the game. They get to sit back far away while individuals who truly believe a guy who's been president twice is somehow bad for the country, even though the price of gas and the price of eggs are all dropping right now. And while crime is dropping in our country, speaking of which, who is it that winds up in these jails to begin with? Americans, as the mobs believe, or people who've done something very bad? Who's running?
Attempt to arrest him. Right now, I'm dealing with like command center and
target coming out.
Target's coming out. This is an ICE operation in New Jersey. Patterson. Oh, here's the guy they're after. Who's he? Why are they after him? Okay. So they're watching this individual. This is not a sweep. Once this guy gets arrested, which is about to happen in a pretty wild way. Oh, 2 undercover vehicles. Someone gonna get out? He's walking towards the undercovers. He does not know they're there. This is the opposite of a sweep. He looked at that car, he's still going. And oh, he spotted him. He's trying to run. And they got him. And now he's under arrest. So this was not a sweep. They didn't just randomly kidnap someone. They knew who they were after. This is called targeted immigration enforcement. Apparently, he's now in ICE custody. He's going to be sent back to Peru, and he's wanted on armed robbery charges. Wow, nice guy, making his community better, I suppose. At least that's what the mobs love to tell us. The people that are rioting in front of this place, they're saying that everybody inside's innocent. They're chanting, free them all. They want to see the doors of this place open up. They want to see everybody let out. But you've got to understand something. The governor of New Jersey is attempting to spin this as if the crowds out in front of this facility were at one point average, regular people who lived in New Jersey and were just upset that upstanding members of their community were inside this place. But where is this place? Well, here it is, Delaney Hall. This is the facility that's constantly under siege. And look at where it is. It's very close to New York City. So when you say that out-of-state mobs are coming here, I mean, these mobs don't really have far to go, do they? And when there's an insurrection happening somewhere, these mobs, it's actually less work for them to get over here distance-wise than it is for them to riot in some of these other parts of New York City or Long Island or the Bronx. And what you have to understand here is the industrial mob complex, all these rioters, they're all coming from the same place. That is where this facility is. These are people that are local to the area. If they crossed a state line that's relatively close geographically, that does not at all excuse what's going on here because it's the same people. These are radicals. A lot of them are being paid, and we now have evidence to back that up. Watch this.
Detention centers, particularly in Newark, New Jersey.
Look at this. Look at all the supplies.
The left side of your screen. A Fox investigation shows some 100 far-left groups have bankrolled and deeply coordinated the chaos.
100 groups.
And those rioters even had well-stocked supply
They got
tents
brand new helmets
that included snacks and books and games.
I see bike helmets
you know what?
in there.
This looks just like it did on the campuses, those Ivy League campuses,
Sure
when
does.
they were raging with their anti.
Yeah.
I want to know, is the money coming from some of the same places? The ACLU and the Democrat Socialists of America are among the groups.
Oh, the Democratic Socialists of America. That is the political party of New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Wow. So the same politicians that are trying to take over America and bring about communism these are the same groups. It's all the same people. And that's what I mean. The idea that these are out-of-state mobs and that these are foreign individuals who don't represent New Jersey or the New York City, I mean, come on, they absolutely represent who's here. These are people that are voting for these left field candidates and they're out there engaging in left field behavior. What a coincidence. I don't think so. And the reason they're allowed to get away with all of this is because either the governor is trapped and is confused and doesn't know what to do and is just as scared of these mobs as you and I should be if law enforcement ever has to step down, or she thinks there's political momentum here and doesn't want to let a crisis go to waste.
Good morning. Thanks for having me, Griff. Yeah, somebody might want to get the governor a mirror because these elected officials want to go out there and stoke the flames about laws that have been on the books since 1996 and signed by President Clinton.
Right.
And
What a radical Clinton.
When it gets out of control, which it always does, we've seen this playbook so many times. They want to point fingers at ICE, and somebody really needs to get her a mirror, because her and the mayor up there are responsible for these actions.
Right, because they're telling people that, you know what, you're on the right side of history. These are the same people that have been talking about how Trump is a threat to our country, how Trump is such an awful guy, and how ICE is this lawless agency that needs to be reined in and shut down, and they're not making the city safer. We've got the mayor in New York just across the water telling people that, oh, ICE doesn't help with public safety at all, even though they're arresting criminals who are armed robbers, felons, very dangerous individuals. Nope. They want it all to go away. They hold back their own police. We've seen it time and time again. The police are allowed to eventually go in after chaos has gotten so bad. The locals start to complain and start to wonder if they'll ever get their neighborhood back. But until that happens, until there are crises at the local level that balance out the rioting, nothing ever gets done. And in this case, that crisis is that the federal employees that work at this facility cannot get to their office. And now the Department of Homeland Security chief is threatening to pull extra resources out of the local airports and send them over here, and that's what finally got the governor to send in the cops. But there's more to this than just that.
Combined annual revenue of about $825 million per year.
Wow.
Secretive group chats reveal the orchestration of the outrage. The groups ask people to share videos to make ICE look bad. It also tells them to call the facility a concentration camp. And the illegals who were arrested, captives who've been kidnapped or abducted. Here's former DHS.
Wow, so look, they've got their own approved speech going on here. Call it a concentration camp, not a detention center. Share clips of ICE encounters that clearly show ICE as the aggressors. So this point is very interesting because we've actually got footage of one of the agitators at this very same facility doing exactly what the manual says. Watch this. So you see this gentleman right here in the blue shirt. He was just crossing a line that he was told not to go across. He altercated with federal agents and they responded. Watch what he does.
What are you doing?
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Now,
What are you doing?
watch. Okay, so he reached for his head, and now he's reaching into his pocket. This is very important. Watch what he pulls out.
Do it!
Oh, did you see that? He's pressing a button on his glasses to activate what looks like a recording feature. I can't tell if these are those Meta Ray-Bans that allow you to record people, but let's just watch his hand motion again. Watch his hand. See? Oh, he reached up there. Now he's getting them out. He definitely pressed something. Now he's going to record them and see if they agitate with him. And then, oh, here's evidence that ICE is out of control. When really it's the mobs that are out of control and are allowed to be this way. And the wild thing about this is that you can stop most of this rioting right away with some very simple rules, which the New Jersey police were finally allowed to implement. Watch this. Watch this interaction. Oh, he can't go in with his mask. No masks.
It's part of the police state.
Okay, no problem.
You're not going in.
You know it's for protection, right? Because they're shooting at us. You understand that, right?
So simple. Put it in your car and you can
Protect and serve, buddy. Good
Yes,
job.
all day.
Put it in your car. So this guy, he's all angry that he can't go in with his paintball mask and attack the federal government. And he says that they're being shot at. And now he has to leave this mask in his car. He doesn't even want to come back. He doesn't even want to be part of the protest. Why? Because I guess they're not paying enough for these rioters to show up and do their job without their homemade protection. This is how you shut these things down. You tell people they can't hide their identity. You tell people they're not allowed to show up in full battle gear and start fights. And guess what? Nobody wants to come. This is like so simple and so peaceful. What a peaceful interaction. There was no fighting. There was no arresting. Nobody decided to do anything other than exercise their free speech rights from home, which they don't need a mask and armor to do. He could have gone in there if he was going to be peaceful, but didn't want to.
It's like the next chapter in this.
Yeah, well, and it is really crazy. It, by the way, should surprise no one that all of this is being orchestrated and paid for. This is very indicative, Harris, I think, of generally who the Democrats are at this point. There's zero authenticity at all, it seems like, to this party, and that includes their protests and demonstrations. You talked about what we saw on college campuses. Let's think back to the Summer of Love riots and how we all know those were now paid for. Let's look at the No Kings protests, paid for. Let's look at the outrage against Elon Musk and the vandalism of Teslas, paid for. Or now we learned that the Southern Poverty Law Center was behind the Charlottesville hoax. They all kind of go with the same model, which is that you have these far left groups who are bankrolling all of this activity, these protests and this uproar against Republicans, and the goal is to try to divide America. And
divide and conquer, create a crisis, use it, whip it into a movement, convince people that are busy working hard, going about their lives, people that are trying to survive in these deep blue cities where you need 2 or 3 jobs just to pay your rent. Convince those people that people are on the streets fighting for their rights and are being denied their rights, and that hostages who are innocent are being held in concentration camps in America of all places. I mean, this sounds worse than the Soviet Union, which they're trying to turn America into. And before you try to tell yourself that, hey, this is just propaganda, ask yourself why we see the same signs and the same grievances and the same movements at every single one of these rallies, protests, you name it. Everybody's all about free Palestine. They're all about open borders. They're all about free health care. I mean, it's like a hodgepodge of causes for one political party that show up at all of these things. They can just reuse the signs. They don't even need a new sign. And that's how you know there's nothing organic about this. No normal person who works full time has the ability to make endless signs and endless propaganda and show up at these riots that are always during the day or in the middle of the night or in front of the news cameras. I mean, people that have a life to live do not have time to do this unless it's the weekend. And this hatred of law enforcement that we're seeing from these individuals, that's not something Americans believe in at all. We like law and order in this country. We are a law and order country. And in places in this country where law and order exists to a higher degree than it does in, say, a sanctuary city, life is more affordable for some reason. Grocery prices are lower. Housing prices are lower. Why is that? It's because for too long in this country, we've been expecting the law-abiding to pay for crime and enjoy it, at least in certain parts, more than others, like New York and like New Jersey, where all this rioting is happening. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
And Russia launched another massive attack on Ukraine overnight as world leaders made their way to the G7 summit in France. Hundreds of drones and dozens of missiles targeted Ukraine's biggest cities. They also struck a world-renowned religious landmark. Joining now is Scripps News senior international correspondent Jason Belaney. So, Jason, what can you tell us about that monastery that Russia struck, its significance and the extent of the damage?
Hi, Andrew. This is astounding. This is among the most recognized images of Kiev's skyline set ablaze. Earlier this year, I actually visited the Pechersk Lavra monastery just after it was damaged in a Russian attack. This was in late January. But what happened last night, a different order of magnitude. The bells still ring. A sound Ukraine needed to hear after the night that was. It's one of those places that has outlasted empires. The Kiev-Pechersk Lavra has stood for 1,000 years, through Mongol hordes, through Nazi occupation, and now Russian ballistic missiles. The fire broke out just after midnight, flames climbing the golden domes of the Dormition Cathedral, also known as the Monastery of the Caves, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, the birthplace of the civilization that both Russia and Ukraine claim as their own. Revered relics that survived the Mongols, shrines that survived Stalin, carried out again. Fast work by firefighters prevented the dome from overheating and collapsing inwards. By morning, President Zelensky was walking through it himself, stepping over what the night had left behind, calling it the biggest crime yet against Christian culture. Zelensky thanking God for Patriot missile batteries, he said, arrived just in time to take out Russian missiles that might have caused more death and destruction. So this attack punctuates Zelensky's message that Russia has no interest in pursuing peace with Ukraine. Andrew?
So, Jason, what is Zelensky looking for at the G7 now going on?
He's certainly looking for more Patriot missiles because it is abundantly clear that there are going to be more Russian attacks and that there is a severe shortage of them. Now, the G summit this week is also going to be a chance for the United States, this is according to France's President Macron, to show that there is still alignment between the United States and Europe when it comes to supporting Ukraine. Now, you also have Zelensky, who offered to meet Putin and Trump, along with Trump and European leaders at the G7 gathering, but the Kremlin's response was no thank you. And we also know that President Zelensky is willing to negotiate with Putin, but their message to him is, oh, well, come to Moscow if you want to do that.
And it seems like Russia's battlefield advances appear to have been stalled. Is President Putin indicating any further willingness to compromise?
Not at all, Andrew. Now, Putin and Trump, they spoke yesterday for 55 minutes, and we only have a readout from the Kremlin itself. And according to them, Putin told President Trump that the intensified Ukrainian strikes on Russian targets inside Russia, these long-range strikes that we've been talking about, that's not going to change the situation on the battlefield, is what he told Trump, and that he still holds to what he says is the Alaska framework from last August. Now, you've never had confirmation from U.S. officials that this was the agreement, but it would involve, in Putin's mind, Ukraine giving up major territory in exchange for peace, something that Ukraine is far less likely to agree to, has no interest in really at this point. Andrew?
All right. Our senior international correspondent, Jason Bellini, for us. Jason, thank you for that update.
So let's go out to Aisha Hasni, who's in Geneva. President Trump makes his way there after a few hours of sleep, perhaps, because there was a little incident. There was a little fun on the White House lawn. And now he's off to the G7 to meet you, Aisha.
I was going to say, he might actually still be awake watching you guys in this coverage here. But yes, he is heading here to Switzerland. He'll land here in Geneva sometime today. And he is landing here in a very interesting situation because, remember, all of the G7 leaders, none of them supported this Iranian conflict. They pushed and pushed for diplomacy. And now the president can come here and see them face to face and say, look, what I got them to agree to. In the meantime, though, the European leaders have two other issues on top of mind outside of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The president took off overnight from Joint Base Andrews, and there is a lot on the table as soon as he arrives in Evian-les-Bains in France. We are told that he will address economic growth, illegal immigration, and artificial intelligence, among other things. He also is going to meet one-on-one with the leaders of Egypt and Qatar and the UAE on the sidelines of the summit this week. But the Russia war against Ukraine and the Gaza rebuilding is on top of mind for these G7 leaders. In fact, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky posted on X yesterday that he spoke with President Trump on his birthday, and he had one wish for him, that we may finally achieve peace, he said, and achieve this success together with the U.S. and all of our partners. He says the two men will discuss more at this summit. Now, security is very high here in the area around Evian. Some 16,000 French police and troops are deployed in that area. Over the weekend here in Geneva, shops and hotels that were boarded up, protests kicked off. The AP reports the French and Swiss are actually bringing back pandemic-like border restrictions amid fears of violence. You'll remember back in 2003, violent protesters smashed storefronts during the G8 summit. The president, of course, says there will be a signing here in Geneva of that Iran framework agreement. The vice president told Fox News last night that he plans to be here, but in fact, it might be President Trump that attends this signing. Brian?
Well, thanks so much, Aisha. A lot going on, and there's a lot of unscripted conversations where where have the other guys been during this entire conflict? And also, where do we go from here? I love the way everyone's chiming in, like, we're ready to help now. Thanks. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance was on over the weekend. He's making the rounds not only for his book, but he's leading negotiations. And many people think he will sign off on this deal if it's ready to go over the next few days.
Yeah, and he did say we're still trying to work out the arrangements. He said, I'll either be going, I'm planning to go. The president himself might go too. But he did want to thank the American people for being patient. Listen.
I guess my primary message to the American people is thank you. Because of your patience, I think that we've solved the problem that has plagued this country again for well before I was even born, which is a terrorist supporting Iran that was pursuing a nuclear weapon. We are now at a place here where we can say with confidence they're not going to get a nuclear weapon. This is just a great thing for the American people. I know that they've suffered from high gas prices. The president has certainly been very concerned about that fact. But what we're going to be able to do is drive down the cost of energy, not just now, but for the long term, and create a real engine of prosperity in the Middle East where Americans benefit from those lower energy prices, lower gas prices, and we don't have the same risk of chaos that we've had for the last generation.
Yeah, it's obviously something that we've talked about on the program. A lot of the Iranians did not have a great military to go against us. And so the only weapon that they could use is to impact the global oil supply. Now, the administration was able to take some of that oil and reroute it, but there was some impact on the American people. The way I look at this deal is you got the president of the United States that's essentially putting Iran in a cage. They're in a cage. He has disrupted the nuclear program. The military is destroyed. We've gone through what happened to their Navy. The question is, and I'm not so worried about under his administration right now because I believe they understand who they're dealing with. He's gotten the Arab world on this side. The Gulf states is on our sides right now. So they understand that they don't want to try anything with him. The question is, who's the next president after him? And will they make sure that they keep certain measures in place to keep Iran in that cage? And we don't know who that is.
So important. Yeah, the tentative deal with Iran, it's already sent stocks soaring. The oil prices, we showed you on your screen, the oil prices fell more than $4 a barrel. And they're saying, the analysts are saying it might take months to completely stabilize. But the news of this deal, it's a huge relief for all markets across the world. Stocks are rallying in Asia already. The Nikkei gained 5%.
Right. So we'll see what happens. J.D. Vance, who's pretty well known, was not for this conflict. I mean, for the most part, he had a lower profile for a while, but now he's moving forward to try to bring it to a close. We don't know anything about ballistic missiles yet, and we don't know about funding proxies. I don't know if that's going to be part of this deal. So he's going to be coming up with us, talking about his new book and more things tomorrow, and it'll be in the 8 o'clock hour. And he'll be on with Sean tonight, right?
He'll be on with Sean tonight. Yep.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
What's going on, everybody, and thanks for tuning in to this episode of the Decaf Decoy podcast. We're a little bit early, but I guess it's better to be early than late because we traditionally are pretty late when it comes to these things. But got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about today. It's going to be a good show. We got a lot of stuff going on. I mean, we can just talk about it now. We got our America is back. Like, I saw some people hating, talking about how UFC on outside the White House was a circus, and I'm seeing people that I even know in real life hating on the UFC, and it's kind of sad that I just think about how, like, if you didn't like what you saw there and you didn't absorb the vibes, or maybe you just heard the narrative over on Twitter, Blue Sky, Threads, or Reddit, or whatever, and decided to hate on it. If you didn't like what you saw with America with a USA 250, I feel bad for you. I just feel bad for you because the vibes were immaculate. America feels like it's positive and it's back again, and some people just can't help but hate. And it's like, I just feel bad that you are captured by that side of the political aisle, which they just don't allow you to enjoy things. Yeah, this was America back in the 2000s, exactly. Well, thanks for the sub over there on Killinator. Yeah, looks like we got quite a few people over there. Yeah, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. But it is sad. I've seen a lot of people upset about what's going on there. So we're talking about UFC over the White House and what Trump's doing. We're talking about another episode of Hassan's downfall because, again, he's crashing out because, like I said, his career is already over. He's just going to be the last one to find out about it. We're going to talk about the investigation on California's governor. We're going to talk about what's going on in the UK and how it's getting considerably worse with the social media censorship they got going on. We got to talk about more shrines in Japan burning up, and maybe we'll talk about some body cam footage. But we also got other stuff going on in the world. We'll see. You said Paramount comes with losing the ability to sue Disney. I'll tell you right now. If you've ever been to the Disneyland parks, you'll know. Yeah, Disneyland parks, not Disney World. I know nothing about that. That's like in Florida. But it's very difficult to sue Disney because they got all the high-powered attorneys. Having Paramount or Disney Plus or whatever adds that extra thing that if you're in the park, you can't sue them. You probably weren't going to win a lawsuit against them in the first place, and most attorneys won't even pick up your case, even if it's a slam dunk. They will not pick up your case against Disney because they don't want to lose to their high-powered attorneys. But if it was something egregious, I still imagine you'd be able to win even if you have a Disney Plus, Paramount Plus subscription, or whatever those things are called. It's just one of those things that just kind of filters out low-level lawsuits. Not even low-level lawsuits, just ordinary lawsuits. Brutal Itop says, "Yo, Decoy, saw you in the Nick Shirley chat. Hope you're doing good, man. Appreciate that, man. It was fun to see Nick Shirley hanging out in Manhattan. I mean, for one, you're not judging the guy, but I was very surprised that guy could just knock out 10 muscle-ups, no warm-up, in the middle of New York City. I think it's like 1 a.m. for them. And I've never seen him beyond the hoodie or beyond the suit. I'm guessing Nick Shirley's freaking yoked. So I didn't know that. And also, I think the one for sure he picked up, I'm not trying to put his business out there, but that girl was into him so much. It was good. It was good. It was like that. Bite Didi with the super chat saying, Hassan's in his mid-30s with no kids. He's also been losing his gains over the years. I think he's losing the game of life. And it's sad because, you know, we get older, we age, my beard's getting worse, my hair is like getting thinner. We can age gracefully and just be a thing where it's like, you probably subscribe to me for concise, lighthearted commentary and just being like a regular guy with regular takes. Like, oh, this is going on in the world. We don't take ourselves seriously. Here I am with a Celtics shirt with a Squirtle, a Dodger hat in the background, holding a pencil baseball bat. I don't need to be like taken seriously. We can just come out here and vibe. We got some AI jazz music in the background. We got just a couple people in here hanging out. It's just a vibe. But basically his entire like situation, his whole like celebrity status is based on the fact that he looks a little bit more masculine for a bleeding heart liberal. But it's kind of going towards like he's a like terror supporter, and then as we all do, our looks decline. It's harder for us to what's the word? I think synthesized protein. Like, it's harder for us to get buff unless you go on like HGH or something. But it's like, we get older, face gets wrinkly. It is what it is. The kids don't find us hip anymore because if you, like I, have Gen Z and Gen Alpha, like nephews and nieces, you are so detached from like whatever language they speak isn't American. Like, I don't know what they're saying half the time. And the more you try to lean into it and say, oh, I can be cool like you guys, like, oh, we talking about the huzz? Like, how do you do, fellow kids? Like, it just makes you, it just ages you more. The more you relate to them, the worse it gets. We're gonna go kind of in depth as to all of Hassan's woes, because we don't want to make the whole channel about drama or hating. We're gonna talk about some fun stuff. We're gonna hang out. But Hassani Somali is who he truly is now. He's a low cal of the internet. Everybody's gonna pick on him because he's low-hanging fruit. And like Shuon had said, you can make diabolical amounts of money just making fun of him, because very rarely do you find a figure online where it's just universally popular to dislike him. Like, what Trump was to Democrats in like 2020 is what Hassan is to 90% of the planet. And that's why he's like, well, no, not even Trump and Democrats. Johnny Somali 3 years ago, Johnny Somali was the easiest dunk because nobody's on his side except for psychos. And now Hassani Somali is the new guy that anybody can make a career off of. And it's sad. Yeah, Johnny Somali 2.0 came out, it's sad. Hassan's reached the level of Darkside Phil, and you're here for it. The one thing I'll say, and it was kind of weird, is all I knew about Darkside Phil is probably from It's a Gundam and maybe Willie Mack. I forget. Like, there's just a couple people have talked about Darkside Phil. I don't watch that many streamers. Oh, what's up, Aosabi? Glad to see you here. Orthworm Jim. Bye, Deity. I saw somebody else here. I think Aosabi's here, and then I thought I saw maybe Sunshine and Super SJ. What's up? What do you call it? Lost much. Oh, Darkside Phil is. I knew of him, but never watched him. And then Asmongold gave him a shot, and like I think he interviewed him long form on his show. And honestly, I was like, okay, he seems a little more regular than he's been portrayed. And just on a live stream, I was like, yeah, he seems like kind of a decent guy. Whatever. People clipped that video. Like, I probably was like streaming to like 200 people, and people were clipping that video saying, Decoy Voice is a Darkside Phil supporter. And I was like, all I said is it seems like he gets taken out of context a lot. Then I saw mountains of evidence of him like basically crashing out on his own audience because they don't want to give him money to live stream and being kind of weird about it. And I was like, okay, maybe that's why he's universally disliked online. But it is sad that that's where we are on the internet. It's just like, you can't say one positive thing about a bad guy because it makes you a bad guy. And I'm like, no, I don't fall for that. Like, if everybody tells me to hate a guy, I'm gonna wait until that person gives me a reason to think they're a bad person. I don't want to base my opinions on what the general narrative online is about somebody, because that's how you become a Trump derangement syndrome person. Don't fall down the DSP rabbit hole. People are never the same after they fall into them. And that's the thing. I don't want to be an internet drama guy. One, because I'm a bit older. But two, I think once you become internet drama person, and that's the content you start to like follow, and only like that's what you cover, there's no bouncing back from that. You don't become like a Jerry Springer of Twitch and go back into having like a legitimate journalism career or whatever. Like, you can be a legit journalist and fall into drama forming, but there's no going back from it. Yeah, exactly. It's hard for people to think for themselves these days, because I guess I had to pull it up again. I have this image just on my desktop for a reason now, but it's like you get so much use out of it. Yeah, people don't know how to think for themselves anymore, and it's just that situation where it's just like, yeah, they don't parse information from the context of, is this true or is this false? They parse information from, will I be safe if I have this opinion? Same thing with me and the that Lego thing. I remember I covered it briefly on a live stream because I just wasn't that into it. And the guy, I forget the Lego drama, YouTube drama guy, and I was like, he's trying to figure out how to make content online. He's a good content creator, but once he started to delve in anything cult related, those videos hit. And then he's making all this content about the Lego thing, and he's right. His buddy's out $200,000. This is shady from the Lego, the bricks and minifigs, the government, and the police. But it's gonna be hard to win a case for your buddy on $200K if you're trying to serve a subpoena wearing a thong in front of the homeowner's home. Like, there's a way to go about this, and everybody's all hating on us. Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand. It's like, guys, there's a thing called nuance, and just because everybody's climbing on the Lego drama and making diabolical money off it doesn't mean me as an adult with my particular history is going to sit there and say, yeah, you know what? You got a good case. You have good standing. It's going to be a slam dunk in the case, if not here in appeals court, if like it's being shady over there. But by all means, make this into sensational content. Make a 3-minute video into an hour and 15 and show up in a thong because it's funny for like Gen Alphas to watch this. We went too far. I need to interact and observe the person before if they're a bad person or not. Exactly. Like, I know there's a lot of people that are about certain content creators that had drama about them, but it's like, especially if I have a personal history with somebody that has been nice to me, especially in the content creation space, because I'll tell you right now, a majority of people that you want to interact with, especially as you ascend into mid-tier success, most people you interact with are going to be there to take advantage of you and how naive you are and how inexperienced you are in the world of content creation. But if you ever come across a person that's just like genuinely like, hey, I've been there too, let me help you out, I'm not going to be all on the bandwagon of, he had some controversial takes, he's kind of crashing out now, everybody's got to hate him, and it's like, not like these are my in real life friends and I owe them anything, but it's like, I also don't want to be like a sensationalist person that just goes after everybody because it's popular currently. Because I'm telling you right now, we don't know what it is, but it's coming. I don't have like political power at all. I don't really have that much like sway on the internet, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point in time there's going to be a decoy controversy. Who knows what it's going to be? Likely made up, but the idea is they'll come for me, and a majority of the people on the internet will probably just get caught up in it, knowing nothing about it. Like, I always see so many things in my comment section. I'm trying to get better at like replying to stuff on the main decoy channel, and I'll go there and I'll like some comments on a video that as it's coming, just to kind of interact with the people that watch my videos very early on. And you'll just see a whole bunch of like, I don't even know how to say it, like misinformation, like people that'll pretend that they know who you are, say a whole bunch of stuff about, oh no, I know decoy voice, and I'm like, the fuck are you even talking about? Like, it's genuinely how the internet works. Just a whole bunch of lies, and they want you to react to them. They want you to defend your stance against them because then they have some sort of attention. Then they got traction. I'm a guy with 10 subscribers, and I got decoy voice to respond to me. It's dumb. You'll never win that war, but that's how some people can gain traction online. Yeah, they never met me. They really haven't. It's sad. You enjoyed Asmongold Rat and the CoffeeZilla's Bricks and Minifigs investigation, likely because CoffeeZilla is a very I want to say like, not straight to the point, but a no-nonsense guy. I'm sure his perspective was better. It's not Legal. Who's the other guy? The guy that covered like all the Johnny Somali stuff. Who's that guy? Legal Mindset, yeah, Legal Mindset. I'm sure they're gonna have a better take on things than just the guy that's making like, you know, a lot of old videos. I'm sorry, a lot of long form videos. You don't think you look old, decoy? Thank you. For a 75-year-old man, all you gotta do, okay, a baseball bat, have a basketball jersey, and also toys in the background, and you can look 20 again. Parasocial relationships are scary, and it's sad because as much as we can complain about it, like hear about, oh yeah, parasocial relationships are scary, like what these people do, it's kind of it's crazy how people can get so attached to you. The one thing I would say is, as male content creators, we get a like 100th of what female content creators get, and that's genuinely scary. I think I could have some crazy people out there that dislike me, but nothing like the people I'd rather be a male content creator with some weird weird fans that hate me than a female content creator with male fans that absolutely love you. Like they're deluded into, yeah, I was just donating, money to their super chat, their live stream. Now we're gonna get married. Like that is more terrifying. You never understood it. I don't care, want to know anything about these actors or other celebrities, but what I would say is we don't typically, like men don't typically look at like E! News or Entertainment Weekly or whatever and think about, does Kim Kardashian and Timothy Chalamet, what are they, that type of stuff. But I would say is when I switched jobs and I got to a place where every guy in the office was a hardcore sports fan. Like, I knew basketball, but I didn't know much about baseball, didn't know much about football, didn't play any fantasy sports. When I got there, the easiest way for me to become one of the guys is just watch the football season, get into it with them, join their fantasy football league, and then it was just fun to kind of, watch the game, but then go into the office and say, oh, look at what he did there. We're getting invested. Oh, I really think that who's the guy that I was following? I really think Julian Edelman's gonna have a breakout season. Blah blah blah. Like, that sort of thing for men, like offshoot of gladiator battles in sports, is like the gossip that you would have in a village, and that's why, like, what gossip is to girls, sports talk is to guys. I don't delude myself into thinking, oh, I'm so much better than the girls that get addicted to Love Island and Singles Inferno. It's like, no, I'm literally a walking version of the male equivalent of that. You say, yeah, but you and Pokimane are soulmates, and that's the thing is, you say that as a joke. There are men out there that really believe it, and it's kind of scary. And it's like I knew a guy that did bodyguard work for celebrities, and I won't put her in. Well, I mean, they all are stalkers, but one of the Spider-Man love interests, he was being a personal, like, overnight bodyguard for her, and it's like the guy that kept on going there was probably like, he was from a different country, probably like 30 years older than her at the time, but he was just deluded in his mind that they were in love. And all he had to do was have, like, 20 minutes in private with her, and they were gonna be, like, in love and get married. Like, he just knew it. And it's like, that level of delusion mixed with probably mental illness is terrifying, because nothing can talk him out of that. Nothing can talk them out of it. Male content creators get some really creepy fans, but I would say is the same thing with, like, online dating for men versus online dating for women. Men's biggest concern is she's not going to look like her pictures. Girls' biggest concern is he's going to kidnap me. Like, different levels of scary. I can probably have a creepy fan out there or whatever, but I'm not worried about them stalking me and be like, oh, we're going to get married. Like, it's like, I don't really worry about getting overpowered by some crazy person that thinks we're engaged. I think that's a typical thing most of these, like, Twitch streamer girls have to think about on a day-to-day basis. And it's sad to say, it's like they got to be surrounded by security. They probably got to be surrounded by their boyfriend, some sort of larger individual to repel the insane people on the internet. You think sports adulation is dying out? Thank God. Boomers loved it. Half of my Gen X doesn't care. Even less following. I will say right now, though, MLB ratings are out the roof. You want to have dynasties. Shohei Ohtani is great for the league. Like, I just went out there and bought. I was going to wear it today, but I feel like I'll use it for a different thing. Just, like, I have so many jerseys, but this Shohei Ohtani, like, America jersey is, like, so, like, people are into it right now, man. Like, this is crazy stuff. And, he's good for the league. People are getting into it, and what I will say is Gen X and millennials aren't representative of what Gen Z is up to. Gen Z is insanely based. Look at all the, like, just go to a vinyl record store. It's gonna be primarily Gen Z now. Like, they're into the analog. They're into wired headphones, not getting their music from Spotify, like actually putting on a record and listening to it. It might be like hipster nonsense, but they're coming around, guys. Decoy, you see the latest Spencer Pratt video? Yeah, we're going to cover that a little bit later on today. Yeah, you never liked baseball, but seeing clips of Ohtani makes you really like the guy. Exactly. baseball is traditionally boring. Was traditionally boring when I was growing up. But now that they've instituted the pitch clock, players can cry about it all they want. It makes baseball very engaging. And like, I'm sure NASCAR is. It's boring to watch NASCAR. All they're doing is doing circles all over the place. But apparently it's the most popular sport in America. And there's a lot of strategy. Like, there's teams, there's strategy, there's all sorts of stuff going on behind the scenes. Makes it interesting. Same thing with baseball. You got your favorite player. He has a very bad batting average and he's kind of struggling. And he hits a walk-off homer. Like, that makes it a bigger moment. I even gave a FIFA soccer a chance and kind of enjoyed it. Like, I watched the Korea... What team did they even play? I forget already, but the Korea game, and they barely won by the skin of their teeth. Like, it was exciting. Pitch clock made it a million times better, exactly. The Major League Baseball, where every single pitch was, a ball, and they sit there. They adjust their cup. They adjust their hat. They stop. They would sit there. They chew. They come out again to play mind games with the pitcher. Take a couple practice swings. Then get back in the box, take one swing, and then they do the whole thing every single time. Like, everybody's just sitting there doing nothing. It's like, yeah, baseball was still a good sport, but just the idea that it needed to speed up. Pitch clock did that, and now you're having superstars breaking records and dominating. Everybody wants their team to dominate, or everybody wants to watch a dynasty. I don't care if there's a whole bunch of bandwagon fans. Essentially, I kind of am too. I was watching Ohtani on the Angels, now I'm watching him on the Dodgers. People like to see this type of stuff. That's why NBA ratings are in the garbage. One, because of foul calls, the pacing of the game, but also they wanted parity. You wanted to cater to the egos of the franchise owners. We should have a new champion every year. We need to have a whole bunch of diverse other nations represented in the MVP race. And it's like, you didn't naturally make these superstars. Giannis is allowed to offensive foul all the time. Shea gets every single whistle all he wants. Who's it? Jokic, he's a genuine superstar. But the idea that they just want to crown these foreign superstars to get their global brand out there, it's like, it's not fun watching Shea Gilgeous-Alexander get a whistle off of flopping. It's not fun to see Giannis, who's probably going to be a Celtic next year, and then I'll be cheering for him. But it's not fun to see Giannis travel and take 20 steps through the paint and just not get a whistle. It's like, I know what the NBA is trying to do, and that's why viewership is in the gutter, because one, your stars are insufferable, and two, the product isn't even basketball anymore. You miss when the Tigers were good? When were the Tigers good? You still got, what is it, Screwball, right? Yeah, Screwball. Or are you guys gonna trade him to the Dodgers? That will kill. The fans will revolt. The Tigers are going to move to Vegas, too. Remember Jose Canseco, Mark McGwire, and Frank Moss hitting home runs? I wasn't in that era. I know McGwire and Sammy Sosa when I was a kid. They were chasing some home run record, but I was too young to even understand what was happening. All I know is they found out later on, Mark McGwire was using steroids. And Sammy Sosa was like, oh, he's not using steroids. He's the one doing it natural. And later on it came out, he was using steroids too. You miss when the Bucks were good? Just the Buccaneers? That was the 1 year. That was when they had Tom Brady, which solidified him as being the greatest quarterback of all time. And I mean, you can fight me on that, but honestly, there's nobody better than Tom Brady. 28-3 Super Bowl, ice. Tigers were never good. Hey everyone, hi Decoy, love your YouTube channel. Thanks, appreciate it. Easy about the Bucks. Without a doubt, Tom Brady's a GOAT, exactly. If you can just plug and play a pocket quarterback in one of the greatest franchises of all times and say, oh no, it might be Belichick, he's a good coach, and then just plug him into a middling team like the Tampa Bay Bucks, and they win it all immediately, willing to say it's probably the quarterback that was doing that. Nolan Ryan, no-hitter pitching, made for boring watching, though. I mean, that's sad to say people don't like pitching duels. I will watch Yamamoto all day try to chase a perfect game. That's great. That's great entertaining baseball. But for the most part, watching a baseball game go down 1-0 is boring. Like, what is... How do I? Can I show this without revealing the guy? This is my. This is a genuine text message. I hope. I don't think it's. No. It'll actually. Never mind. It'll actually dox the people I'm talking to in my text message channel. But I was gonna show you guys proof of me talking trash to my buddy that's really into FIFA, and I was seeing like it's Cape Verde tied against Spain, and then they're celebrating after it. I'm like, why would anybody care about tying a game? Low scores are boring. Couldn't say person said couldn't disagree more. Golden Age, is it the government's job to put on major sporting events? Which branch of the government is MMA executive? And again, it's the sheer amount of just misinformation about it. Could this person tell me who paid for this? No, because they just heard it on social media. We don't like it. We don't want to see, you know, average Americans in middle America love something. All they heard is just, oh, you know what? This looks bad. You know, let's just go ahead and get into it right now, because I feel bad for the people that just bottle onto whatever they heard on the internet, because it's true. The vibes over there at UFC 250 were immaculate. Like, this is America right here. You might not like the UFC, but just cover up the bottom half. Everybody out there, White House looking good. Is that the Blue Angels? I don't even know. But just the idea is, you see all this, you have the rainbow, the lightning strike. You would think this image is AI. I think this image is AI, and I saw the video it was screen grabbed from. This is glorious right here. Like, what is this? Sean O'Malley winning by knockout. You can't play any UFC video on here. Knocking out, forget the other guy's name though. Knocking him out, and before he even hit the ground, he's already saluting the flag. Guys, the vibes. I feel bad for the people that just see this and are told, we just don't like America. So, you know what? Whatever this was, like, that you guys love the rainbow. Like, that you guys love the rainbow, and we have all this representation, because would you rather be a part of this audience? Immaculate. Or would you rather be a part of the counter-protesters?
Oh, you hear me? He must be removed like a tyrant, ousted by the
Guys, I mean, let's be honest, man. Like that, you don't want to make it about vibes. Like, oh, who would be a cooler group of people to hang out with? Would I rather be with the UFC guys with the bolts of lightning and the I don't know if the Blue Angels or not? Would you rather be here? Or would you say, you know, that was a clown show? Guys, check out what the Democrats are doing instead. We're walking around in cages we put ourselves in as we sing about removing the mayor, requiring DC police to guard us, because obviously this is a group of mainly defenseless people, mainly people that belong in a retirement community. This is depressing. It is depressing because this is how you're spending your Sunday afternoon in your very limited time on the earth. And especially for these people, they're a bit older. Could be spending time with their grandkids, could be spending time doing something positive, could be spending time just whatever their hobby is, unless their hobby is putting themselves in cages and marching against fascist Trump. But no, they can't be a part of this. And again, guys, who paid for this? I challenge the people that are super angry about this thing right here. The UFC stuff. Maybe not the military flyby, but the UFC building. Who paid for it? You guys are so angry. Yeah, miserable people always need to find something to be miserable about. Exactly, RuneScape. Exactly. Because, again, you can't play it, but this is Justin Gaethje, the guy that knew that he was going to lose the fight, just put it all out there. Got floored in round 2. Like, if you didn't see it, you missed out on some immaculate vibes. I watched the fights with people that are not, like, UFC fans, and even to them, it was fun. It's what boxing used to be when the heavyweights were in control, not when you basically have two guys that want to Philly shell and just get points all 12 rounds. Like, boxing largely has been kind of boring. Actually, what is it? Tank Davis, he's actually pretty exciting to watch, but just the idea, or Tyson Fury too, but just the idea that UFC, immaculate vibes. It was amazing to watch. You can't watch too much on it without getting a strike on here, unfortunately. But this was amazing.
Doors open. We could not have wrote a script better.
Oh, this is Paramount's coverage.
God.
But yeah, you couldn't have written a script better than this. Every single fight was a knockout. Of course, they made the fight card to be what this was. But the more impressive thing was the Weather Channel, of all places. They were trying to metaphorically rain on their parade. Like we kept on hearing they're going to have to cancel it because UFC Freedom 250 is facing chaotic weather setup on the White House South Lawn. Like they really wanted to make it a joke. Oh, the Trump, his big birthday party was canceled because of bad weather. What an idiot he looks like. It's like, one, you don't control the weather, and two, why are you making this out to be more than it is? Like they say, 60% chance of thunderstorms, heavy downpours, and wind gusts of 34 miles per hour threatening to delay outdoor fights. On top of the storm risk, brutal DC humidity is driving triple-digit heat index alongside massive swarms of mosquitoes, gnats that the fighters will have to battle inside the cage. With the venue's 90-foot overhang to keep the octagon dry, a single lightning strike within 8 miles will trigger an automatic 30-minute freeze on the entire event. They really wanted you to think this was dumb. Oh my god, they gotta cancel it. And I was also thinking, like, this is why the mainstream news has lost all credibility, because every storm has to be the biggest storm ever. Like, I think a couple years ago when I still lived in LA, there was a big flooding in New York City. So everybody's like, oh my god, like the flash flooding, it's crazy, it can sneak up on you. So every single storm, there was a bomb cyclone that was supposed to hit Los Angeles. And I remember me and my buddies had plans to go downtown, to go to this rock climbing gym. We even called them, we're like, hey, are you guys gonna be open today? They're like, yeah, it's gonna be fine. We went ahead and canceled it because I was like, look, we don't want to get stuck down there. It's going to be a mess. The bomb cyclone, the once-in-a-lifetime bomb cyclone that was going to hit LA was like a mild drizzle. And that's the thing, is everything has to be sensationalized. You had COVID, and then you had monkeypoxes coming out there. Oh, we got bird flu again. Oh, we got, hantavirus. Like, does anybody remember hantavirus? How fast did that disappear? Every single thing has to be sensationalized. Everything is for clicks. It's not about information. So when the big storm is going to come, you wouldn't know. But the crazy part about this is, 30 miles per hour wind, mosquito infestation. They're talking about the storm that was headed for Washington, D.C. It basically split into two different cells and hit nothing. I don't want to say there was divine intervention. Maybe the Weather Channel wasn't sensationalizing it, and this was just a once-in-a-lifetime, literal parting of the sea and the ocean for this UFC Freedom 250 fight. But I mean, it's almost enough to make believers out of people, because remember, essentially an act of God protected the immaculate vibes of UFC 250, and seemingly an act of God took out, remember that George Floyd memorial, where it was, to my understanding, it was a sunny day, nothing was going on, and then just a cloud went over the George Floyd memorial and just struck it with lightning and destroyed it. I mean, I don't know whoever's controlling the weather is under control of, but it seems like they have a political agenda. But okay, even CNN had to admit it wasn't what they thought it was going to be. It was just a sports ball game.
I mean, having been here all weekend, talking to people from the Lincoln Memorial on Friday night where they had the ceremonial press conference. Obviously, here at the Ellipse last night, there was the ceremonial weigh-in. And of course, tonight we're going to have the big fight. It's been a very surreal weekend here in Washington, D.C. I mean,
surreal because it was just immaculate vibes. This was something we've never seen before. And the sad to say is, what president before was out there that would have fights on the lawn? Somebody way back, like after Lincoln or something. Like, this is not something that America hasn't seen before. Fights on the White House lawn. But just nothing we've seen in our lifetime at all. Roosevelt? I think it's Roosevelt. Yeah, I think you're right.
This feels like a UFC event, right? And nobody here is really talking politics. Very few MAGA hats even. This does not feel like a political event. It might feel, I think, a little differently.
Okay, here's the thing. It's like, it's not a political event because it's not. It's UFC. It's UFC having a fight on the lawn. They're doing different stuff. They're trying to grow the brand. Trump is a supporter of Dana White. Dana White's a supporter of Trump. Elon Musk was there. Like, it's just a thing. Not everything has to be sticking it to the Democrats. Because if you watch this entire program, there was one commercial that was about America, and it was about unifying not Republicans and Democrats. It was like a snippet of a Trump speech, snippet of Obama speech, Clinton, like it was all them back to back saying good things about America. And that's what it should be, because should we be in wartime soon, you want us all to be together. Like, what do they say? No one's gonna go to war for the multicultural economic zone. We need to have a shared culture, and this is what was pushing it. We're all into sports, America, the veterans, celebrating them, honoring them. Justin Gagey, before he goes out there and makes that other guy quit, Ilya Topora, I'm not gonna say his name correctly, but after he makes that other guy quit, he's like reading the Constitution before he goes out there to as like a 4-1 underdog, like that. Immaculate.
And at the VIP zone, where I'm sure we'll have a lot of MAGA personalities and things.
Okay, CNN says there's gonna be a lot of MAGA personalities somewhere. I'm not doing his accent right. That's my accent, guys. I don't care what CNN classifies as MAGA personality, because I'm telling you right now, they'll probably say I'm MAGA. They'll probably say Asmongold's MAGA. They'll probably say anybody that isn't a bleeding heart CNN viewer and believer of all propaganda, you are in fact a MAGA person. So yeah, I don't buy it.
But in terms of, people watching at home, and many people think it's disgraceful for all of this.
Oh, it's disgraceful. It's so disgraceful. Now, we are going to cut to the obvious complaints that during the Biden administration, having trans people flashing their parts in front of the White House. But I mean, again, I don't take any information from the propaganda network that is CNN.
Happening in Washington, D.C. For the fans of the UFC, they are absolutely delighted. This is a dream come true for them. But
because it's not for you guys. It's for the fans of the UFC. It's also for the fans of America. Americans want to see us prosper like this. If you're going to sit there and say, it's not for us, blah, blah, I don't care. I don't want to impress you, because impressing you would put me amongst people like this, where it's like, sad to say, your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. And sad to say, this guy actually made this video, recorded it on a selfie cam, and decided to push upload still. Okay.
Republican. I don't care if you're right or left. I don't care about any of that shit.
I'm very emotional.
You think anything about this is cool, or American, or manly, I have to assume...
I mean, all of which it is. It was cool. It was hyper masculine. Again, this was an ad for America honoring the veterans. It was not an ad for eyeshadow in Sephora. If it was that, it would probably look vastly different. But no, this was an ad for the military might of America and celebrating and honoring our veterans. Nearly every single person that won thanked God and thanked the military. It obviously wasn't for you. But then again, when I see content that isn't built for me, I don't kick the door down at like my local Target and look at the girls section or look at the cosmetics section and be like, nothing about this represents me. It's like, yeah, because it's not supposed to. Obviously, you're not into this stuff, and that's okay. But again, he has to make it about me.
That much like anybody associated with the planning and the production of this event, all of the sponsors of this event, matter of fact, anybody that's even remotely associated with this event, much like all of them, you are so slow I could time you with a fucking calendar. Nothing about this is cool. Well, you just don't like it because you're a liberal, and liberal men aren't masculine.
Liberal men aren't masculine. At least he's got that voice down.
Listen here, shitbag. I lift every day. I've done boxing and jiu-jitsu.
Okay. There's not women sports. There's not women bodybuilders. There's not women jiu-jitsu and like a jiu-jitsu black belts. Like, your argument holds no water here. Like, it's, yes, you can be into all these things and still be considered very effeminate. I don't make the rules.
You on and off for years, and I used to watch the UFC pretty religiously until I realized that 90% of the fighters and a good chunk of the fans are racist, rapists, woman beaters, or right-wing shitbags. So then I stopped.
If the entire organization doesn't cater to my ever need, I can't watch it. Here I am with a Boston Celtics jersey, and Boston being a city that the mayor did not want me to be there because I didn't take her demanded medicine. A mayor that I see as a scumbag because she's racist against her own children, and also the Dodgers who have had, what was it, the Pride Night that had the sisters against whatever. It was like they're anti-religious nun-stripper dancers. There can be elements of a team that I don't like. Even certain players currently on the Dodgers that I like, that I love. They're amazing baseball players, but they have very different political opinions than me. I wouldn't necessarily go out of my way to buy a jersey that has their name on it, but then again, I wouldn't burn a jersey that I had if I had already purchased it. It's just like, we can all get together and like something together. That's part of what, I had to say, masculinity is. Being so confident in your values that you don't need the world to constantly coddle and reaffirm your life choices, because we're gonna get so much use out of this image. He's sadly falling into this exact meme where it's like he cannot parse information through the lens of if something true or not true. He can only parse information from, will the hive mind accept me, and am I not in danger if I think something different than the rest of the hive mind? So when he saw the UFC, these are masculine men that believe in the I forget the word. It's not capitalism. It's you work hard, you make chat. I forget what the word is, but just the idea that it's a meritocracy. There's the word. He can't see the world in the eyes from people that love the meritocracy. UFC fighters, you're the best fighter. Nobody DEI'd you a title shot. Nobody DEI'd you the championship. It's just, are you the best? Do you work the hardest? Are you the most talented? And sad to say, do you have the most God-given genes that make you superior to everybody else? No. He had to say, no, we need to have a little more liberal values in there, and everybody's got to be more represented. And if you guys aren't the same bleeding heart liberal than I am, I can't even watch you guys anymore. And it's sad because I just think about how many people I see at 24-Hour Fitness, LA Fitness basketball court, that we all get together, have a good time, chill, play basketball, and go home. It was cool. I'm willing to bet half of the people there are very liberal, and half the people there are very conservative. The conservatives can get along with the liberals, but if the liberals found out they were playing basketball with a conservative, they'd have to stop. I can't. You guys are racist. You guys are I forget the word is. The patriarchy. Like, I can't, like, they just can't handle anything else. But it's sad because what would you rather be part of? This guy or this? You have a choice between this or this, and the answer's clear. It's like he just can't handle that America did something for someone that doesn't have his specific values, and he's all upset. This isn't cool. How dare you? And it's like, do you want to be part of this?
No one is getting left behind this time.
I'm sure he would prefer to see this than the UFC, but I mean, this is where we are right now. But yeah, they're trying to say, what is this, MSNBC or MS Now, trying to say America's on the decline. How dare they?
The country, I think, was humiliated.
We're humiliated.
Spectacle.
No. You're humiliated because it makes your side look bad.
You were going to create an image, Steph, of American decline. You could not have created an image that echoed better back to Roman times than this.
What is wrong with Roman times other than their collapse looks kind of similar to Western collapse? Well, that's an entirely different story. But just the idea that we're watching here, he's saying it's a collapse. We're embarrassed. It's like, you mean the White House that had the trans pride event there? And you have I don't have the image up here because I don't like seeing the image. The image up there where the trans person took off their top and danced with their appendages out. Like, what are we doing here? I don't see anybody from MSNBC, any guys that were like, I'm so masculine, I did jujitsu, crashing out at that. But again, that was America in decline. That was something that you couldn't take your kids to. the White House became an adults-only venue at the point in time. Like, who was the person? I think they were an aide to a congresswoman, but they were having male-to-male relations and recording it. Guys, what are we doing here? I'm ashamed that that happened here, but I'm not ashamed that this happened here. But again, this was the Democrats in 2020. This is not the collapse of America, guys. Totally permissible. Totally permissible to them. And again, I'm not trying to say, isn't it cool to be conservative now? But it's like, there's a very clear delineation between right and left. And most people wouldn't want to be affiliated with them. These. Someone can get very hurt doing this too. Yeah, all bad. They don't care. The crazy part is, they're even out there trying to say, Donald Trump fell asleep during the Bo Nickel fight, and Dana White had to slap him and wake him up for the finish. So he's sitting there. I guess we can't watch all that on here. But the idea is, he's looking down. It's a very far, low-res image. This is not like when Joe Biden was in Hawaii after ignoring the Lahaina fires for, I think, like several months at that point in time. He and Pete Buttigieg got shamed for not responding to any of the many crises that America was facing. Biden gets there and immediately not only dozes off, but like wakes himself up, looks around, got confused, and dozes off again. And then the entire media apparatus try to say he wasn't sleeping, he was praying. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, most of us have seen our grandparents just doze off somewhere. Most of us have dozed off somewhere. It looks exactly like that. This right here between Trump and Dana White, there's a monitor in front of them. I remember even seeing something where somebody was talking to Trump from the octagon, and he was like looking down because he was getting a better view of him from the monitor in front of them. But yeah, they're watching the monitors going, I'm an idiot. But again, Trump doing Knicks games, UFC fights. Almost immediately after the UFC fight, 3 a.m., he flew to France. Hey, get those Z's in whenever he can. That's the thing, is it didn't even matter because he shows up, what is this? 10:30 a.m. our time, jet lagged, looking tired, but he's also, what is he, 80? Like, he's an old man, and he's still showing up, being the president of the free world. Like, what is it? Biden would call a lid most days, and then go to the beach, and like barely be able to drag a beach chair behind him, and just knock out for hours. He's out there doing official business in the middle of essentially a war zone. Like, what is it? Geneva descends in chaos. The streets look like a war zone as radical left-wing protesters tear through the city during the G7 summit. Cars burned, businesses smashed, police fire tear gas. Like, sad to say, I'm pretty sure the AI will find some of that stuff. But yeah, the G7, they're protesting the queer feminismus radical is against the G. I don't even know. They riot so much, I don't even know what it's about. But just the idea that you got all this going on over there. Like, they got some massive riots, and Trump almost immediately left at 3 a.m. after a long day of being out, bringing back the vibes in America to still handle business as usual. Like, this is the golden era of America. It's returned, but like I said, oh, thank you for the subscription, invalid user. But the golden era of America is returned, but the idea is some people see it and they just hear, oh, you know, it was MAGAs that love it. Oh, there shouldn't be fights on the White House lawn not knowing about Teddy Roosevelt. Oh, why are the taxpayers paying for this thing? It's like, Dana White went out there and said, he was like, we're never going to do this again. It was too expensive. Who financed the entire thing? It's probably gonna be worth it because Paramount was like losing their mind about how well that fight did, and then also the good press. Like, the fights from last night's match or fight card will be forever used in all the promotional material of the USC. No other sports league has ever accomplished what he's accomplished. And it's a success. But some people get in their minds, Donald Trump bad, Donald Trump knows Dana White, that's bad, Donald Trump knows Elon Musk, so he's bad. All they have is Trump derangement syndrome. They can't sit back and say, hey, look, this is objectively cool. I had a good time. Obviously, it doesn't need to cater towards feminine personalities or virtues or values, but not everything else has to cater to you. But they can't see it that way. All it is tribalism. I know people in real life that were spamming comments on the White House saying how bad it was, and I was thinking, I'm not trying to burn anybody in particular, but it's like, you've been unemployed for a long time. I know who you are. I'm not like in a negative way, but it's like, I know the personality that you have, and you're sitting here trying to tear down people accomplishing things because it's basically the antithesis of everything you represent. And sad to say, your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. Yeah, wanting a president to fail, no matter how much you dislike them, is crazy in your head. You don't have to like them, but you should still want the leader of your country to do a decent job. Exactly. As soon as Biden got inaugurated, I too... Oh, thanks for the prime sub, Darko Dim. I too thought the election was sus. But when Biden got in office, I still wanted him to do good because I'm still on Team America. It's not even a hypothetical theory anymore, but it's like, I have always disliked Giannis Antetokounmpo. I think he gets to travel. I think he gets an offensive foul. I think that he's not necessarily the funnest basketball player to watch, but should Giannis get traded for Jaylen Brown, who was once one of my favorites, I am going to cheer for Jaylen Brown to do as good on the Celtics as he possibly can, because I want my team to win. I'm not going to cheer against a guy that I used to dislike because he used to be on the other team. But that's what people do with their country, and it's maddening. You've never seen Trump doze off? I mean, and here's the thing, is I'm not even going to play the game of he's never dozed off like Biden. He's never been tired. He has all this energy. He's an old man. If he happens to fall asleep, we should not be electing people this old in office in the first place. At some point in time, I think that he's going to get tired, and he should be retired. Like, he's an old guy. That's going to happen. But the idea that it's only a problem when Trump does it. All these mainstream news media networks calling out exclusively Trump during these events and ignoring all the shortcomings of the Biden administration is just ridiculous. Like, they literally think we weren't paying attention between 2020 and 2024. Like, that just didn't happen. Trump runs on Diet Coke. Yeah. Before you became political, you worked at a call center. You're American, and this wasn't America. If you don't push certain things, you get fired. The more I know about America's medical system, the less I feel confident in it. Because, like I've said before, I've had some weird interactions with doctors when I was younger. Like, it kind of seems like you're not confident or you don't know what you're talking about sometimes. But the more I know about what doctors need to do to become doctors, like, I think, the PhD is so unattainable. They must be super smart. That's not necessarily true. But then also how much these hospitals and these insurance networks come to them, either through marketers for the pharmaceutical companies or just the hospital themselves. If you sell enough of this product, if enough of your people get this procedure, you get this bonus. At 50%, it's this much. 80%, it's this much. At 100% of your patients, all 5 doctors here, 100% of your patients all get this one certain thing. We're going to Cabo. Now, I'm obviously exaggerating, but the idea is this is not like MLM scenario or MLM company. This is your doctor essentially getting an MLM-like sales pitch. It's disgusting. Yeah, talk to a doctor about something you're an expert in. You'll see their false confidence with everything. I recently saw on Instagram a girl that is that was a nurse. And she was like, I don't like to pull I'm a nurse card, but this is my field that I work in. And the doctor's like just backpedaling like, well, I wouldn't give you this test because that. She's like, no, it seems like you were just being lazy. And sad to say, it's like a lot of these hospitals are kind of like a Supercuts. They're not like a private practice trying to build a relationship with you. All they're trying to do is see the maximum amount of patients as quickly as possible and to get them on whatever the marketing agencies have told them to sell patients. I don't go to the doctor because I want to be sold on a product. I go to the doctor because, you know, my arm is broken or something. Very scary. You say, okay, wait. Don't knock or judge someone based on their current employment state. Rookie move. They may have been richer than you, and you will ever one time. Luck comes at you hard. It can be happen to you. The one thing that I always find, I would say interesting, but not just funny, is the idea is like, I'll say something like fatherless behavior or unemployed behavior. And you always have one person that's like, I'm unemployed, or I call them the EBT tribes. Like, I'm on EBT, how dare you? And they get all offended when you call out something that they're a part of, when they watch me make fun of other groups that they're not a part of and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you made fun of that group. But now you're making fun of me and I can't watch you anymore. And it's like, no. The unemployed behavior isn't something that all unemployed people do. It's something that only unemployed people do. Fatherless behavior isn't something that all people that weren't raised by a strong male figure do. But it's something that only people that weren't raised by a strong male figure do. And part of that is the idea that some people just can't ever have their ego damaged whatsoever. It's like if you had a strong male role model, you would know a talking head on the internet should not impact your day or your emotions whatsoever. By anybody getting offended by the term fatherless behavior just lets me know you are part of that group of people that were fatherless, that do indeed exhibit fatherless behavior. Sorry, not sorry, but that's how it is. And it's sad because I can make fun of me, I can make fun of all sorts of stuff, but as soon as somebody feels lightly involved in the joke, they freak out, and it's like, you never would have survived this chat. You could not be hanging out with me and the however many videos I do, 300 videos, or no, not 300, maybe 150 videos I do a year. Something was going to offend you. Sorry, but there's the door. Like, I could never change me to cater to your fragile feelings. I would say go to Hassan's stream because it's a liberal stream, but it's like, no, he'll be even angrier at you than I am. And the sad thing is, Hassan's crashing out. It's getting bad. He's basically just, his career has been over ever since the Kaya dog shocking incident. But he's the last one to know it.
Whether we like to admit it or not, even if amongst the normie sphere, okay? Amongst the normie sphere, politics is very different than the internet, specifically YouTube commentary. There are many different pockets of very woke places online. You know, you got TikTok, there's a woke slant there, maybe even hyper.
Why isn't he saying the most obvious one, Hassan's chat?
Super woke at times. But a lot of the commentary sphere get their notes from Twitter and Reddit. And unfortunately,
how many tabs open does he have that are Twitter or Reddit? I wonder, because a lot of the time whenever you say, and I'm guilty of this too, a lot of the time when you're giving somebody advice, you're talking to yourself. Interesting.
Reddit is very malleable and easy to brigade, and Twitter.
Reddit is not easy to brigade. If you have a right wing or anything other than insanely hyperactive left ideology, you will get banned and immediately removed from the website. You cannot brigade Reddit unless you have leftist, socialist, Chinese-approved talking points. The fact that he thinks it's easy to brigade is because he finds it easy to push his agenda on there.
Twitter is a neo-Nazi shithole. This reflects the output of the commentary.
Isn't it insane that Twitter is like the only free speech platform left right now? And he immediately says, it's insanely alt-right. It's like, no, there's websites out there that are insanely alt-right that saying crazy racist things. That is not Twitter. but he can't see anything beyond his little own backyard of the echo chamber that is very, very carefully controlled social media sites.
And Twitter is a neo-Nazi shithole. This reflects the output of the commentary sphere altogether. Okay? So the commentary sphere has found itself in this like weird, edgy centrist to right-wing attitude.
Oh, he caught himself. He was like, it's centrist. Yes, it is centrist. A lot of us that do commentary online are indeed centrist. I would say I am center-right because of my very, very hard-on crime perspectives. He knows we're centrists, but since it's not under what he wants out there, he's saying, no, they're alt-right, actually.
On a lot of issues, and therefore, people like myself are persona non grata. I am literally the #1 op of virtually every drama tuber.
Because people think you shot your dog. I think you got hate out there forever. You kind of were under the radar. You were still like the #1 watched Twitch streamer for the left. Actually, probably the #1 watched political streamer, and then Asmongold just lapped your ass. But the idea is trying to sit there and say, they hate me because I'm socialist and I'm right and I'm politically powerful. It's like, no. Normally started hating you because they don't know enough about what's happening over in the Middle East. They don't know enough about socialism, so they'll take you with your huge audience and say, okay, you know what, I don't know political stuff, but I'm going to take it from you because you seem to have a large audience of people that are nodding their heads. The tides didn't turn until Kaya yelped, and you made 1 billion excuses as to why it wasn't a shock collar, all of which didn't seem to be true. And a lot of them were contradictory. People disliked you because you don't need to be an expert in politics or even an expert in dogs to know, don't electrocute them.
Virtually every content creator on the commentary sphere has presented me as literally the worst fucking person. Okay?
Yeah?
They talk about me more than they talk about Donald Trump, for example.
Because a lot of people like Donald Trump. Did you not see the election? First Republican to win the popular vote? America isn't Reddit. It's not Blue Sky. It's not even Twitter. Most people like Trump. Most people are going to bash on Trump incessantly because there's a lot to criticize him about him, or a lot to criticize. The war in Iran, the Epstein files. I had another one right now, but yeah, you can criticize him on a whole lot of stuff. He's not a perfect man. Conservatives go after him constantly. Oh no, yeah, not forcing them to get the SAVE Act passed. But none of it is as clear-cut as don't shock your dog.
They talk about me more than they talk about the far-right figures, for example. Or even if they do talk about...
And again, who does he consider far-right figures? If he sees Asmongold as far-right figure, then he's lost a plot. I could say Nick would be one. Not Shirley, the other one. Lang would be one. Like, these are people that I could say, okay, yeah, they're far-right figures. And if you want to criticize them, by all means, do it. It's a free speech or whatever. But they also don't have the traction that shocking their own dog would give them.
Far-right figures. What do they always say? Oh, you know, this guy Asmongold, he fucked up.
Oh, see, yeah. If Asmongold is far-right to you, you've lost a plot.
Hardly ever do they criticize Asmongold, but when they do, they'll say, well, Hassan and Asmongold are two sides of the same coin.
No, they're not.
Now, for adults with a functioning brain, they know that that's fucking ridiculous, right? It's total.
Says the guy that crashed out on Shoe and Head for making fun of him to wearing Gucci sweaters and expensive chains. And he starts wearing suits all the time, and then says, I don't even listen to Shoe on Head. I don't care about her opinion. What do her feet look like? What is her feet rating like? It sounds like I'm making shit up, but that's what he genuinely did.
Totally ridiculous. This is what I studied. This is
he
what
does
I
look
stressed.
stressed. Yeah.
This is what I do professionally, and not only do I do this professionally, but I also, you know, am literally about to go and talk to 2 congressional candidates, right, at the same time. So
I just sank 2 congressional candidates' careers real quick.
There is no parity there. There is no equivalence there. Not even a moral.
Because you're on the losing side. If America's against you 50-1, Obviously, there's not going to be as many people making fun of Asmongold as there is making fun of a guy that everybody thinks he electrocuted his dog. If you are best known, actually, what was it? The New York Post chat? Which one was it? Was the New York Post that did a whole article about his murky history with brothels, his drama with apparently shocking his dog, just his addictions? Like, they really went hard on him recently. Sad to say, when your nickname is the Roach King, a tooth falls out of your mouth during stream, and you're just like, that's what makes me real. That's the vibe. Like, you are just like that. No amount of news network saying, oh my god, you live like a slob and you eat Chipotle all the time. It's like, yeah, what about it? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, he Eminem'd you. Like, he 8-miled you. Nobody's gonna make fun of you because your image isn't pristine like some millionaire socialist. I forgot which article, which news network wrote that article.
Equivalence, no political equivalence whatsoever, but from the perspective of even the most woke adjacent commentary content creators,
because even they gotta hate you now. Again, people can overlook the support of terror, the platforming of the guy that was a pirate, all that stuff. They can overlook that because they don't know enough about it as you do. But if you're most known for electrocuting your dog, nobody can align with you anymore. You're getting left behind, and he doesn't even realize it.
Do look for a parody there. The reason for why is because the attitude in this sphere is unbelievably slanted to the fucking far right.
Because he's not used to it not being 2020 anymore, with every news network was basically propaganda for the left. And all social media would ban you for not being propaganda for the left. He just hasn't seen that. He doesn't even realize that he is essentially the new Johnny Somali. Like, it's Hassani Somali now. Anybody can make a career off of just going after you because, I don't want to say it's like it's popular, it's trendy, but it's universally agreed upon. Like, here he is over here getting upset because the Democrats aren't backing him. And again, I think it's the Democrats are dumping him.
I just found out there were like venue changes because I thought it was because like people were showing a lot of interest, and there were numerous venue changes, and the last venue that we arrived at, they canceled last second. Julie also dropped out. Senator Julie Gonzalez's statement today. I'm deciding.
Are these the two the congressional candidates that he was gonna meet with? And he's like, oh my god, I'm doing so much important stuff. I saw another video where he was talking about how he's going to be organizing something for the DSA in New York City. It's like he wants to be bigger than what a Twitch streamer is, because he's seen other people ascend beyond the platform they grew on. That's one thing I would always say is, like, when you become a bit bigger than the medium that made you famous, you've made it. I'll say something like Mike Tyson in boxing. You might not watch boxing, but you know who Mike Tyson is. You might not watch any NBA, but you know who Michael Jordan is. You may not watch Twitch streaming at all. Or no, you might not watch YouTube, but you probably know who Mr. Beast is. You don't watch Twitch or YouTube, or you don't watch live streamers, but you've probably heard something about iShowSpeed. He's seeing these people ascend beyond the platform that they were birthed on, and he wants it too. We talked about his NBA appearance the other day soon, but just the idea that he's being left behind even on the platform he grew on because all the controversies are finally weighing him down, but he just can't fathom the idea that he's not going to ascend the platform. He's going to be Hassani Somali, somebody that we used to talk about one day.
Participate in the rally with the Soundpiker at no fault of the event organizers multiple venues that canceled the 11th hour, and I have been told that it was a violation of the venue contracts. I appreciate Hassan Piker, Malak Quiroz, and Justin Pearson, and Representative Donna McKinney for inviting us to engage. In my remarks today, I plan to speak about the toll that crisis after crisis, outrage after outrage, and the trauma after trauma inflicts on Coloradans, while both Democratic establishment and MAGA extreme.
The same people that would demand you cancel somebody else is getting saddened that he's being canceled essentially from his preferred party.
Either take voters like us for granted, or even worse, fail to take our pain into consideration at all. These are big business owners that are capitulating to at a time when there's unprecedented amounts of attacks on free speech. These are big business owners that seemingly.
Oh, so you would have no problem canceling somebody on the right and having them not be able to express their free speech. But once it's happening to you, you're all of a sudden you're not used to being treated equally as everybody else. Nobody's forced to cooperate and collaborate with you, but all of a sudden now it's freedom of speech is under attack now.
Supposed to be apolitical or liberal adjacent, turning around and leaning into the right-wing smears. Like, this kind of disruption does not happen to right-wingers, man. This kind of disruption...
How many people were banned off Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube for saying something that is not even really right-wing? It's like, hey, maybe this medication we've never had, this very experimental mRNA technology is causing... Actually, might be causing. It caused my cousin myocarditis. Instantly banned. You're just not allowed to be spoken anywhere because you're right wing. It's like, wait, I just can't talk about my life experience or what's actually happened to one of my employees. And suddenly it's coming back at you, and you're saying, wow, we've never experienced this. The right never experiences this. It's like, no, I think that, what is it? When you're so used to preferential treatment, equal treatment seems unfair. That's exactly what's going on here.
Regardless of the amount of pushback that they receive from actual student groups and actual protesters and actual organizers, schools never do this kind of thing. Venues never do this kind of thing for Ben Shapiro. They never do this kind of thing.
I'm pretty certain they've canceled conservative events because of danger, where they said, oh, too many people are putting threats in on attacking them. Oh, they need too much security to ensure that somebody like Charlie Kirk can get on campus, so they don't have the event anymore. Or what actually happened to Charlie Kirk? When you're so used to preferential treatment, equal treatment seems unfair.
For Charlie Kirk.
You say, openly right-wing people get banned from anime cons. I'm telling you right now, cannot prove it, but Asian YouTuber events, early on, I would get invites to. Like, run by the actual company itself. I'm there, enjoying it. I'm probably one of the more viewed people in those groups. It was cool, met a lot of people, joined their little group chat or whatever. And then later on, I was seeing some of the people from those same Asian YouTuber events going to the Asian Gala sponsored by YouTube. They're going to these other stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute. Not just like pull rank or anything, but it's like, obviously, I have a larger channel than you guys. But I didn't get an invite to these things, and you guys all did. And then I'm just no longer invited to this stuff. I get a link to say, hey, come to this Asian YouTuber event coming up here. From the website itself, click it, and they say, oh, this is, you do not have the permissions to view this page, like to confirm that you're going to it. And I'm like, okay. So you mean to say me, because I cover some, like, controversial things, or maybe I could be perceived as MAGA, suddenly I can no longer be invited to the Asian representation events? They would like me to not even know about it, but because I made friends there that obviously didn't hate me, where they don't want to talk to me, because they met me as a person, not as a political ideology. The only reason I know these events exist is because of the community that is supposed to be representative. But no, they don't want diversity of opinions or diversity of thought. They want diversity of skin. And again, he's just not used to equal treatment.
It only goes in one direction. I find that very odd. Yeah, like Milo Yiannopoulos, like people who are rabble-rousers and firebrands, but spew hateful rhetoric on purpose.
Projection.
Those people never got their venues canceled. There was never an instance where these venues were canceled. And what's...
You say, Decoy is Asian? I thought he was Cuban, American, or Puerto Rican. When I was doing my hair kind of cut on the sides, and I was just letting my hair be as curly as possible on top, I got a caricature done. And since I had this hair, this little, like, you know, the half goatee and the curly hair on top, the caricature me was 1,000,000% Dominican. And I was like, nothing against Dominicans, but I got a different haircut almost immediately. I was like, what happened here? When did I become Dominican?
Better yet, here's what's interesting about this.
I had the baby
bash.
There
wasn't even any, like, real protests. No one was like, "Oh my God, Hassan's coming to Denver." I protest that. It's just phone calls.
Where did he get his visa canceled from? Was it the UK? If you got a Dominican, but when you have a guy that has openly supported terror, that has called for the ending of a U.S. senator, that has said America deserves this thing, words in the middle 9 and a lot of words in the middle 11. He said we deserved it. Maybe this is the content of your character and us judging you by the person you are. To say, you know what, maybe it's not a good idea to have this guy here. But yeah, it's the UK. But again, he's like, how am I being treated? Why are you holding me responsible for things that me has said? I not know what I do wrong.
It's just shady backroom deals.
Shady backroom deals.
That's what makes it even.
Possibly like these shady backroom deals that possibly brought you to China, that possibly brought you to Cuba to give them essentially propaganda puff pieces.
Crazier, because it's not like there are a lot of people there. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of people who were excited to participate in this event.
Wasn't he the one that was saying that like he was gonna go do South by Southwest in the UK, and now that they're not going to bat for him to bring him there, he's like, cancel all business with them, don't watch them. And I was like, I was looking at the roster for South by Southwest. It's not like a star-studded cast, but again, you are not the marquee person that everybody was going there for.
Venues have, due to, I guess, pressure from big donors, pressure from the Trump administration, potentially pressure from establishment Democrats that didn't want this event to take place.
Is he saying that the establishment Democrats are turning on him? Maybe it's because it's dangerous to be affiliated with you now. The tides have turned. You were probably a useful idiot that people used to platform themselves to go forward. But if anything, you are kind of responsible for these sinking. Affiliating yourself with Hassan at this point in time is just ammunition against them. Like if when Karen Bass, I don't think it's gonna happen, but when Karen Bass goes against Raman with a mayoral election, Karen Bass can attack the fact that she affiliated herself with Raman. I'm sorry, that Karen Bass can attack Raman for affiliating with Hassan. It's now a weak point. It's no longer, let me borrow your platform to spread my word and get more support from your followers. That's something that I can cash in on. It's like, no, you are going to lose far more moderate liberals than you are going to gain insane pro-terror liberals from being affiliated with Hassan.
Turned around and canceled their contracts last minute to gum up the works, to move people around. It's actually shocking. Live Nation
He's gotta avoid that verbiage so bad now.
Entertainment. Live Nation Entertainment leans blue. Technically.
Yes. What do you mean technically? It's blue.
With their donations. Ugh. But what I mean is this. If any Republican went through this process, if any Republican commentator, no matter how right-wing they are, had a similar process like this, the entirety of the media apparatus would make a fuss over it.
Who in the media apparatus is going to bat for right-wing commentators? Like, Hassan sees himself the opposite as Asmongold, just because Asmon just dunks on him all the time, and they're both like prominent Twitch personalities. But I would say Asmongold's more of the inverse of like almost like a Joe Rogan, because he's a liberal guy. Like, they're more center, but they're more closely related as far as like how far they go down the political spectrum. Hassan's pair is probably more like Fuentes, if you're gonna be honest. The idea that if Fuentes has been banned and canceled everywhere, Fox News isn't going to bat for him. That's why CNN doesn't go to bat for you. That's why CNN does a piece about you being a controversial figure. He likes to think that he could be like an I Show Speed. Oh, I'm the face of Twitch. I do these events. I do the award shows and I talk on things or whatever. And then I'm going to be the one next up where I'm going to be at the NBA game and they're going to say, oh, in attendance is Hassan. And he's going to wave to the camera. Like, he thinks that's going to be it. But no, your legacy isn't political leadership, community organizer. Your legacy, true or not, is animal abuser.
the entire Republican media apparatus.
Yeah, designer Mao, he's wearing a Mao's dress suit. Try not to watch it too much, but I did see Asmund Gold shortly saying he's cosplaying a tyrannical dictator. Like, he's like, why can't we just put these people under? The people that are not listening to my narrative, how come I can't eliminate them? And it's like, yeah, he's cosplaying it, and he's forgetting that he's not really it. For Halloween, I put on, what was it, a shark costume, but I didn't try to eat a dolphin because I know I'm just dressed up as a shark. He's just dressed up as a dictator, but he's somehow forgetting he's not a real dictator.
Would be up in arms saying, see, the liberals hate free speech. They're doing it again.
Yes.
We don't have a similar system. That's what I'm talking about.
Is he trying to allude that the left doesn't have cancel culture? Because they always say, like, oh, isn't it ironic the right's trying to cancel Bud Light because they were being canceled, they were crying about being canceled before, and it's like, yeah, I don't like cancel culture that much. I'm a filthy casual. I don't like all the woke nonsense being interjected in the NBA. I was a big Jaylen Brown fan, and I thought it was ridiculous what he was doing on live stream, getting mad at Beverly Hills PD, but calling out LAPD cops, despite the fact that he didn't have the correct permit. Okay, obviously I'm going too much down the Celtics rabbit hole, but the idea is, I don't need them all to align with me. Like, okay, cool. I don't like what that was, but I still want Jaylen Brown to be MVP. That sort of thing.
Official. There are moments where you bury the hatchet, okay? Even if there is like factional infighting amongst the left and the liberals, this is an instance where you bury the hatchet to
come together because we need to be unified to defeat the right type of thing. But again, the left right now needs to realize they need to stop trying to cater to the insane left people, because they're going to be increasingly more insane every step of the way. You need to start catering to moderate Americans, or what the Democrat strategy has been, giving immigrants the right to vote and then catering to them with just free stuff. But most of these Congress people running for Congress or running for Senate right now, they realize it's more important to get the moderates in the middle than it is the extreme activists that have 8 hours a day, every day, to watch Assange's live stream.
fight back against the Republican forces that we are supposedly aligned in combating. Okay? That's how it works. Republicans understand that.
And here's the thing: is I don't think that he even fathoms the idea that the Democrats don't necessarily really have like primaries, or it's like you can choose this guy, you can choose that guy. The Democrats, for the last 12 years now, have just selected, here's the leader of the Democrat Party, here's who you have to choose from. Here's your Karen Bass, here's your Biden, here's your Hillary, here's your Kamala. There's no primaries, so there's no genuine things. Like, remember when the Bernie Sanders Bernie Sanders is who the Democrats wanted. They got Hillary. Tulsi Gabbard and who was the guy that was wasn't Bernie this time. RFK. Tulsi, RFK were more popular than Joe Biden, but they said, no, we need to have our establishment Democrat, so we're just going to select and put them in there. The Democrats didn't even have a primary. They waited until it was done, so Biden stroke out on the debate and say, you know what, here's your choice, Kamala Harris. It's not about campaigning and defeating Republicans. It's just about being a good little Democrat and being chosen and promoted.
They let bygones be bygones all the time. They put their differences aside when it comes down to combating liberalism, leftism.
Now, I think Trump won because he got the moderates, he got the Rust Belt blue-collar workers, he got people of all races to say, hey, you know what? The government isn't really working for us anymore. It's like we're working for them as like tax cattle. We want something different. Now, whether or not you think Trump actually delivered on those promises is entirely other story, but the idea is it wasn't that Trump unified Republicans. It's like, no. He just said, I am a populist. I'm going to get disaffected liberals. I'm going to get moderates. I'm going to get some of the conservatives. Rhinos are going to hate me. There's going to be a lot of infighting over there, but he represents more ordinary Americans than you guys do.
And all manner of progress. I don't like this. There's something strange taking place here.
I'm being treated.
I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, there's a new element of danger involved with this situation now that it's like literally an unsanctioned outdoor event. It feels like a level of coordination that I did not fucking think would take place.
So we had a bunch of security. We had 13 security guards there, ready to go. We're like, just in case.
And it sucks. It does suck that if you want to have an event, even for socialists, I think socialism is terrible. I think it's going to cause a lot of suffering. I think it's just basically going to be stealing from hardworking Americans and giving to deadbeats. But I don't want them to be in fear for their safety. A lot of people would probably disagree with me, but I think we should be able to have a place they can speak and share their BS ideas. There should be no problem with it. I don't like it. I don't want it happening to us. I don't want it happening to them as well. We should be able to freely exchange information, freedom of speech.
What was their response for it?
Their response was actually, they were like, in the email, they're like, hey, we're just getting pushback from community. We can't do that today. We go in there, and he looks pretty emotional.
And I really wonder if this is just them having an excuse. Like, who was the musician that was having, like, half all of his venues empty? Like, he just wasn't selling tickets. And he was like, you know what? It's a security risk for me. I'm not going to tour right now.
And he's like, I've been getting blown up my phone all morning from people who own this place and the people who own, like, the lots, the people who own malls around here, like, high up in, like, corporations. And he was spooked. He's like, people blew up my phone. I've never seen this before. I'm a small business. I can't do this. They're telling me it's a safety risk. And
I don't want that to be a thing, back and forth. You cancel him for, like, you know, what they have to say. I think the best way to combat the socialists of America's ideology is let them talk. Let them express what they have to say, and that's going to be better than anything we can counteract with. Like, this was a little bit ahead of it, but it's like, yeah, this is the New York City Democrat Socialists of America. All you have to do is let them talk, and that defeats it. Like, you don't have to try to silence them. You don't have to make them feel worried or concerned. Don't do that. Just let them speak, and it defeats them. Like, yeah, this is the Republican National Convention. They posted a speech from the Democrat Socialists of America because they do far more damage to their side than we ever could.
So are we ready to free Palestine? Are we ready to abolish ICE? Are we ready to win Medicare for all, housing for all, and unions for all?
It's literally like she just said, what are the top trending posts from bots on Reddit? And she's just reading them one by one. Free this, unions, free medical care. It's like, yeah, this all sounds amazing. This all sounds amazing. Show me the socialist country that's doing it correctly. Buzzwords, exactly. So pleased with herself. And here's the thing is, I just remember a very, very long time ago. This is, guys, we're going back. We were going back, young decoy in college, struggling. Getting an invitation from my roommate at the time. Hey, do you want to go to a deaf poetry jam? I'm into hip hop. Oh, that sounds cool. I go there. It was the most ridiculous thing. So it's like, there were actually some like mid-tier celebrities there, and it was like this thing, I believe it was in wasn't South Central, like more north. But you get there, you're like one of like 5 Asian people, and anybody can go on stage and say like the worst slam poetry, like 21 Jump Street-esque tier freestyle slam poetry. The bat, the hat, the cat, the Democrat, oh yes. And then, hey yo, F Bush! And everybody would erupt in applause and stand and clap, and it was like, yeah. The Deaf Poetry Jam, the slam poetry, basically all it was you could actually bomb. You could be terrible, but as long as you say, yo, F Bush, yo, who wants to see Obama in the White House? Oh, I want to see Obama. Like, that's all they had to do. It's like they just had a buzzword, and I remember sitting there, not political, knowing nothing about Bush, knowing nothing about Obama, but just being there and be like, wait, so everybody here sucks, but if you say the right things, you are adored. You kill it. You get applause, and I'm like, and I'm willing to bet everybody here equally knows nothing about politics. Like, nobody here could tell you what Barack Obama's current position in politics was. No one could tell you how long he had been in Senate. Is he the senior senator? Is he a junior senator? What position did he hold before that? What country was he? Like, anything about him, but they knew they loved him. They knew you put him on a t-shirt, and that made you cool. And if you liked a liberal girl, you just had the Obama t-shirt and like, he's the one. Like, sad to say, it's easy to get caught up into it because what low-hanging fruit would that need to be for me to say, you know what, Decoy, I want to be a rapper instead? Let me just go up there and say all the right things about this and say, yo, we want to free this, we want Medicare for all, and just get applause. I could suck, but this is what they're genuinely doing right now, just parroting all those talking points, and that's what it is. It's like, oh yeah, we just want to say all these things. It's very, very shallow on where they are. But here we are to this. My favorite one, we went too long. Is talking... him basically dark side filling his chat saying, I'm a socialist, but give me money.
This disciplining method where you just fucking try to cut the head of the snake. But meanwhile, while they're fucking calling me an extremist, we got a hype train going. 4 minutes. You already know what the deal is. It's a hype train. Support the Piker Broadcasting.
And in case you weren't aware, you got watching on YouTube. Hype train's like if I think 2 of you guys give me a subscription at the same time or somebody donates subscriptions, it's like, oh, a hype train. People are giving him money now. Don't you want to give him more money? Oh, get him to level 2. We can do more money. Like, it just keeps on increasing how much people want to donate to you. It's a weird thing. Don't donate money to me. I don't need it. But just the idea that I thought this was about socialism, and someone's going to call out on it.
Service support the People's Broadcasting Service. Almost said the wrong name for it. If you support the show, you support independent media. And if we get to level 10 hype train, you can do that by subscribing. There's no ads on the broadcast. If you subscribe for $6.
Chat, tell me, is he not running ads on his Twitch because he's demonetized, or is it because he just doesn't run ads? I don't know.
Or for free with a Twitch Prime, or gift subs for others so they too can enjoy the show and be able to send me links and whatnot. Then at level 10 hype train, you already know what's up. You already know what we'll be doing. Obviously, we'll be carrying the motherfucking flame.
He's going to sing a song. If he gets to level 10 of donations, he sings a song. My brother on Twitch, we are too old for this. Okay, I'm telling you right now. We are too old to be singing and shucking and jiving on the internet. We're panhandling pennies, okay? No. If you want to be taken serious as a political commentator, a community organizer, a Democrat Socialist of America, you cannot be literally dancing on the street corner that is the internet, that is Twitch, that is the pier on the beach for change. No.
After seeing Will Neff's level 21 hype train yesterday, or level 23 hype.
Oh no! Guys, it's not me. They said Decoy 1666 gifted 5 times subs. That's not me, guys. I promise you.
Train yesterday. I'm expecting much better performance from you motherfuckers, okay?
This is DSP. This is Darkside Phil. I'm expecting more donations, guys. The other guy got more money than me. I need you guys to be more giving. Coming from these socialists in $1 million mansion, asking for money from people that aren't millionaires. This is the equivalency of me, Decoy, a guy with a job online, going down to Skid Row in downtown LA and saying, guys, I expect better than you. Asmongold makes millions. So obviously you homeless people, you gotta put it together. Make me a millionaire too.
Hello, Junior. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Oh my lord. You say you're a socialist and you have enough money, but why are you enticing your viewers to donate money and instead take a Moist Critical posture where he doesn't take money anymore from donations? I don't know, maybe because when Moist Critical makes one YouTube video, he makes $10 million off of...
I'm willing to bet Moist Critical does a YouTube video with 1 million views, like 20-minute watch time. He probably pulls in like $5,000 to $7,000, if not more, if people watch the whole thing. Maybe 10 off of one of his videos. And he can launch like 3 of those a day. Just because somebody makes more than you in a capitalist society doesn't mean that the socialist millionaire is entitled to more millions. The logic is lost on him, but he can never admit fault.
That fucking YouTube video, and subscriptions are the only long-standing method of gaining revenue for myself and my entire fucking operations.
Okay.
And I can't just like fucking travel all around the country and
guys, he's giving us the Bernie Sanders. Oh no, not the Bernie Sanders. He's giving us the televangelist thing. Remember the televangelist was saying they're like, hey, like, you know, you're a godly man. Why do you need to fly private? And he was like, guys, I can't be flying around. No, he actually was a Democrat. He said, when I fly private, I gotta be able to stand up and talk to Jesus. You can't do that on commercial. And then when Hassan, not Hassan, that other Democrat was like, when I'm flying around everywhere, I can't be waiting an economy. I got stuff to do. It's like, he's doing the same thing. It's like all socialists are like this. I can't be in a tube full of demons.
And you know, pay for the hardware, pay for everything else without any revenue streams whatsoever.
And I'm telling you right now, he's talking about community organizing and doing all this traveling. Nick Shirley dismantled basically Somalia's entire economy through investigative journalism, and all he brought was his mom, his iPhone, and a tiny little lavalier microphone. I'm pretty certain you can have that in your budget. Maybe not your mother or like one of your buddies or whatever to film you, or actually just use a selfie cam. It doesn't cost that much to be flying around doing all this stuff. Fly commercial because you're a man of the people. Rent the lowest size economy car, and maybe you don't need to be wearing expensive stuff. Just be out there like a genuine socialist living like everybody else. If you are not willing to suck it up and just be a regular guy, stop saying that, you know, socialism is the answer.
Unless I take the pre-existing amount of money that I have and just like dump it into the fucking stock market, which is something that I'm not doing. Moist Critical also literally owns multiple businesses. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he's a capitalist.
If only you had a DSA maroon hat, yeah, I'd rock it right now, but I can't.
Doesn't match a suit.
You know? Also, the fucking federal government is up my ass at
well, whose
this
fault
point,
is that?
So, you know, I'm gonna have to fucking hire lawyers and whatnot. And I don't... Like, there are a million different revenue streams that I could partake in, which I choose not to.
Somebody replied to this video with him playing a gacha game, and which is essentially like, it looked like gambling. He's like, how many stuff can I win? Actually, I'll just pull it up right now. The reason he doesn't run ads is because he took multiple sponsorships. I'm also willing to bet he makes a decent money off his YouTube videos. Oh, I'm sure he makes a 7-figure income off his YouTubes. And I'll say this right now. Don't like Hassan, but Hassan's editors, top tier. Whoever's taken his like 8-minute or his 8-hour long form videos and cutting them up into like small digestible YouTube videos, top tier. Whoever's doing it, I wish they would edit my videos. Like I almost said no cap. I'm too old to say no cap. I'm willing to admit, whoever's editing his videos, I'm jealous of that staffer. Great. But yeah, this is why.
Gotcha in and of itself is also horrible. You feel line 10 opens. I don't even know what I'm doing. Wait, what am I doing? A decoder pack? No. Buy treasure box. I don't even know what I'm doing right now.
How socialist of him.
Data, the platinum coin to purchase.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't. That's why he doesn't.
This is it. The only thing is just voluntary subscriptions. Okay? Voluntary subscriptions. You don't even need to subscribe. You don't have to subscribe. People choose to do so to support the fucking show. Here's what it is. Okay? I don't run ads. I don't take sponsorships. I don't even fucking strike down channels that are generating revenue off of my content. I don't care about any of that shit.
I don't know if he would want to set that precedence, because I'm pretty certain if he started going after people, he does react to a lot of different content himself. And obviously, I think he respects the game. People talk trash about him, he gives them content to talk trash about it. It's like, I don't want to say they're both parasitic, but Asmongold and Hassan, they're millionaires in their own right, but they can become multi-millionaires with each other existing. So it's mutually beneficial.
Shit, I'm like, yo, go ahead, have fun with it. My merchandise that I sell is just for the fans only. There's not like a profit margin there that's significant because obviously it's made in the United States of America and union made at the same time. So
I'm willing to bet that's valid.
I also own and operate a fucking cooperative corporation on top of everything else, where it's equal say and equal pay distribution amongst everyone that's involved in it.
If they're not all millionaires, I don't think this is equal pay.
You're gonna have a very hard time finding someone that is operating their business in this manner, and there's no reason.
I don't know how many CEOs are most known for shocking their dog, but again, I don't know many CEOs
to do this. It's not even like technically unethical, half of the shit that I just choose not to fucking partake in. But yeah, I hope that's
because those brand deals and all that stuff requires effort, and also you lose a little bit of yourself every time you do it. I'm not running coverage for him, I'm just being fair. What happens is, if he was to do an ad for, paid battle lemmings. Today's video is brought to you by Paid Battle Lemmings. It's a mobile game, I love it. In the event, Paid Battle Lemmings does something controversial, like the parent company does something, for you to criticize that company, like freedom of speech, is probably going to burn some bridges with you and other industries, not them in particular, but other businesses that are in like their vertical. So all of a sudden you have this thing of like, okay, I want to do business and I want to be able to afford my mortgage, but I can no longer criticize the companies that I'd once done business with, because it's going to set a precedence of, you can pay the guy to represent you, but he's going to talk trash about you later on. You don't want people to have control over you like that, so you stop taking brand deals. I can kind of see that's what he's trying to do, or being less generous, he's just lazy, doesn't want to do the brand deals, and it's easier to panhandle and say, hey guys, you give me like 50, or if you give me $500, I'm gonna sing you a song. That's easier.
Explain it. I hope that explains. In any case, oh, we're already halfway there. We're already halfway there at 70% of level 9 hype train. At level 10, we will carry the motherfucking flame. Oh my God, Zaza Bert. What are you doing? Zaza Bert!
He's not fake rich. You can't be fake rich with that house.
Zaza Bert, what are you doing? And we have reached level 10. Blonde Bob! Blonde Bob.
I don't want to hear it, but it's basically... He sings.
We are Jolly Good!
This is... And he's singing. He's dancing again. We are far too old to be dancing on the 3rd Street Promenade at the pier with a hat in front of us saying, please give me money. We can hit level 10. We can hit level 10. Just give me a couple more subscriptions. Like, we're too old for this, guys. We are too old for it.
But we're not with 15. If we get to it, we're at level 11 hype train now. Maybe we can get to level 15. Who knows? Level
the Ewing jerseys in the background.
God.
They're desperate to seem relatable. It's the ultimate, how do you do fellow kids move. All the Democrats are at it right now, but let's just go ahead and not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah, he has the Patrick Ewing jersey in the background. But yes, he's out there saying, good little socialist. The reason I panhandle for pennies on the internet is just like Bernie Sanders. I don't believe what I say. It's a grift. I'm telling you it's a grift by begging for donations. But I think you're too stupid to realize it.
See a term. You know what? Let's buy a house. So we bought a house. And guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I have a summer camp. It's a nice one on Lake Champlain.
Yeah. Many people probably have summer camps, but nobody that lives in true socialism has a separate home in Vermont. I don't believe what I tell you to. I don't believe what I'm not living by what I'm selling, but I hope you're too stupid to realize it.
That's it. Now, how did I get the money? You're right. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism. It was New York Times bestseller for a while.
It was New York Times bestseller, but the one thing that I realized with the Governor Gavin Newsom scam thing, where he sold all the books, I believe it was him, sold all the books, and then they found out that the money comes from a tax dollars, goes to an organization that turns around and buys those books to give them to a charity or something. I wonder what made Bernie Sanders a millionaire Was it actually that people are actually buying through the capitalist society his anti-capitalist book on socialism? Or was it our tax dollars that went to an NGO, they got washed through another company, that turned around and bought his book to make it a New York Times bestseller, and the money just kind of got indirectly funneled through him and kind of scraped off the top several times, and nobody actually supports him the way that he thinks he is? Because here's the thing, it's like, if he really had all that traction, that steam, he wouldn't be constantly kicked out of the running to become president. I don't think he is who he thinks he is. But you have another one, these champagne socialists getting angry at Elon Musk being a trillionaire.
Elon Musk is officially the world's first trillionaire.
Okay.
Think about that. We're living at a time when more and more people are just hanging on by their fingernails to survive in this economy.
And see this girl right here, Jessica Tetro. Is she really lecturing us about rich people from the back of a limousine? Reminds me of how AOC is a bartender and she's taking questions out there in the rain, and she has a separate girl holding up an umbrella for her in the rain. It's like, yeah, how many socialists have their own umbrella holder that have the education that can be a bartender? Because there's the thing, doesn't she have a diploma in something? So she got higher education, never used it for anything, and became somebody that lives off the teat of government spending, has a personal umbrella holder, and is going to lecture us about socialism.
And Elon Musk has more money and more wealth than anyone in human history. I want to be clear. This is not just some fluke. It is
literally in the back of a limo. Like, it's all a grift. Pocahontas, Bernie, Hassan, we are socialists. Share the wealth. But again, I'm talking to people in my limo with a private driver in my suit, begging the people that don't have a limo, that don't have a private driver, that don't have a suit, that I need more money because... oh my god, I burped right there. Because the Democrats have been in power in all these places like California. They even had the White House. They had the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch for how many years of Biden's administration? And they weren't able to accomplish anything. They cannot do anything, but again, just a little more of your money will solve the problems. But here's Hassan in his greatest speech ever, complaining that he didn't get celebrity superstar treatment at the Knicks game, where I think they said the tickets there were like $6,000 for one.
The broadcast last night, as you guys know, Will was inebriated. He came over here and he beat my ass, and he demanded that we go to Madison Square Garden, which we did. We had dumped a decent amount of money for these seats that weren't like technically nosebleed seats, but they weren't great either. It was like a weird angle.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with this angle. When the Clippers were garbage, I would go to Clipper games in downtown. Lived right next to it. You're in this weird side angle, but it's about the vibes. It's about getting the overpriced hot dog, overpriced soda, overpriced whiskey, and just being there amongst people, cheering for the game. NBA basketball is very different when enjoyed live. This isn't going to be a good angle, but the idea is he thinks he deserves better. Why am I paying my own money to go see this game when celebrities are essentially gifted their courtside tickets as like an employment perk? How come I'm not being treated as a special? How come I'm being treated like a filthy peasant amongst the other millionaires that can afford $6,500 seats for the NBA playoffs?
It's like a weird, you know, I don't know how to describe it.
You need to have a special type of hatred towards the common man to say, I was able to go to the basketball game at the Knicks, the Madison Square Garden, their first championship in, 50 plus years. I was able to go to that game. But I'm gonna complain about the angle I sat at. It's like, well, you know what, you're a millionaire complaining to non-millionaires. I didn't get to see that in stadium. How could you even be watching this? If all I did on this channel every day is like, man, guys, Moist Critical is a multi-millionaire and I'm not a millionaire. I just don't understand, you know, why don't I get special treatment? Like, that's not fun for everybody to watch. And his channel has become Hassani Somali, the Pity Party Chronicles.
It's a weird angle. Okay? Did you say hi to Taylor? Yeah, no, I did not. I didn't.
He's not a celebrity.
I was not mentioned in the celebrities that were invited.
because you're not.
I was not mentioned in the...
Because most of the people in that stadium are going to be normies. They're going to be rich people. Most of the people in the stadium will A, not know who you are, or B, go, is that the guy that electrocuted his dog? That's it. Most people aren't chronically online like your chatters.
In the celebrities that were invited to watch the game list either. It was a strange vantage point. Here, I'll show you. I think I took a photo of it, didn't I? Oh wait, we didn't post it. But I guess you can kind of tell from this angle. It's like
was he trying to gloat that he was at the game but was ashamed? He posted this that he's at the game but was ashamed that he wasn't courtside.
Behind one of the baskets, but like not exactly behind, but just like not in the center.
It's a crappy angle, but
this was our vantage point.
It's a crappy angle, but you know what? It's better to be down there to the side in a weird angle than it is to be in the nosebleeds, because I don't know about Madison Square Garden, but the Staples Center, now the Crypto Center, the seats up in the rafters are considerably smaller than the seats closer to the game, so it's worth it for the legroom. Yeah, he's just crying that he's not being treated special because he thinks, if I just cosplay a Knicks fan, people will like me. But that's the Democrat Party in a nutshell. They're all trying to lean into this whole, like, oh, the Knicks are popular, now I'm going to be a Knicks fan. I think he was, Hakeem Jeffries was even trashing Donald Trump. He's like, oh, you're not a real Knicks fan. He's like, Donald Trump was a staple of New York City the celebrity bubble for decades. The Knicks players knew him. He was constantly at the games courtside. But yeah, they have nothing but, how do you do, fellow kids? Here's some nonsense.
Which is going to make their life
the gas
better.
prices were this high under Obama, too.
Yes.
So,
well, listen, no,
and Biden.
Yes.
Well, I'm not...
Right, President Biden? Didn't we have gas prices at over $5?
No, well, there were gas prices in the immediate aftermath of
and I remember eggs were like $12 a dozen.
Which is going to make their life
better. The gas
better.
prices were this high under...
Nothing but vibes. Here's my New York Knicks jersey. Here's my New York Knicks jersey. Aren't I part of the group? I'm saying all the hot popular points the bots try to push down your throat on Reddit. Aren't I one of you guys? The amount of arrogance it takes, it's not necessarily, it's like arrogance paired with the assumption that if your audience has been listening to you for this long, either in Hassani Somali's chat or voting for Democrats still, if you're around for this long, you must be an imbecile. That's why you still support this. So I can get away with saying Elon Musk being a trillionaire is a problem, recorded from the back of my limousine with my private driver. Elon Musk is an effing failure while I panhandle for money on my chat by giving you a song and a dance. The absurdity of the left is just, it's getting worse. Yeah, without Elon, we wouldn't have X and free speech. Elon Musk buying X is probably the most significant, sad to say, is probably the most significant thing we've seen for we will see for democracy in our lives. If it wasn't for Elon Musk buying X, Facebook, YouTube, they never would have opened their doors to free speech and what we know about, like the COVID vaccines or the biolabs in Ukraine. Like, these are all things that would have gotten you immediately banned on all social media. Elon buys Twitter. People are able to hear free thoughts and beliefs, and then contrary to the mainstream narrative, and enforces the CNNs, your MSNBCs, and your socialist streamers to kind of lighten up on their propaganda because it is easier for us to fact check them. Elon invented online shopping and banking. What was that, with PayPal? I think so. Then changed cars, then space, and the internet. He's our modern Edison. And the sad part is, Elon Musk was the darling sweetheart of Reddit until Donald Trump. And now all of a sudden he's Orange Man bad too, where EVs are all about that. What is it? Going to space. That was like Reddit's thing. And because Elon Musk does it better, they're like, oh no, I'm not going to be an evil socialist or whatever. Like, it's sad how quickly they turned on him. Not because they don't like his ideas, but because they can't ever handle being on the outside of the mainstream narrative. And Elon's flamethrower, the Boring Company. I don't know how much I believe in the Boring Company, guys. That seems a little bit intense for me. Getting like tunnels everywhere, but apparently it's working in Vegas pretty fine. It's people living off benefits, always screaming that they deserve more, and they won't work for it, or they'll claim they deserve it. Well, it's the sad part is the Democrats promise you everything, can't deliver on it, and when they don't deliver on it, they just say, "Oh, it's the Republicans. That's their fault." And that's how they're able to capture their audience so much, because they pretty much hold their livelihood ransom because their side is dumb enough to believe it. Alright, let me see. I'm gonna take a short break to use a bathroom and get another drink. Give me like 1 minute. We're gonna run an ad, unfortunately, but I'll be right back. Oh, actually, that's the wrong button. There's one. He does not want to be on the show. What do you have to say? I don't want to talk loud because I'm also being shouting in his ear. But he hates it. But he's alive. He's fat. It's good. He got old. He got skinny. And then he gained weight again. That's where all your super chats go. Okay, bud? Okay, he hates this. Ugh. Alright, let me let him out. Poor guy, I think when I sat him down, he like kind of didn't move. He's never done that before. It's kind of weird. Like he just kind of sat there, wasn't sure about it. Because I really honestly don't pick him up that often anymore. Yeah, his name is Cheddar. Yeah, he's pretty heavy. He's pretty up there. But I mean, he is 16 now, so not for all over me now. But whatever, it is what it is. Yeah, he has meowtional damage. I don't know, he kind of like, he got held for a bit and I put him down and he just didn't seem like he was just like being on his feet again. No electricity was used in getting him to spend time with me. Cats are like that. Yeah, he's just, he hasn't done that. Like typically when I put him on the ground, after picking him up, he like sprints away from me, but he just didn't want anything to do with it. Let's see. Where's my thing? Oh. Your Cheddar's about 10 years old. I swear, when I got my cat Cheddar, there was no Cheddars in the world. Because he's 16. But now, like, wherever I go, you'll meet a orange cat named Cheddar. You need to have a designated space that the cat is never in, but he owns everywhere, and there's a space he can't be. He just goes crazy, just meows all the time. So it is what it is, man. Like, he's an old cat. I mean, I think, I would like to get a puppy, but I've heard from, like, I mean, talking to ChatGPT or whatever, that a cat that old shouldn't be introduced to something new at his advanced age of 1 million. You're not supposed to change anything up for him, and he's like a very easily stressed out cat. Oh, designated space like Hassan? No. He doesn't like to sit up there. Sometimes beyond my chair, if I feed him treats right there, he'll enjoy treats in that like chair forever. But I'm trying to find out what the happy medium is between letting him be happy and giving him lots of churro and treats, and also extending his life as much as possible because he's older. How many years does he actually have? Would extra treats and churro shorten that, or just increase his enjoyment of those years? You know what I mean? Like, I'm no veterinarian, but it is what it is. Yeah, that dog's not good for him in his years. Not even another cat. Like, there's a cat that sits in our windowsill. I don't think he's a stray. I think he's somebody else's cat. But they like sit there and stare at each other, and I'm like, I feel like he'd want another cat, but then he has his routine, and then also he's not big on like finishing his meals. I think if you get a second cat, you can no longer free feed him. So is he suddenly going to like stuff himself in every meal? And I was like, okay, now we're changing stuff for him. Probably isn't good. You had a cat you fed 2 treats every day as a reward for being brushed. she lived to be over 22. That'd be awesome if I can get Cheddar to over 22. But he's got some health issues right now. Yeah, Cheddar doesn't need more excitement. He's just kind of hanging out. Years in life versus life in the years. So it's like, do I take him on a roller coaster and just give him like a big send off? I don't think he wants that. I think he wants to be just chilling out, having too much food. And when he was a kitten, I used to even feed him like Cheez-Its and stuff. But ever since he had a blockage, I don't think he should be having anything that isn't specific for older cats food. But we gotta talk about Governor Gavin Newscam because he's getting all worried. There's an investigation on him, but sad to say, his party started the whole political lawfare, so you can't really feel bad for him.
Family, friends, and former employees. Not because they found a crime, because they're simply trying to find one. They're demanding records. They're abusing the grand jury process.
He seems kind of worried. If you didn't have anything to hide, why would you be like, okay, we want to turn every stone. We want to investigate Donald Trump. We want to actually have a mugshot of him. But what do you mean you want to look at our records? Seems like something that you as a public figure should be more open to being investigated. At least in my opinion.
Digging through years and years of random documents. Donald Trump isn't just coming after
random documents. I don't know. I think the more he fights it, the more I think that he has something specific that he's worrying about.
Me because of my mean tweets. He's coming after me because I'm considering running for president. Because he hates that
We already know you're running for president. Nobody's worried about a Governor Gavin Newscam running for president. Actually, nobody's worried about anybody in the Democrats bench because you guys are all pretty much garbage. You don't really have that many wins to your name. So if there was like a Democrat state that everybody in red states were fleeing to, it was like, not a paradise. It was like a middle of the country, a Texas, a Tennessee, a Kentucky, something like that was run by Democrats, and everybody was leaving the coastal paradises and the metropolitan areas to move to that Democrat's city or state. That'd be someone to be concerned with. But if you have a state that's bleeding money and citizens to red states, nobody's concerned about you, so it would almost be advantageous that you ran. But no, if they're investigating something, it's probably because you're defrauding us.
Consistently called him out over and over again for his lies and deceit. Donald Trump is simply the most corrupt president in American history.
I think that's called projection.
He's turned the levers of government into his own personal power ministries to reward cronies and to try to jail his opponents.
Sounds an awful lot like projection. Jail your enemies, like jailing Trump and his administration. Giving money to their cronies, aka fraudsters from other countries, and say, you investigating our fraudsters is a civil rights violation. What do they do other than project their own crimes?
His personal attorney now runs the Department of Justice, which has repeatedly gone after his political enemies. Ask Jerome Powell. Sent them after James.
I don't think it's there are political enemies, so we're going after them. It's we're going after fraudsters, and fraudsters are our political enemies.
Comey, Tish James, Adam Schiff.
Tish James, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Tish James the one that pretty much fabricated charges against him? And they found out that she had committed equal, if not worse, versions of that? Or was it not Tish James, was that Fani Willis? I might be getting them confused.
Sent them after Tim Walz, and a woman that a jury found Donald Trump had sexually abused. One by one, anyone who has challenged Donald Trump has ended up on his hit list. And today,
Again, I don't like the lawfare, but if you guys didn't want this unleashed on your side, maybe you shouldn't have given him that mugshot.
proudly join that list. After calling for my arrest last year...
Why does it always look like he was just crying? I don't get that. Like, you want to make fun of him. Oh, yeah, like I call Senator Sadman Padilla California's saddest sobbing senator because he's just most known for getting himself arrested, then crying about it for the subsequent months on TV. I'm not even making fun of Governor Gavin Newscam now. but why does he always look like he's crying? What makes a face like this?
Donald Trump directed his Department of Justice to investigate me.
To look for fraud. If the fraud ended up on your doorstep, that's not Donald Trump's evil administration. That's the investigation playing out as it should.
And just in the last week, I've learned that his campaign has reached my own home. To get me, he's coming after my wife, Jen.
Because she's involved in a lot of stuff. Like, what was that? Just the one thing that we knew about recently. The diapers for babies. It was something like, if you went to Target, not even bought diapers at cost. If you went to Target, you went to Costco, you went to Food for Less and bought diapers for mothers. It would have been cheaper than giving it to your wife's, I don't know, their relation to the person that owns the Babies to Babies, or whatever the organization was called. But you were promising mothers diapers. You spent a whole bunch of tax dollars doing it. It went through one of your family friends' organizations, and it was like 10 times the cost it should have. So you mean to say, we want to have a nice little photo shoot saying we're providing diapers for babies, but it was actually kind of, at least I perceived it as, a money laundering scheme more than anything. Maybe that's why we're going to look into your wife's business affairs, not he's going after his political enemies.
A public servant, a woman who's dedicated her life to supporting women and girls. Someone who has done nothing wrong other than having the temerity to advocate for what she believes in.
I wonder if Newsom will flip on his wife. To save himself, would he flip on his wife? I really wonder. I don't know. Maybe he has some dignity in there, or choose his political career over his own wife. But I don't know the man. All I know is he seems like a scumbag.
If they can't intimidate me, they'll go after the mother of our children. Donald Trump picked the wrong target. We have nothing to hide.
How much of my tax dollars is he going to waste fighting Donald Trump for the crimes that Trump thinks that his family has done? How much of my money is going to be wasted fighting that? I'm disgusted by this.
His political operatives can...
Oh yeah, I said, she's dedicated her life to defending women and girls. Okay, new scam. Define what it makes a woman. I don't think he can do it.
Take every record and read every page, but they'll be looking in the wrong place. Because if they really want to find corruption, look no further than 1600 Pennsylvania.
No, look no further than Sherman Way in Los Angeles, California. I'm telling you right now, used to work in the area, it all looks like fraud. Nick Shirley couldn't throw a stone without finding like 5 fraudulent-looking businesses. Look no further than California. But again, just because they own 1 out of every 4 hospice care centers or some absurd fraction like that, it's the White House, guys.
Avenue. Donald Trump is selling the presidency. He's running the largest cash heist in American political history.
Projection!
History, trading foreign tariff relief for approval of his golf courses. Day trading behind the Resolute desk, reaping hundreds of millions of dollars in personal.
What about his auntie Nancy Pelosi? I don't think you become a multi-millionaire making $174,000 in tax dollar salary. Find one thing in this transcript that isn't projection.
Profit. And he's doing it openly. He's doing it on camera. He did it last night on the White House lawn. He's doing it through cryptocurrencies. He's doing it through the receipt of a $400 million private jet from a foreign government that he plans to keep.
Is he talking about Air Force One that's being donated to us from Qatar? Which I don't really know how I feel about that. But again, all distractions from the fact that he always looks like he's perpetually sobbing.
When he leaves office.
The jet was obtained under Biden. I know nothing about that, Captain, but the sad part is I 1,000,000% believe you, Captain Cynical, if you think the jet was obtained by Biden. This is kids in cages all over again. It's just, I'm not mad about any of these specific things, but if I can tack them alongside Trump, my supporters and my voters are so stupid, they'll just lean into it too.
Through his son's ventures in countries where his own administration is simultaneously making policy. His personal fortune has skyrocketed by $4 billion since making his return to office. This is the behavior of a regime, not a republic. The White House has become a marketplace for sneakers and coins and watches, cologne.
I agree. The White House, D.C., been full of scumbags for a long time. Nothing new.
Guitars, Bibles, and phones. Influence for sale, access for sale.
Yeah, what are lobbyists? It's always been an issue. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying he's only now announcing it. That's like when Joe Biden was like, I've been in the U.S. Senate, I've been in government, I've been vice president, I've been president for like 4 decades. Vote for me one more time, and then, and only then, am I gonna get to work, guys. Guys, we're finally gonna deliver on all those things we've been promising for the last. Why am I keep doing Trump's voice? I can't do Biden's voice, but we're finally gonna deliver on all those campaign promises I started making 4 decades ago. This is like what Newsom's doing.
And today, my family and I can personally confirm that justice is for sale. To Donald Trump, who I know is watching because he watches everything.
No. This is projection. Just because you watch absolutely everything Donald Trump does, he does a funny AI photo, you do a funny AI photo. He types in all caps, you type in all caps. He goes to Europe, you go to Europe. You are like the desperate, sad ex-girlfriend of the captain of the high school football team. You literally flew to the country he was at with knee pads with Donald Trump's name on them. Sounds like I'm making shit up, but he flew to another country with knee pads with Donald Trump's name on them because you are obsessed with him. You think as long as you can be named in the same breath as Donald Trump, it's going to make you more popular and make people forget the fact that you always look like you're sobbing because some kid made fun of you and called you Gavin Newscum when you're a kid. You are a fragile child. You belong nowhere near the White House. And it is almost sad to see this right now. He may be getting charged criminally in the near future. And what does he have to show for it?
I have a message for you. You can subpoena my records. You can investigate me.
Good.
You can harass me. Put my name on every and any enemies list you have, but leave my wife and family out.
That lets me know he wasn't doing any of the crimes under his name. It's going to be thinly veiled under the family's name, even if it's not them. That's my conspiracy theory. But for him to say, I am 100% confident you won't find anything under my name. Investigate me. Make me America's biggest enemy. Go ahead, Trump. Do it. Just stay away from these things. If you say, this is like, I'm not comparing him to a dog. I'm comparing him to my neighbor's old Chihuahua. It was the funniest thing. It's like, the dog, they're simple-minded. But it's like, we would be hanging out in his backyard playing basketball, throwing around a football. But if we ever got near where he buried his bone, that dog would flip out like the most aggressive, ferocious beast ever. Oh my God, get away from that. And it's like, all right. So you're okay with us hanging out anywhere in this backyard, but not by this specific rock? It makes me wonder what the hell's under this specific rock. Governor Gavin Newscam is chihuahuaing out right now saying, look anywhere in this backyard for a bone, Trump won't find it. Just stay away from my rock.
Of your personal vendetta. I'd like to say something to my wife. These times are not...
Say it in private. What are you doing, dude? Like, stop thinking your life is a reality show. Nobody cares about you and your slimy family.
Not normal, they're not ordinary. I love you, and I'm sorry he's doing this.
I'm surprised you called him his wife and not his partner, because he keeps on trying to say the people's partner, the first partner. It's like, good God, you guys are so captured by everything.
You have not earned a single one of the indignities that he's trying to inflict on you and our children. And to Donald...
Dude, the feminists won't back you. I'm telling you right now. You think that you're gonna get, the Democrat ticket because you're so supportive of your wife. Come the primaries for president, when you're running against the other Democrat candidates, they're going to slam you. Republicans are going to slam you. Liberals will slam you. The Democrat establishment will slam you for when you came out and apologized for cheating on, I think he had a wife at the time, but cheating on his campaign manager, his best friend, and his wife. That ended your political career for anything with national attention. Anything that isn't California, that is Democrat top to bottom owned by that, and we're going to talk about it in a second. He's finished. Like Hassani Somali, his career is over, he's just the last one to know about it.
Trump, this country does not belong to you. It does not belong to your cronies.
No.
And we're going to fight your lawlessness.
With my tax dollars.
And we're going to continue to remind the people of this country of your corruption. That same corruption.
You guys have been saying that he's corrupt since 2016. Well, then I bet there's a bit of corruption in there, because I can criticize Donald Trump, saying I voted for him, but I didn't like who he was pardoning at the end of his first administration. 45 administration, there was plenty of people that average Americans wanted to see pardoned, whether it was Assange or it was Snowden. Who did he pardon, Trump? He pardoned rappers, career criminal Democrats. Like, that isn't what the most Americans wanted, but that's what he did. I'm not saying Donald Trump is perfect, but I'm saying he's a better alternative than, not most, all.
Corruption our founders warned us against as we move to celebrate our 250th anniversary. I'm going to keep reminding Americans of what they warned would happen if a man with no character ever held the office of presidency. So let me say
it almost sounds like a warning against his presidency.
Say it again. Mr. President, come after me. I'm not going anywhere. And the country is watching.
I thought he was going to say, come after me, I'm not going anywhere. But stay away from my wife, which makes me feel like that's where the stone should be overturned. But the crazy part is, they're going after Governor Gavin Newsom, not because he's the enemy of the Trump administration, it's because there's an awful lot of fuckery happening in California. They're talking about the LA elections, which was also attached to the governor elections, because Newsom is termed out.
Statistical literacy. And what happened here is mathematically and statistically
So nobody has any
impossible.
steel man or concept of how this could have happened.
This is the fact that I thought I had the chart pulled up. The fact that before the election, I think the numbers were for 38% Bass, 20% Spencer, 8% Rahman. That's how the votes panned out. Election night, it was like 38% Spencer, 20% Bass, 8% Rahman. But the mail-in ballots counted after election night, and the subsequent nights was like 40% Rahman, 30% Bass, 10% for Spencer. It's a statistical anomaly. They're not saying like, oh yeah, Democrats, when they vote by mail, or no, mail-in ballots are primarily Democrat. But nobody could explain ever why mail-in ballots counted, not received, because they just had batches everywhere. Mail-in ballots counted before election night. Bass, Spencer, Rahman. Only mail-in ballots counted after election night were Rahman, Bass, Spencer. Statistical anomaly, no one can understand it. Maybe that's why they're starting to look into California.
Happened.
Chat, can someone rate how extreme Decoy's stance is on immigration? As an immigrant, we need to have a very, very strict border laws.
I can tell you the statistical...
Yeah, Rahman lost in her own district. She won in Skid Row. Harvesting ballots? We're about to find out.
Odds that this would have happened, and it's 1 in a trillion.
1 in a trillion.
Okay. What
so
if...
are you telling me the 1 in a trillion shot hit?
I'm asking if there is any... I'm not.
Just this one time?
I'm not.
For math.
Yeah, nobody can answer that, because basically... not only is it the voting situation, but I was talking about this too. The Democrats stealing not only your tax dollars and washing it and giving to themselves, buying their own books and nonsense like that. I'm talking about the Pacific Palisades when you went on, firefax.com, where he was trying to battle Spencer Pratt's information about what caused the fires. It was something like firefax.com. You went on there, and then that took you to his website that took you to ActBlue. So if you wanted to donate money towards fire relief, it automatically gave a small percentage to Democrats, and apparently the rest of that money went to Democrats on the back end too.
So Gavin Newsom has been caught stealing donations that should be going towards the fire victims for his own personal political fund. Let me show you what I found.
I thought it was just the Democrats. He's saying it actually went to his pocket.
So Gavin Newsom put out this website to combat misinformation,
California
CaliforniaFirefax.com. And when I went to take a look at it, it leads to Gavin Newsom's.
Because I remember it said something about CAL FIRE, like, oh, this goes to firefighters, and you think you're donating to it unless you look and inspect elements and notice this is Act Blue. No matter what happens to the money, the processing fee goes to the Democrats.
Own website. And there's a place where I could donate. Now I'm looking closely at this. Look what you're seeing, right? Where is the donations actually going? Now it says it's supposed to go directly towards the victims, but check out who's managing this fund. Take a look at that, right? Who is processing this money? It's Act Blue. If you don't know what Act Blue is a political PAC.
And they also got in trouble because I don't think they were willing to disclose foreign money they received. That might be more the investigation that's going on New Scam right now.
For Democratic
Wait,
candidates.
is the director really Jennifer Newsom, his wife? If it is, that's why they're going after her.
So in fact, any money that we donate in this so-called fund, a portion of it is going towards Democratic political campaigns.
Yeah.
I didn't want to
And
believe
remember,
it.
BLM donations also went through Act Blue. So you thought you were fighting police brutality, but you were just giving money to Kamala Harris.
But this is our governor. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. I'll see you guys soon.
How this scam works is actually very simple. Democrats set up a campaign for a cause similar to like what Gavin Newsom did for the Pacific Palisades fire victims. Then donors can go in, they can select those campaigns, and then they can make donations through that link that they provide. But here's the catch. Act Blue acts as the middleman, and they get a percentage, a 3.95% of
But I think it was actually worse than that because the money never actually made it to the pockets of like rebuilding the homes or the fire victims at all. Spencer Pratt did a good job exposing that, but it's like, yes, he's like, they're going after me, they're going after my family. No, we're going after what's happening over in California because something suspicious is happening with their election situation. Now, YouTube, Twitter, this is All In's podcast talking about it, but we're just here going to listen to them.
Is the election system in Los Angeles, specifically in California, corrupt? And is this election been stolen from Spencer Pratt, or is it just...
There is no election.
There was no election.
There is no election.
Okay, so there is no spoon.
And I say this as somebody in a basketball jersey with a giant 3D printed Squirtle behind me. I can't... Talking to the pit kettle, I kind of wish he had something other than the Matrix in his background, because then you could take it more like I could show it to my father and say,